We've officially entered the halfway point here for the Quake Pro League, and it is my pleasure once again to welcome everybody back to a Saturday chock full of fantastic matches. My name's Ketchup, joined by ZSX this time over, and the schedule promises to be a pretty damn good one, I think, Dan. And the last time we had this show, we had some cool results. Then the storylines continue, and a little bit more matches to break down this week. So, yes for that.
Yes, for that indeed. I mean, every week is a bit of a banger, but there are some very interesting ones this week round. And you know, off the back of last week, which had some huge matches, we've got a bit of a variety here. See how people match up, but obviously going to be starting with Wenger versus Nosfer. Seeing actually Wenger take down Kilson last week, as we'll see in the recap this last week. So see how he can kind of continue that momentum. But Nosfer as well, it's been pretty stable. Took a map off Avik. So map of Avik, map of Razy as well, as you see right here. So it should be a pretty good one to start us here, Ketchup.
Yeah, as we did go through the last time we had a show, the results that came forward, Razy was able to take it over Nosfer with a 2-1 victory. Something that Razy has often had, though, is, you know, that habit of dropping individual maps.
Yeah.
And as we said at the start of the show, we've entered the halfway point now. So one would think that those singular maps that you're dropping kind of all over the place, will they start to add up when it comes to the overall seeding, you know, by the end of the season? But as we can see here, Razy was able to take that 2-1. After that was Avik going up against Dramis, which actually was another 2-1 victory. Dramis does continue to look in rather fantastic shape. Avik did overall take that win, but I just think that I always use that term, Dan, player progression, the journeys of people that are really hungry. Dramis in this season has been that standout for me.
I completely agree. I was going to point out exactly the same thing. He's one of these players that just continues to rise, continues to put in great performances. And, you know, he's sitting in 7th at the moment at 3-3, but you've also got to take into context he's played pretty much the hardest players in the bracket so far. So it's some really strong performances. And your point of Razy dropping maps, I mean, if we look at the context of where we're at, it's a consolidated league. It's very actually quite rare you'll see a 3-0 and a stomping 3-0. Kilson's obviously pulled out a few, including one against Rafa, but overall you would expect quite close fought battles, and we will have to see how much that comes into play towards later in the season. And as you pointed out here, Dramis taking a map off of Avik, not unexpected either at this point in time. The performance he's putting in. Zeneku against Maxter again. Zeneku is one of these players you talk about progression. There's a big question mark. Can he continue that? And I think the answer is a resounding yes.
And recently signed by Maestro. You know, the transfer went through nice and smoothly, I believe. And the last time we saw Zeneku was the first time in Pro League. He was repping the flag of Maestro, and that will be no different today. But being able to take that 3-0, I think that's really good for his confidence, purely because, you know, Zeneku and Maxter, there was a time where they were the two most standout players that had that growth that we were talking about. And now, as we go forward, we were seeing Zeneku being able to take a really, really decent victory here. I think it kind of goes to show the journey he's had. Finishing things off, though, with the big match, Kilson versus Wenger. Kilson was looking pretty much unstoppable up until he fought off against Wenger, who's just always that young blood, you know, forever young, forever 19, even though he's not anymore. But as we jump into all of the matches today, I'm so curious to just see the shape that people are continuing to look at, because the streams are ramping up, the scrims continue, everyone's practicing against everyone. And a lot of people are starting to be localized kind of close to each other. You know, there's a lot of people in EU right now. Whether it's just due to life reasons, whether it's just due to connection upgrades, you know, I think there's a lot to be said about this, and it is resulting in some phenomenally strong matches.
Yeah, your point about Wenger is spot on, because there's no secret he came into the season a little bit rusty, you know, a mixture of having a break and some personal issues, and at this point in time he's now getting back to the Wenger we know and love, and this statement piece against Kilson really does put a line in the sand as to where he's at. You know, he's doing more practicing. He actually told me today he's excited for his matchup. He's been putting in more and more work, and so that is a really good sign to see, can he go on to defend his title? Because you've got to remember now, he's the reigning champion. It's something we often forget with how powerful Rafa's been, how good Kilson's playing. It is still Wenger that has his place to defend, and so seeing him come out and beat Kilson, I guess, was somewhat unexpectedly given recent results. That's his line in the sand. But Kilson as well, he's still the person to beat. He's been the guy on form all season long. So let's see how he can continue that rise as well.
And speaking of which, I think we're kind of blessed for our first matchup to feature Wenger anyway. I know, if I'm not mistaken, it will be Wenger versus Nosfer as our first match. Avec versus Maxter after that. Dramis and Chain going head-to-head. And then with our two featured matchups, Zeniku taking on Kilson. So I'm very curious to see that one. But then a classic match that just keeps on giving, Rafa and Razy. The amount of times they've clashed in the higher side of a tournament bracket, we're going to be blessed with it as the final matchup of today. And I mean, pick any of these series out of a hat and you know that you're going to get a really good one. But Wenger and Nosfer, one hell of a way to start off the show, Dan.
It is indeed. It's going to be interesting. Nosfer hasn't had the best season so far. It's extremely hard lineup now. Now we're back in this global league. No more, no easy games anymore. Unfortunately, there were some easy games that he's struggled a little bit. Not to say he's playing bad. It's just I think he's finding his place in this new setup, and obviously still residing in South America is always going to be a little bit of a challenge for him, as it is everyone else. We've got Palermo to Sao Paulo we're playing right now, so we're blessed we can see it, even if it is a bit of a challenge for both of them.
It's a dynamic, I think, of this online nature in that it's a new skill ceiling that players have had to sort of rise to. I know some people will probably crucify me for even saying that, but the reality is when we have an online league, players are going to have to start kind of relentlessly practicing on various servers with various pings. We've seen players put on these absolute top level performances in high ping settings, and it's something that I think is born from the practice and the scrims. Players will be specifically going out of their way to scrim with players that are considerably far away from them because they need to get familiar in that setting. It's 3 years into Pro League now. This is not the first season we've been online, far from it. And players are starting to realize, okay, well, I've got to be ready for every scenario possible. There's no room for the, I'm not used to playing in high ping anymore. You kind of just have to get used to it if you're playing in Pro League.
I mean, it's a great point. Like, at the end of the day, you have to adapt and you have to learn. And as you say, it's been 2 to 3 years now we're in these conditions. You will be used to it. But at the same time, and I think you pointed it out quite aptly, it's a new skill. You have to learn how to do it in the right way and how to adapt your game under certain conditions, because ultimately you can't necessarily play the way you want to play when you're playing under certain conditions. And so that in itself is definitely a skill. And obviously Nosfer and certain degree Maxter with slightly more experience in that realm, is it an advantage? Who knows? I don't think so anymore. As you said, it's been such a long time. But going back as the matchup in particular, Nosfer versus Wenger, I think the thing Nosfer's been struggling with over the course of this season is really rounding out results. He's been pretty effective at picking up maps, even against the very best players, but he hasn't been able to convert a lot of those into series wins, and that will come back to haunt him. He's not right down in the dregs of the leaderboard yet, but it could very, very quickly catch up to him. And the way Wenger's coming off the back of that Kilson victory, I can't see him losing this series, but I can see him losing a map.
On that note, we'll take a look at the picks and bans. I've been informed they're ready to check out, so we'll see what's going on. Insomnia to kickstart things. I don't get a chance to commentate this map all that much. It often gets banned quite a lot, and whenever it does get played, I'm not on the desk, so it's nice to be here and chatting about it today. The Athena being removed because Athena on Insomnia is unbelievably strong. Not even counting in the the grapple shot, but just her ledge jump activity, like all of that just lets her go wherever she wants without even having to use resources. So good to take her away. Blood Covenant afterwards, though, we get the Battle of the Lights. Love seeing Slash on this map, one of her favorites, absolutely. And then Awoken as the finishing touches. So really, I don't think any picks here are, against the grain or weird or whatever. Everything's nice and efficient here, as you go to expect at this stage. And the band's very much the exact same situation, but I think these picks are good for Wenger. They'll allow him to play the way he wants. If you look at Insomnia, for example, the navigation and also just the burst damage against a larger champion is going to help him a great deal. Blood Covenant, we know that Wenger can be a rather slippery player on that map, and Nyx fits that like a glove. And then Awoken, Galena. I mean, just a great pick all round, isn't it?
Yeah, no, definitely. Interested to see Wenger pulling out Insomnia. We've seen him play it effectively in the past. As you rightly just pointed out, we don't actually get to see it an awful lot at this stage. It normally gets banned out. Blood Covenant is a staple for Nosfer, but obviously we know Wenger is more than comfortable there. I actually really like the next pick. Shows some confidence. Means he'll probably try and slow it down a little bit, particularly against the Slash. Obviously, positioning is going to be absolutely key there. Can't afford to be caught out without his Ghost Force up at all. So he'll be playing across the bridge area, trying to get across the middle ground, using the rail quite effectively, I'm imagining. And you're right, when we get to that point in Awoken, there's not a lot left on the table. BJ is a little bit more interesting there. It has some utility. It's probably not the best map for a BJ, and the Galena still has really good utility. So yeah, it's a nice simple draft across the board.
Now, if we're going into the world of predictions, which I feel like we have to, I'm sure people in chat are already discussing it. I think it's a bit of a fair statement to think that Wenger could 3-0 this one. No disrespect to Nosfer, but Wenger's shape versus the shape of Nosfer is rather significant at the moment, especially with Wenger just off the back of a really, really good victory for him. I don't think he's going to be particularly uncomfortable in any of the maps. He's the one that picked Insomnia, and he is the kind of player that would do that. Whenever there's a new map in the rotation, and I know this is week 9, so it's even weird calling it a new map, but I think when it comes to players being ready for maps, it can sometimes be an entire year before people get comfortable on it. So there's always those kind of players that are keen to learn the new stuff, whether it was a new champion, whether it was a new map. And Wenger's the kind of player that will sit and find all these weird little details that maybe other people haven't seen, that he would definitely be keeping close to his chest, you know. So I'm going to be keeping a keen eye on that first map, I think, ZSX.
Yeah, I will as well. I don't even see it at this level anymore an excuse for something being new and you're not knowing it. You know, at this point, it's your job to know it, and you should know it well. But there's a difference between know it effectively and perfecting it, and that's the difference, right? And you pointed out all these little tricks. They can, at this level, they can really make a massive difference. If a little trick, a little hide that your opponent doesn't know about gets you and nets you a frag, that could be the momentum to take you to a victory. So those are the small details on newer maps that really do separate it. And if you're not comfortable on it, it shows quickly. Whereas you say, for the rest of it, it's pretty stable. If I'm looking at the draft again, I'm feeling a Wenger victory. I said Nosfer can definitely take a map, and I still stick to that. I'm probably going to pick the second map as the one he could turn the tables on. Slash against Nyx is a really powerful actual combo right there. If you can get on top of the Nyx, and if you can get the advantage early, you can really set the tone. But obviously, if you get onto the back foot as a Slash, you can also struggle. So it's neither here nor there, but that's the one I'm looking at to see Nosfer can win. I think map 1 and 3 should be fairly comfortable victories. As we said, map 1 picked by Wenger should be comfortable. Map 3, you're playing two very similar champions in terms of skill sets. That's where the better jeweler will win. So I'm definitely looking at map 2.
And I think at the same time, kind of speaking of that, the idea of matchups, the more and more players are getting asked about it on their own personal streams and stuff like that, is the champion versus champion matchup is almost always the first thing that gets discussed, which brings forward the importance of this pick and ban phase. There's a reason some players will sit and take did you remember the times where we'd be at LAN and stuff, Dan, and you'd see players and we've got the next stage of the match ready and they'll sit there for 10-15 minutes for the next match because they have to do the picks and bans then and there, but they're not rushing it, because the difference between picking this champion or that champion could be the difference between you having a comfortable matchup and one that's a lot more difficult later in the tournament, right? So it's the dynamic that Quake Champions has very much introduced, being able to play that fundamental game of Quake, but at this level, you have to look at those strengths and weaknesses. And I know that's almost hilariously vague to say, strengths, weaknesses, matchups, but it's becoming super important. And it really, really is. If you pick yourself into a tricky matchup, then that could be the difference between a map going and one becoming a 3-0 for you. So in this stage, I think we're keeping a close eye on that one. Just a quick disclaimer, we are waiting for one of our players to join. The map's being changed around, and as soon as we have our player in, we'll start the matchup. So
call him
thanks
out.
for sticking with us. Oh, I'm not going to call him out. It's not my place. It's not my place, We did have a time limit ready, but you never know. Maybe PC's having issues or something. You never know about these things. I'm trying to be the glass half full guy here, if that's not painfully obvious.
No, we need to throw him to the wolves.
Come on, Nosfer, hurry up.
Yes.
He's here, he heard me.
Oh, there you go. See, that's what you need, a little bit of peer pressure.
Indeed. But thanks for joining us so far, everyone. Just to remind everyone, halfway point here. Week 9, which is mad to think that we're already this far in. But now both players are in the lobby, and I think Dan will be starting soon.
Hope so. And yeah, just to harp back to your point around the champions picks, there's so many layers to it, because it the champion you pick determines the way you play, and so it's what you're comfortable on. It's not just how you've practiced it, but it's built around your skill set as much as what you're strong at. But it's also relative to what your opponent is good at as much as what they pick. There's so many levels to it. If you're going up against a player that has very, very strong defensive rockets, you might not want to pick a slash where you're trying to push into those rockets. It really, there's so many layers to this level of Quake that it's almost impossible to dissect and analyze at times. And that's why, as you say, players spend more time than anything thinking about the strategy as much as anything else.
So it looks like we'll be going into some immediate tests here, so we'll have a look at it. But prediction-wise, going back into that one, I'll tell you what, I'm actually going to go check out the chat and see what the predictions are looking like.
Pretty heavy Wenger favorite chat.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say I'm surprised here. We're just looking at players that have recent success. Nosfer, who, as you said, is able to kind of take a map sort of here and there. But my concern is that as we enter week 9, this is the point where normally the viewers and everyone else will kind of start to pick apart those individual maps, and they'll start doing the maths. Because at this level of play, especially with everyone fighting everyone, we have a lot more immediate information as we ramp up to the finals. That seeding that you get is going to be massive. For a single series, that could mean an absolute great deal. So I think we just have to pay attention to every single map now. That sort of buffer window of, there's plenty of time left to go, it's starting to very quickly just get thrown out of the window. But looks like we are loading into this map. If both players are going to be satisfied with it, we won't need to go back to lobby. Fingers crossed we don't need to, but it's about them having the best experience they can. We are playing for Pro League at the end of the day, so it is important. But looks like we're jumping in, Dan, at last.
Hasn't been that long.
It's
gonna be, as long as it's worth the wait. Let's say it that.
Oh, I think so. I definitely agree. We're loading in, look. We're loading in here towards Insomnia. Love to see it. Wenger and Nosfer. Dan, first series of the day. Let's get the show on the road, mate.
Let's do it. Starting over on Wenger with the Ranger, picking up the heavy rail. Going to get up to the high ground and start to collect the right weaponry. Already connected with a nice rail through the hallway right there. Machine gun comes out from Nosfer as he backs on away, licking his wounds just a little bit. Wenger obviously doesn't have the full utility of the weapons, just his rail, but that might be all he needs. He hits 3 back-to-back here. Going in for the kill, but Nosfer comes up to do any sort of damage. And there's already first blood catch-up.
Yeah, and with how weak Nosfer was on the back of those rails, it kind of felt like you have to accept your death and get as much damage as possible, right? So a little mini LG juggle, certainly better than nothing. And actually, the orb does save him from the rail! And that rail missing, that is so pivotal. It's not even the fact that Nosfer would have got a frag there, but he would have also been able to get control over that Mega. That one miss is paramount as Wenger takes a 2-0, less than a minute in, mind you. And he has an opportunity now to kind of disengage, get a little bit more of those resources together. And he is in position for that heavy armor, so I feel like this could be pretty decent. The LG fight is really good, but he ran out! He ran out!
Yeah, not much you can do in that ammo management there. He was on the wrong side of the map to get some extra, but really good quick thinking with the use of the orb, as you say, to dodge that rail effectively. Took himself a 5-2-0 lead. Nosfer's getting back into it, but already just seeing Wenger's palm, it does feel that he's a little bit more comfortable here. You can feel the stability in him controlling this mid-ground just a little bit better than Nosfer, who's working his way around the map. At the same time, though, Nosfer has nothing to work with, so he has no right to make a move onto this mid-ground, which is just giving Wenger full reign of effectively both major items. Nosfer still hasn't even picked up himself a light at this point in time, so Wenger will be able to steal away both of the major items now. There's a really, really strong position and just controlling the mid-ground nicely, even taking away the light on the side here. Nosfer, he's still got nothing catch up.
Oh, I've been watching that through Nosfer's point of view, though. He's having to play. Oh, I was about to say he was playing super careful. He actually did manage to slip the net from Wenger for just a brief moment. Unfortunately, straight through that teleporter, Wenger clocked him instantly. But this is going to be that game, right? You're playing from behind now. At least you've spawned with a fresh stack, a larger stack because you're a heavy. But you've got to get those weapons together. All he's got is a shotgun, a rocket, now has the rail. But that LG is going to be a total nightmare, especially as Wenger continues to have this large stack. And he's not even going to need to use the orb for fights right now. He's getting amazing initiations from these rails.
The worrying thing for me is that through that whole period of time where Nosfer was doing nothing, he was exactly that. He was doing nothing. If you're not able to work on to pressure an item, whether it's a major or a small item, you should be picking angles because your opponent will be in a position where they're trying to pick up an item, which means they're vulnerable, right? But Nosfer wasn't doing anything. And that is a little bit worrying to me from a, I guess, a status point of view. He might not be entirely comfortable on this map. You know, it's one thing when you're practicing the map and you're in control, particularly if you're just playing it in ranked or scrims and you're winning a lot of the time. But when you're under pressure, that's a whole different mindset, a whole different skill set. And at the moment, it doesn't look like Nosfer has the right answer for how to play defensive on Insomnia.
And so far, it's looked a little bit tricky for Nosfer too, because he's consistently spawned on the rocket launcher side. The problem is, you spawned, you've got a decent stack, I suppose, but if all you've got is a rocket launcher and you barely get a chance to pick up LG, and Wenger is constantly hitting that high ground, those rockets aren't going to hit anything. Yeah. So you find yourself in a really weird situation. And once again, Nosfer spawning on the rocket side. At this point, clearly it's something that Wenger knows and, dare I say, probably controlling in some way. Nosfer is constantly spawning in a position where he does not have the weaponry to make something happen. So the question is, what does he do from here? Oh my, he is just hiding, man.
Yeah, he has no idea when the item's going to spawn. He's just hoping and praying he doesn't get bound. And Wenger does exactly that. He does eat a full rocket though, so that will make him weak. But Nosfer started the game very, very aggressive. It didn't work out for him to start with, and he seems to have backtracked a little bit, but that's a nice retaliation. Does hit 2 very necessary rails. Wenger's coming flying back in, 5 health remaining. He does pick up 1, but he can't connect with the rail. Wenger's going to fly on up and try and finish him off. He's taken a lot of damage for his troubles, but he did get the frag.
You can tell why Nosfer was sticking around and trying to fight. You know, if he was just hitting a little bit more of those rails, that fight would have gone into his favor, and God knows what else would have happened. At least he's been able to kind of stabilize a bit of the map, but in this position, Wenger is just piling down that pain. The initiation rocket certainly hurts.
And the thing is, it doesn't. I don't even think we've seen Nosfer on the mid ground. It's all been map control from Wenger, positioning control from Wenger. So Nosfer, you know, if he's not able to pressure or pick up a major item, should at least take the latitude for when Wenger does to regain some sort of positional control. He has won himself the Mega, but we just approached that 5-minute mark, and Nosfer is 6 frags down. So it needs to show more signs of life to get back into this map.
He needs to win this fight, or at the very least be able to take away that heavy. And it looks like in this position, Wenger was happy to let it sit, as now he is in position for the Mega. You know, this is a situation where Nosfer, a little bit of control and a good rail. The rail has been a little bit hit and miss so far, but he has been able to force Wenger away again from one of these major items. Nosfer will pick up the Mega. But the extra dynamic we have here is now Nosfer is starting to get a bit more, a bit more control. I was going to say before I was rudely interrupted by that rocket. Oof. Gets a frag. That's the problem now. We're running out of time, and Wenger can start to play nice and slow.
You can see Nosfer is a different animal when he's got control and got a clean frag. Oh no!
Oh my!
Oh dear. No right to get that frag there, catch up, but somehow he does. Nosfer does pick up the Mega though, so he just can't finish Wenger off as he's just slippery, you know. Nosfer's playing the lizard, but Wenger's the one that's snaking his way around the map, getting out of these situations. There's just 1 second before the heavy now. Wenger's just defending the area. Bait Nosfer in as he does actually fall for the bait. He drops down with the super shotgun and gets the frag as well, and Nosfer, he's struggling.
A huge part of this has been Wenger's control over Nosfer the entire time. You know, I was going to mention it at the end, but we may as well mention it now. Up until that 5-minute warning, Nosfer couldn't escape rocket spawn. Every time he spawned there, Wenger was very clearly having some degree of influence over it, as he often does, but he built himself such a strong lead by that point. When Nosfer finally breaks away and stabilizes, he already had about 5 or 6 frags to catch up on, and being able to get that kind of comeback is easier said than done, let alone the fact that you have to be on the understanding your opponent's not going to get any more frags on top. As now 12-4, very, very comfortable for Wenger. Can afford to drop this frag if he does, but is he even going to at this point? Oy, there it is.
Nice angle, but really, time is not on Nosfer's side at this point now. Just around 2.5 minutes remaining. 7 frags needs to pick up. He's only obviously got 5 up until this point. And every one of those 5 has been scrappy. He's got himself 2 clean items here though. So for the first time in this map, has a big advantage on the stack side. Wenger doesn't even have the weaponry at this point. The lightning gun is now at his disposal, so that's enough for now. And there's the rail. Just needs to find himself a rocket, and he'll be sitting pretty to finish off this map.
Just looking at some of the damage stats here, firmly in the favor of Wenger. I know that kind of goes without saying when you have someone who has more stack than you do, but there's a flat 1,000 extra damage here for Wenger so far. The opening shots with those rails, the kind of just textbook approach for dealing with heavy champions is to just chip it away. Wenger dropping down and taking a little bit more resources at this point now means he should be able to tank a rail, especially on the back of that extra light that he picked up. I know we're kind of talking about what could be done in theory, but there is no more time. And there's the tactical self-frag just to spawn a little bit faster. Nothing you can do to stop that. But you know what? 12-5. Wenger's happy. He's going to be comfortable with this one.
Yeah, you can clearly see, as we pointed out in the intro, big part of this victory was just down to the map knowledge, if you will. Nosfer looks good on the offense, but really was struggling on the defense. And Wenger had a perfect strategy to counter him, and as you rightly pointed out, it was quite a long period of time when Nosfer wasn't able to do anything. So it was a very uphill battle from that point on. We'll have to move on now, obviously going on to see him play on that slash, which he is very, very good at. And this is the map, the second map is the one we did pick as the potential one he could be winning.
There's not much else for Nosfer to really take away from this map, I don't think. When you just bring a player like Wenger on a map that is the new blood, I guess you could say, he's clearly super, super confident on offense here, but when he's having to play defensive, he has a little bit more tools to do it safely. I think, on top of the fact that these defensive shots have been through the roof, the amount of gross rockets Wenger's hit, and it is Wenger we're talking about, but still, the damage has just been pulled out of nowhere, and if Wenger needs to slip away with an orb, he can. If he just needs to hit these miracle shots, obviously he can do it. Just felt like he was more prepared for this one, and he, for lack of a better term, just played the map better, which, it was his map pick. You would have expected so.
Yep, good rounded performance from Wenger, and as you already point out, some really nice shots to put the icing on the cake. So Wenger will feel good moving on. Yeah, he was actually a little bit worried coming into this series, but that will definitely settle some nerves. Always nice to get the first map under your belt.
Absolutely. We're looking at item control as well. It was kind of cool to see that it was almost split, rather even. There was no significant I took more than you, with the exception of the heavy. Wenger having 5 extra, but even Nosfer, he was able to get himself 10 megas, the 7 heavies, and even the light armors was pretty much a complete even split. This came down to those opening moments, right? As you can see in the replays, we're about 5.5 minutes in, and it was 8-3. So much of that work was done in the opening third of that map, where I don't want to be a broken record, but Nosfer could literally not escape that side of the spawn, and from that point, what do you even do? Your opponent's sitting on the high ground, they've got all the weapons, they can catch you with rails, they can catch you with LG if you get close, and all you've got is a rocket launcher. I mean, what are you going to do? Pull out the starting machine gun or something? Even that's not going to compete.
Yeah, and even to your point on the item split, right, that the vast majority of pickups Nosfer got were heavily contested or steals, so they weren't clean, they were almost desperation. Whereas when Wenger was in control, most of his pickups were quite methodical. He had controlled the area, he had killed Nosfer just before, or picked them up very, very cleanly, which then gave him the next step to be able to take the advantage before the next round of items. So it was a very, very big difference in that point of view, where Nosfer was very much clutching at straws, going in very weak, whereas Wenger was being able to build himself a stack and build himself some advantage.
So, out with the new, in with the old. It'll be Blood Covenant next, so we are going to get the Battle of the Lights, the Nyx and the Slash, but this is what we were talking about before, though, is it? These champion picks will very much complement those styles. I know you've said that of all maps you think that Nosfer could take, this would be the one. You know, I'm assuming it will just come down to if Nosfer's able to get himself a really good start here, if he's able to put that pressure on, Nyx will absolutely play at her best when she's the one that's dictating how the match is going, right? If she's the one that's able to kind of use the Ghost Walk when she wants to, not because she has to, especially someone like Slash, who is so fast and so overwhelming, not to mention Nosfer, a very aggressive player himself. This will fit his playstyle perfectly. So if he can force those Ghost Walks out of Wenger, if he can make him very uncomfortable, that's going to be really best case scenario, isn't it?
That is the key, and who is hitting more rail effectively. Rail is obviously so powerful. against light champions given the nature of their stacks. Obviously, the advantage for Wenger is he can control the mid ground slightly more effectively than Nosfer, getting between bridge and rocket launcher, whereas Nosfer has ultimately the speed and surprise. So if he can get ahead of steam, if he can connect with a few rails off the bat, take that advantage, and if he gets both items cycling, that's where Wenger will find it really, really difficult. We've seen in the past, these Knicks can just retreat into their shell. They can drag it out to a 0-0 if that's what it has to be, but it's very hard against a Slash with momentum. On the flip side, if Wenger's able to take the advantage, likewise, it's tough for a Slash. You're very weak anyway, with no strictly defensive ability. You have to just play better at that point. So the start is going to be one of the key factors who wins this game.
I'm really interested to look at the routing that players will take too, because those hourglasses are going to become so important. Being able to get your ability faster than the other one, and at the same time being able to take away their ability to get it back as fast as they want to, it's going to be such an important deal here. Because if Nyx, there's quite a fair few of them on Blood Covenant. If Wenger's running around and just soaking them all up, it's not going to be as much of a difference for Nosfer, purely on the basis that if he's going really fast, he's going to be able to make most of those jumps anyway. Whereas Nyx, with loads and loads of Ghost Walks, means that in the inevitable situation when Nosfer bumps into him, if you have a Ghost Walk every time, that's going to be a massive pain in the backside. I believe we have had to just go for a quick server restart. I think Nosfer had a bit of a higher ping than he wanted, so we're going to go for a quick check and get back in as soon as possible. But off the back of that first map, not much else left to say about it, really. When you look at Wenger picking one of the newer maps and he simply plays it better than his opponent does, mostly down to how he puts that pressure on, a big thing for him tends to be knowledge of spawns. Now, anyone that goes on YouTube or anything like that will see that Wenger in particular actually has quite a few videos on YouTube where he teaches you how to control spawns on a lot of the smaller maps. It just fits into his style, right? He's that real kind of nitty-gritty scientist when it comes to how can I efficiently make my opponent's life miserable? And here we go. Here's a whole YouTube video about it. So looks like we're restarting and jumping back into Blood Covenant. Hopefully, Dan, this one works out.
Hopefully. Yeah, obviously the map knowledge was a big part of map 1, but Wenger was just playing far more refined than Nosfer. His decision making, his positioning was much, much better. Even his weapon choice was far more effective. He was outgunning Nosfer, swapping to the heavy machine gun after using the rail. There were small things that really do add up over a period of time, where it just shows that he was playing at a different level to Nosfer. This is a reset. The Slash, the extra speed really adds a new dimension to the game, and that can help nullify a lot of that. And Nosfer is good on the Slash. He is good on Blood Covenant. So this is the map. If he's going to win one, for me, this is definitely the map.
Looks like we have to go for one more restart, unfortunately. But as soon as Nosfer comes back in, we'll start. Again, I want to say thank you, everyone, for sticking with us. As frustrating as it can be to sort of wait around for the next map to begin, we have to remember, during these weekly phases, you're only going to fight someone once. So that's just what it comes down to. Like, if anything's going to make it so that you're playing at your best, or you at least have the best chance, you have to take it. As you said, worth the wait, I think, is the term. And if players need to be at their most comfortable.
Yeah. Particularly when you're playing from Palermo to Sao Paulo. There's some variables in there that you need to make sure do align to get best performance, best possibilities. And going up against Wenger, I'm pretty sure you want every little edge you can get.
You're going to need it. It's kind of, actually, I think for me, goes back to the whole, now players have been doing these online matches for quite some time where everyone's having to get used to playing in sort of different ping conditions and stuff like that. It's good that players are scrimming on those different servers, because they now know hey, I'm going to restart here to maybe try and get like a slightly better ping. I don't know the science behind it, but the point is, we're not jumping into a match and just going, oh no, my ping's way higher than it normally is. It's fine, we'll play on. They at least know what to do to fix it. So shouts to preparation, I guess.
Yeah, and I believe they're playing on NA East for each one of these maps, just to get an equilibrium, get some equivalency in there. So, sometimes I guess you can take a different routing to that server. Just making sure you get the optimal one, and it's absolutely fine. Shouldn't take too long. Is he back yet? That is the question.
Not yet. He's almost here. He's gone for a game restart rather than just kind of backing out and starting again, backing out. He's reset the whole thing. But he is back in. I've just seen him join the lobby. But as we kind of wait for this map to begin, it just comes right back into, we were talking about Wenger going into the season a little bit rusty almost. You mentioned taking a bit of time away, and Wenger, or even something like Iron Fist, what we weren't able to see Wenger at his absolute best. And obviously, since then, he's been able to get himself back in the grind, and he's doing incredibly well. Has had some phenomenal results. Getting that very, very comfortable first map win here versus Nosfer could very well be 2 more to go. But it looks like we've restarted the game. We're loading back into Blood Covenant. Maybe 3rd time's a charm, Dan.
Always. That's how it goes. That's how it goes. Yeah,
I'm totally not crossing my fingers under the desk right now. I promise I'm not.
You sure?
No, I lied.
Oh, man. But no, to your point, I think Wenger's somebody who is never happy with less than the best, and so seeing him back to form is good. It does mean it's scary for the rest of the league. We've got Kilson sitting up there up top. Rafa's struggled a little bit now against some of these players. We've got Rafa Razy today, which will potentially be a defining matchup as well. So we're really in for a good point of the season coming into this halfway point now. We are in.
It is time! As the Blood Covenant begins, Nosfer on the slash and Wenger on the Nyx. Checking things out from Wenger's point of view first. Getting that armor spawn, actually not too shabby, as he's going to be able to get himself straight back into position for LG. And I think this kind of spells immediately what his start was going to be. Prioritizing the LG first. You have the Rocket and LG combined, a fresh Ghost Walk ready to go. You just took armor over your opponent as well. So the ambush game, perhaps, comes into full swing.
Yeah, he's already got his rail as well. All the weapons he needs. He's going to be more than happy sitting on his bridge. This is the perfect defensive position for Wenger. He's got that doorway to stop the slash coming through with the rockets if you need. Otherwise, you've got full vision of the whole map, and you've got the ability to cross across to the rail side of the map if you need to. So this is the perfect start for Wenger, and he's already got a frag. I said in the intro, the start is going to be critical for Nosfer, and unfortunately, he's succumbed to the trap of Wenger, and Wenger now is exactly where he wants to be.
Now, if we're going to be talking of silver linings, at least Nosfer went down and spawned right near the heavy. So there is going to be that idea to just get yourself back in the fight just a little bit. He's got himself some weaponry to get the job done. And he was able to stop Wenger from being able to just get complete control of the entire map. So there is that. Just about to pick up a rocket. Unfortunately, Wenger was lying in wait, more than ready. Now this is going to be not so good. Disengaging to take the light. But I feel like Wenger, he has the items in his head. I mean, like, he knows that Nosfer, back off, maybe take the Mega. But I know that you know that. And there's still, neither of these items have been taken. Wenger wants blood first.
This is very reminiscent of the way Kilson plays. Just standing on this mid-ground with a rail, patrolling, almost like a turret at this point. And Nosfer is trying so hard just to get a single item, but you can see how wary he is of Wenger in his positioning. He's done enough damage to scare Wenger away. You see it, Nosfer though, still not confident to pick up that Mega. There he goes finally, but at the same time, there is now a bit of a split between the 2 major items, meaning Wenger, this next rotation, might be confident to take a fight. If he hits a rail, which he does, he needs another one, but Nosfer just doesn't have any weapons! And he just can't get away from the clutches of Wenger, and here he goes for the kill once again, 2-0, and Nosfer is struggling. He himself needs a rail desperately. He's stuck in the spawn. Wenger won't know it, but he's actually going to get both major items now because of this.
Nosfer had no choice but to just sit and watch all of that. He's going to be able to get himself a light armor, but with the shots that Wenger's been hitting, I don't think a light armor is going to save you from much. But in this situation, I mean, this is the difference between, fighting, I guess, your everyday player and someone of the highest caliber. Nosfer is flying around this map, yet Wenger, no matter how small the angle may be, Wenger is landing those rails, he's hitting those opening shots, and Nosfer must feel like he's in a position where, what do I do? I mean, I can't escape this guy. I haven't got the weapons to fight him. And as I disengage, he picks up everything instead.
He's in the worst case scenario now. Huge split between the major items. Doesn't even know the time in next Mega because he's on the opposite side of the map. You have a rough idea because you can hear Wenger strafing across the top now. But even still, no weapons, no items, no map control. And to your point, Wenger's just hitting everything on 120, 130 ping as well. So the confidence of Nosfer's going to be shot. Once again, he hits a rail to the backside. He's stuck, he can see an item. He knows he can't pick it up, and once again, he just can't get away. And This all came down to the start. Wenger got the perfect start for a Nix on that side of the map, able to pick up all of the weapons he needed, and Nosfer just somehow catch up. He needs to get himself a rail, he needs to slow the pace of the game down, and he needs to start connecting with a few. That's the only way back into this game. He's done a lot of damage there, but now Wenger will be able to retreat onto this Mega. She flips it to the heavy, but either way, there's a major item up for Wenger, but at the same time, there's one for Nosfer.
I've been watching this map exclusively through Nosfer's point of view, and it's been almost frustrating to watch. I don't even want to feel about how he feels being on the receiving end of it. But in this opportunity,
Nice.
right, opening, little flick rail, really nice shot actually. But what does he get from it?
This is exactly what he needed. He's got himself a rail now. I think it's the first one he's got. Here goes the Ghost Walk, actually trying to use it as a trap. He's lovely trap! Nosfer falls to it literally just 1 second too early though, meaning Nosfer didn't get enough damage for Wenger to feel confident to keep on pushing. A nice retaliatory rail from Nosfer as well, but they're both very, very low. Can Nosfer get across and do some damage onto his heavy? That is the question. He's quick enough, and he does get that rail, so he's still in this set. Pushes down though, and Wenger doubles back. He's got 8 seconds to buy before his next Ghost Walk. And he's able to do enough, and there's another lovely rail from Nosfer and from Wenger as well. And a second! Nosfer's back in the set, and here we go. This is where Slash can begin to shine. If she can keep the pressure on now, he can force out this Ghost Walk. It's one step at a time. Force the Ghost Walk off, rinse and repeat.
Wenger still refusing to let it rip. Might do here. Oh, does at the last second. And that's not a terrible place to use it. I mean, there's so many escape routes. Nos would have had to make the miracle read if he wanted to chase down. I think the item was clearly more important to him, and it was unlikely Wenger was going to be there. So a win-win, really. The 5-minute warning has long since passed here, but Nosfer has a perfect chance to get something on deck. But Wenger, he's going to shift gears if he wants to here. You know, that double jump, that Ghost Walk, whenever it's locked and loaded. We've seen Wenger play like this many a time on Blood Covenant, and so often it works out. So Nosfer will still have plenty of work to do.
Leaving the Mega up to fall back on, he wants to keep the pressure on because he knows the Ghost Walk isn't up, and all of that, as much as I think it was the right maneuver, wasn't able to get the read. He's now missed out on the heavy, which is a big, big item for him to lose. Also, the Ghost Walk is back up, so all of that hard work, he has to start all over again. He pops the ability, pushes in aggressively. Actually can't get anything done off the back of it. And Wenger's going to retreat, pick up those time vials, and skirt his way across to the Mega area.
Oh, Nosfer, no! Nosfer went for a little bit of a downward rocket, unfortunately blew himself up. That is, as far as a light champion is concerned, not something that you want to happen. But Wenger will continue to maintain this high ground, soak up those items. Heavy's likely going to be the next objective, but I just feel like there's going to be a bit of damage in his mind. And there's the opening rocket. Wenger had the right idea, but he just couldn't get any of the shots to land. So fortunate there for Nosfer to be able to bypass that just a little bit.
Nice. Really nice. He's done good work. He ate a rail himself, though, which is a lovely return from Wenger. Keeping us sliding on the back foot. No!
Oh, God. Ouch.
Insane. You can see when we were watching Nosfer's pop how wary he was, just because Wenger has this capacity to do some insane bullshit. And that's exactly what happened. Rocket to rail combo. Barely even see Nosfer coming through the doorway, and he still was able to connect. And this map is now pretty much over. You could just sense it coming as well.
It's the Wenger factor to be able to pull stuff out like that out of nowhere. You know, this is your opening, we're pushing forward, we're going, and Wenger just using that momentum against you to land a really good predictive rocket. He had his absolute perfect decision to make there, and then the cheap little two-piece, you know, you love to see it. Or maybe you hate to love to see it. I mean, you know, either or, I guess, depends on what kind of viewer you are, but yeah, I think this is going to be a done deal. How do you get 6 frags in 2 minutes? I mean, you can't, not on a map this big.
We just saw, you know, 3 minutes of Nosfer trying his hardest to nail down Wenger and unable to get a single frag. So it's just really, really hard. Wenger's played this map absolutely perfectly. Got off to a flying start, built himself a nice, strong lead. And from there, there's no coming back. He's actually doubled back, dodged, juked Nosfer. If he gets a frag here, that is going to be more than the icing on the cake, because Wenger does get another frag. perfect rockets. And you just got to feel bad for Nottingham because he's played well on this map in particular. He has played pretty well. Wenger's just played better.
He made the good choice to swap to LG as well. I mean, like, looking at the light health that Wenger was able to pick up, he would have had about 4 HP left, even off the back of that rail. So even if Nosfer hit the shot, it would have been a death sentence. So when it comes to weapon choice, he's doing the right thing. It's just that when the chips are down, Wenger is pulling off these almost world champion plays, you could think.
Wonder why that is.
Yeah,
a few
no
consolation
idea.
frags here. But it's all she wrote for Nosfer. Ooh!
That's nice.
Okay.
All right, we take those.
But yeah, that was a championship display from Wenger here in terms of not just in terms of his skills, you know, the flashy plays, but his awareness on his positioning, you know, the way he played the map for the opening 4 or 5 minutes to build that lead. Everything he did with the execution levels as well was perfect.
And 15 seconds left of an inevitable victory here for Wenger. As we go on to our final destination, it's going to be Awoken, and if I'm not mistaken, BJ versus Galena. So the way Wenger's been approaching both of these maps so far, I definitely think that Galena is going to be a rather fantastic pick for him. If you're able to play this methodical game, this slow game, keeping your opponent on the edge of a string, perhaps, having those extra totems to drop down either in fights or before you set up. Kind of feel like this is absolutely Wenger's next map to win as well. He's going to get a 2-0 here at the very least. End game stats are very much expected. There was an even split between the items, but it was less about the items and more about Wenger just pulling off those incredible plays with a champion who can be rather flimsy, I think we'll say. So he played the matchup perfectly, and yeah, there were a couple of frags there that would frustrate even the best of us.
Yeah, just out of this world execution levels from Wenger, coupled with perfect strategy off the bat as well. So really, really
Here
well played. There you go. Not much you could do at that point. But yeah, going into this final map as well, I do favour the Galena just on paper. I think it has more utility across the board, particularly the way Wenger likes to play it, that it can allow you to go both aggressive and defensive at all times. So I really do like the pick there. And Awoken is just a map that Wenger is known for anyway. So Nosfer has an uphill battle. That was a better performance from Nosfer. We'd expect that on his map with his favoured champion pick as well, but I really do like the Nyx pick. And the way Wenger played it as well was very, very smart.
So I believe we're going to be going for a little bit of optimizations on the side of Nosfer. Nosfer's going to go for a quick game restart, and I do believe he's also going to be turning off the webcam. So every little helps, I suppose, when you're trying to make sure that final map gives you the most comfortable setting you can hope for. It's really just what it comes down to. You have to do everything you can to make things a little bit easier for yourself. And it kind of just goes back to, like we said before, you know, players are familiar in this setting, but at the same time being familiar, they know how to try and optimize it a little bit. And optimization against someone like Wenger is going to be mandatory.
Yeah, I think he needs to find himself a new opponent with the way Wenger's playing today if he wants to win something, because Wenger's playing really, really at a high level, and you can see the work he's been putting in is paying off. And unfortunately, Nosfer is on the brutal end of that today. You know, it's not over till it's over, but on form, I don't see many people betting against Wenger.
With how Wenger has been playing today, and I guess the last few weeks, as he has had a phenomenal return to form, you kind of look at it and think if Wenger was against most players, it would be hard not to predict a victory. Maybe a 2-1 perhaps, but the victory nonetheless. And it's great to see him back into this level of play that we all know and love. You know, the real champion story of the Quake Champions generation. That's what really excites me. You know, as someone who, excuse me, got into competitive Quake through Quake Champions. You know, I'd played the games before and I'd grown up with them, but not even remotely in the multiplayer sense. Seeing someone like Wenger go into Quake Champions, would this be his breakout game, and become a world champion as the young generation too, you know, watching the players growing up and then facing off against them many, many years later. It's kind of the rise to power story that every aspiring pro gamer wants, you know, but almost no one ever gets to achieve, and Wenger was able to achieve that.
Yeah, Quake's one of those very, very few games that has that generational shift, you know, when esports is so new, all these games are so new, you don't really have the changing of the guard. So it's fascinating to see. Obviously we see it in traditional sports all the time when the new bloods come through, and you see that shift in power, and you have to accept that this is the future. We do still have the stalwarts there, the Kilsons, the Raffers of the world, but Wenger's the one everyone's looking at now. He just came off the back defeating Kilson, who has been undefeated in the league up until this point.
True.
He even beat Rafa 3-0. So that is a statement piece in itself, and Wenger is now the one everyone is looking at.
And we have the pleasure of looking at Wenger for a future 10 minutes, as it looks like Awoken's loading in as we speak. Just to remind everyone, the matchup's going to be BJ on the side of Nosfer and then Wenger rocking that Galena. A map that Galena has historically been very, very effective on. You can set up shop on certain parts of the map. Having access to that stack whenever you want is just an absolute game changer in a lot of situations. And with someone like Wenger, we always use that word, right? A scientist, someone that's not afraid to jump into the custom game on your own and find all kinds of weird little locations and little tricks up your sleeve that can be the difference between a frag and not getting one. A 2-0 already for Wenger. Can he make it 3-0 here?
We will find out in 10 minutes. Catch up as Wenger gets the heavy side, got himself a rail. Nosfer hasn't got any weapons at this point, just gets the tri-bot and an LG now. So we'll be a bit wary pushing out onto the big ground, as undoubtedly Wenger's, when he's standing around, he's already used his totem there. Let's get a little bit of the chip damage through the TP.
Easily nullified though for Nosfer, as he is able to pick up that light armor that he quite happily left. But yeah, this is where things begin. This is it. We're talking about the potentials here and there, but as Nosfer drops down for this, you have to watch out. I mean, he hasn't got a rail.
I mean, it was coming, wasn't it? After that first rail, it's exactly why I said here we go again, because without a rail of his own, Nosfer is a sitting duck, and you could sense it coming. And it's always fascinating to see. Watching from the loser's pod, whenever I'm watching, I generally like to see that, because you get to see what they're thinking, how they're mitigating the pressure. But sometimes there's just nothing you can do. Every time he peeks around the corner, there's a wild Wenger waiting for him with a weapon. This time he does miss though, which lets Nosfer work his way in. He actually wants to push on round, but there's a rocket waiting for him this time. Backs onto that Mega, now has the time to work his way across to finally get himself a rail, and that's what he needs to finally be relevant in this particular map.
He's able to deal with one of those totems, and Nosfer, it did take him a minute and a half, but he's been able to get a rail in hand at long last. And he felt hesitant perhaps when he dropped down on that original heavy, didn't want to have to use the dual wield just to contest with a rail there, and actually did pull the trigger on it near Mega. Was able to win it because of it, but what does he do from here? Wenger is more stacked, has just been able to pick up the heavy. That lack of armor on Wenger's point of view meant that there was indeed a rocket jump to cut across towards Mega. That's why the fight just broke out there, but Nosfer able to stabilize and actually do decent damage himself. What does he do from here? Heavy will be that next objective. Nosfer behind, only had one rocket left in the tank, but he definitely made it count. And actually, is he looking to shut this one down? A bit early on the tri-bolt, but the idea was there. And here comes this heavy play.
Bit of overconfidence from Wenger in the build-up there. Nevertheless, the item's pretty much on parity, so Wenger has a good retreat option here over by the Mega. He's instilled more of a delay. Longer-term strategy here, because he'll want to build towards picking up that heavy and then rotating both major items. So he's actually still feeling confident. He's in a healthy position as well. And he's got the mid-ground, so Nosfer's actually missed out a little bit there. He's going to work his way silently around to the heavy, but without showing face, Wenger will know exactly what's going on. You can see him work his way across nice and safely, LG at hand. And as you said before, the dual wields come out just to defend this item. He's actually too afraid to be picking that one up. Lovely rail through the grate, but Wenger returns in kind, and they're trading item once again.
Nosfer knows there was that light armor to retreat to at the very least. Ooh, the opening shot here with the rocket. Wenger does take another one. Healthy damage at that, and the rails actually both miss consecutively. And this has been a rather interesting 3.5 minutes, Dan. I mean, I get nervous every time there's a rail fight because both players haven't been super on it with the rail so far. But actually, as I say that, Wenger hits 2, Nosfer misses 1, and this is a turning point. Misses the shot. Oh, and he returns it. This is exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and unlike maps 1 and 2, some of these clutch shots are missing for Wenger. And Nosfer's done a good job to not actually give away any frags. That was the problem in both maps we've seen so far, is Nosfer got off to an absolutely terrible start. So a mixture of luck that Wenger's missing some of these clutch shots and nice slower play from Nosfa is paying dividends. And this is the key at this point now, you know. Play the long game, work your way into it. There's no need to force the issue at 0-0. So you can afford to stay in it. And he's got that dual wield, so if he plays around that, which he's doing lovely, it's going to be his big lifeline. He has to use it effectively. Great rocket from Wenger, though. That's actually brought them back down to an even stack. Nice rail from Nosfer. He's got himself away, but he's now very low. And they will probably just reset here. Nosfer actually pushes the aggressive. He's caught him on the drop down.
No!
Wenger misses, but no, he hits the second. And I said he's not hitting a clutch shot, but boy, he proved me wrong there.
When he absolutely had to do it to him. Now, Wenger, not a lot of resources to duck back on. I mean, he has got Banana for a few of the lights, perhaps, but in doing so, Nosfer was able to pick up the heavy as he now pushes forward, shuts down this totem to keep himself a little bit on track. Unfortunately, that rail misses its mark. That would have been a nice little opening that Nosfer absolutely would have taken advantage of. Speaking of which, actually, we play the game. What's it going to be? There it is!
What a shot! But what I like about this is the way we said Nosfer needs to play on both maps. Use the rail, that's always going to be his most effective outlet. He's doing it so well here. The angles he's hitting are phenomenal. And Wenger's not keeping up with it as Nosfer takes the lead.
And now these rails are starting to add up. We're getting a little bit of a message sent. Wenger right into that one. Now, the totem is going to prevent Wenger from being railable once again, but if we were starting to be a little bit out in the open because maybe there wasn't some confidence in the rail shots, we are starting to have to shift in game plan from here. The aggressive push. But Wenger still alive, but tender. How long can he survive here?
Yeah, I love that push. Nosfer knows he's got both items on lockdown, so leaves the heavy up to go for the aggressive push, cutting off Wenger. Not able to get the frag, but you can see he's just chipping away, keeping Wenger weak. And by doing so, Wenger can't push these major items. He's not even feeling confident now to make these rail angles. So he's very much on the back foot, but now Nosfer's the one missing a couple of rails, and Wenger will be able to press this next heavy, having that unreturned damage. So here comes the dual wield, tribot spam, but big rocket to LG combo, and no, Nosfer! It was the right choice, but it just didn't work out.
Seemed like one of those plays where the idea was clearly getting a lot more damage than we saw. I think part of that might have just been that rocket knocking him off course a little bit, messing up the tri-bolt and not able to get anywhere near as much as he wanted to. And
the
now
big
a
problem
2-2.
was the initial engagement, missing out on any damage before that engagement, allowing Wenger to get unreturned damage with the rail. That's always the critical element. And now he's really on the ropes. He's got nothing to work with. He just has to do any damage before he dies because he knows it's inevitable. Gets the spawn, but does the double back, which puts Wenger's rail off. And a long time before this next Mega, dual wheel comes out. He wants to defend it, but he's still pretty early.
No!
And having eaten that damage as well, he now has to retreat. So that's the wrong decision. He's even going to probably give away a frag here.
That is a shame. Spur of the moment, you're trying to push forward, trying to get some pressure and damage on. There's a totem right beside you, and it puts you so weak. What do you do next? Nosfer tried to disengage, but at that point, it was almost a done deal already. Now Wenger already back on that item. Not that he's going to be sitting on it for too long. 10 seconds is a fair amount of time. The idea so far is going to be damage, and importantly, keeping that lead. I mean, it's been a slow game. Way less frags than we have seen in the previous maps, but in this position, Wenger the one in charge. The Mega does go towards him. That's going to cut into the cooldown time of his totem anyway. And
Feels
in this
like
position,
Nosfer's lost timing. You know, a couple of decisions he's making would have been the right ones if his timing was right. But now because of it, he's out of position. He hasn't got the rail, which is why he's struggling a lot to make any sort of movement here. He's just sitting on mid-ground, not really making a move. Again, he's in position for the Mega, but how early is he? Wenger can pick and choose whether he wants to make the aggression. Having hit that rail, he might decide to just retreat around and now defend this next heavy. He's quite happy with a 2-frag lead, doesn't want to take any necessary risks, so definitely the right choice at this point.
a really nice juggle! Oh, that was
Somehow,
so good, Dan. That was fantastic.
I don't know if that was a missed timing, because again, it was one of those things that, why are you there, Nosfer? You're 3 seconds late, but who cares if it works sometimes?
And that's put him in a pretty decent position. We've got just over a minute left to go, 1 frag required. The question is, what is Wenger's situation looking like? Hasn't got himself a rail, but He's got the rocket, he's got the LG, and
not
that
again, not
is
again.
the worst thing to happen.
That was almost a carbon copy of the frag we just saw.
Just how does he pull out these 100 damage every time? Every time he needs to, and Nosfer gets caught out there on the jump pad. I do fear that that is going to be a GG, because Wenger, he's the one in position. He's on the item. Nosfer now has to make something play. The desperation will set in because he has no time to waste. Unfortunately, that will make you predictable.
Yeah, that will be GG now unless Nosfer pulls something remarkable off. But without a rail, it's difficult to see how he does it. Has to find a way to close the gap, but he's just unable to do it. This was a much better performance from Nosfer start to finish. Much more clinical, far slower. I do feel there were some potential timing issues and timing errors, should I say, towards the end of the game there that maybe cost him a frag or two, but nevertheless, he pushed it to the absolute wire and really made Wenger switch it on. I felt Wenger was almost overconfident for the first few minutes with some of the pushes he was making. Had to learn to respect Nosfer and the way he was playing, and he made those adjustments. And I guess he was also looking a little bit angry as well in some of his play, really hyper focused, hyper serious. So that was a much better matchup overall.
It looks like there wasn't much respect being shown in those opening few minutes. I think mostly because those rails were a little bit all over the place. If you're going up against someone who's hitting every single shot, you have to be so insanely careful with every single step that you make. And then we kind of saw Wenger kind of running around the map a little bit carefree almost. But importantly there for Nosfer is that he was able to keep things really close and competitive. And the opening 3 minutes, we hadn't really seen a full frag all the way forward, where Nosfer was playing careful, wasn't overextending himself, and wasn't putting himself in these bad positions. And then Wenger once again opens up those kind of frags where he needs to hit 100 damage rocket out of nowhere, and then somehow he does. He did that right before there, before he caught him on the jump pad. And a better game from Nosfer, unfortunately though, not able to close things out. Wenger takes a rather important 3-0. And just to remind everyone, right, this is halfway point, a 3-0 that you can confirm now. We're starting to do the maths a little bit, and we're starting to look at who's going to be more comfortable in the finals and who might not be.
Yeah, and it's just one of those things where Nosfer, he's playing good. It's just a little bit erratic here or there, and this is actually one of the few series he hasn't picked up a map. He was pretty unfortunate, obviously, not even to pick up this one. So sitting at 7th, 2 and 6, you can see that performance-wise is decent, but the caliber now in this global league is a lot higher, and you can't afford to just not be consistent.
Well, it was a really good showing from Wenger all the same. As we said before, it's kind of nice to see him kind of returning to that form. The Insomnia map was a fantastic display of that sort of knowledge on deck. Either or, I suppose, because Nosfer did seem quite uncomfortable, but that was mostly coming down to how well Wenger was applying that pressure. Something you always do see on maps like that. The smaller the map, the more efficient Wenger can be at suffocating you. And then Blood Covenant was just where, I think, of all maps, Blood Covenant to me was Wenger's most impressive.
Yes.
There were just so many perfect sequences that you could probably practice it 10 times and not be able to pull off, whereas Wenger just does it in his sleep, almost. Like I said, it's almost like there's a world champion here or something, who knows? We're going to go for a quick break, and when we come back, our second series of the day will commence. Thank you for sticking with us during the delays. We'll be back. Apparently I can't speak today, with more matches. See you in a bit. Up next, it's Avec versus Maxter. So, welcome back to our halfway point here for Season 3 of the Quake Pro League. My name's Ketchup, joined by ZSX, Dan the Man. And, I mean, Maxter versus Avec is a matchup that we already know. I saw the head shake. We already know this is going to be a really good matchup anyway, because Avec just continues to look really, really strong. Maxter has come such a far way from when we very first saw him, and he was already pretty damn good when we first saw him. So my heart tells me an Avec win here, but I feel like it could very much be a 2-1. I don't know if you agree.
This is probably one of the matches we're looking forward to most. They are two people with a philosophy of Quake very close to my heart. You know, they play Quake the way it should be played: aggressive, fast, positive, and with a smile on their face. So it's going to be entertaining either way. You know, it's the Polish bull against the Argentinian bull, really. They just clash of the titans. And I agree with your assessment as well. I think it favors Avec slightly, but Maxter has this chaos factor that can definitely upset even the very best players. And, you know, we've seen him take maps and sets off of players like Rafa. So why not Avec? But I also agree, in theory, it should just be a 2-1 to Avec, but either way, it's going to be fun.
Almost sounds like Avic's objective is to kill chaos. We have the picks and bans ready to go, and we'll take a look at the journey. I do believe it will be Vale as our first map, and it will. Take that clutch out of here. Get rid of him. As it will be Eisen versus Galena in a shocking turn of events. You know, I've never seen these two champions go head-to-head on this map before. Insomnia does actually show once again, and this time, though, Maxter, the one that's going to be bringing it to play. Sorlag versus the Anarchy. And then Ruins of Sarnath, the final destination. Slash coming out again, but the visor on the end of Avec. So I'm actually pretty interested to see these ones. The picks and bans are quite exciting to me. I mean, clutch removed always seems to happen no matter who these days. I think a lot of people don't like fighting him, but Vales are our initiation, if you will. And then I want to see Insomnia. I kind of want to see if there's any extra differences, perhaps, for how we saw Wenger play it just merely an hour ago.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. The interesting thing with Avec for me is that he almost only ever picks these three champions, or thereabouts. You know, a variation of these three champions, more or less the same. It just seems to work for him, and it's interesting because, you know, it almost like he completely disrespects who the hell he's picking against or what he's picking against. He's like, this is the way I want to play. This works for me, and this works on this map. And that's it. It's just very, very interesting, because I do wonder what it would be like if he was, you know, almost Razy Rafa-esque, where he was super adaptive and was able to pick a lot more variety. But either way, it's neither here nor there. That's the situation. Starting on Vale, nice brawl map. We know Eisen's great on there. We know Avec loves Eisen. It's a match made in heaven. Galena is also very, very strong. Interesting to see him pick the Galena and not a scale bearer, though. That's left very much out that we know that in the past was a very favoured pick from Maxter, particularly on a map like Vale. But he opts against it. And that's a sign of a bit of a maturity, I guess, from Maxter's side. He's definitely grown up a lot. I mean, not to be patronising in a quaking sense, over the last season and a half or so, where his game isn't just about the aggression anymore. There is a lot more to him, and many more bows to his, many more strings to his bow. So that's interesting. And as you say, very, very keen to see how this Insomnia plays out. We see Sorlag again, but I've seen Anarchy played there before, and it works very well. So let's see how Avec can adapt, because it is obviously Maxter's pick. And then, yeah, Ruins, we have Slash. Don't see a lot of Slash coming out from Maxter, if I believe, so that's going to be interesting. I've seen him play before, definitely, but not a lot. And then Visor has utility, but can struggle, again, just because of lack of speed.
Information versus pure ferocity, I suppose, on that final map, as it tends to be with Avec. You know, if he's able to play that A game, which he's pretty damn consistent at being able to play these days, is an understatement. But yeah, going back to the prediction side of things, I think a fair few people will be favouring Avec in this, not only because he's a fan favourite, but he just is looking to be in really, really strong shape. But with these two players, you said it's a similar style that you're excited to see here. We could very much see that come forward, but Avic's the kind of player that a lot of people tend to just keep their eyes on. And going back to what you said about his ability to really go with the same select few champions regardless of opponent, there's so much to be broken down about that side of a player playstyle, I guess, because there are always two minds of it. And I think this goes down to almost any genre. And I guess it's easy to make the fighting game comparison with something like Quake Champions because the matchups are as prominent as they are. But at the end of the day, you will have players that go with essentially the meta every time, and they'll just kind of play a huge selection for different matchups. And then at the same time, you'll take players that have so much confidence in just a select few of them, and they're confident using that select few against pretty much any champion or character in the game, and that works well for some people too, so the whole idea of there being two minds of opponent, where if you're good enough to get the job done, believing in yourself can sometimes be more important than kind of believing in the tier list or believing in the matchup charts. It's always an interesting discussion to have. I never get tired of seeing it unfold, but it looks like we're jumping now into Vale. Both players have readied up, so thanks for sticking with us. Just to remind everyone, this is our second series of the day. We have plenty more Quake where that came from, so happy days.
Yeah, not even halfway through. So what's your prediction? Did you give it? I forget.
My prediction is AVEK win, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see a 2-1. But a 3-0 could definitely happen, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think on paper, matchup-wise, it should be an AVEK win, but pick-wise, I think Maxter's got the edge slightly. I'm not too sure how this Anarchy against Sorlag on Insomnia is going to go, and definitely on Ruins as well. I generally would favour a Slash played well over a Visor, just because the lack of utility of the Visor can be so exposed. Obviously, it comes down to many more layers of how you pull that off, but just on paper, I think Maxter edges the draft, but we'll have to see. We're starting over on Vale though, where we know AVEK is an absolute monster on this Ison.
And as we check things out from his point of view to begin with... Oh, dearie me! The opening rail to deal with that totem right as Maxter comes round the corner. The one thing you didn't want to happen.
I just didn't care. He went back in for more as well, which is very bizarre.
I'm still hungry.
Yeah, exactly. But he has now missed out on that frag, and he'll probably miss out on both of these items. He's not in a great position, particularly after eating it. Big rocket there.
Wow! Okay.
How?
An LG in hand. I was actually about to say, if there's one weapon he's going to have in that position, like, he might want to have the LG, but being able to just kind of sneeze out damage like that, I mean, like I said, believing in yourself, going in and you know what you got to do to get the job done. Actually, that's not an amazing situation for Maxter.
Oh, okay.
Because that turret, it dobbed on him. It told him off.
Yeah, sometimes we underestimate how annoying and powerful the turret can be as well.
He's over there.
Yeah, Galena on this map obviously can be extremely strong, but it takes time and strategy to get to that point. And at the moment, all of the totems have been used in combat, and so he's got nowhere near an over, so he actually got 0 totems off on the map at this point. Whereas AVEK is sitting pretty with both major items to his name. We said this is a very good map for AVEK, so Maxter might have to slow the pace down and actually work his overstack, because at the moment, he's being bullied by the aim of AVEK.
Ooh. AVEK does narrowly miss that rocket jump, but there's such a divide between the items, I don't think it matters all that much at all. As Maxter really kind of relegated to the bottom of the map for that split second as AVEK continues to cycle around, and there has been consistently a 10-second split between these two items pretty much since the map began. And that has only benefited AVEK so far. He's being nice and assertive, he's putting that pressure on. Maxter doing a pretty decent job at fighting back, but it all does come down to these item pickups, and even though he hit the rail, the heavy still went into the favor of AVEK. The question is, can Maxter now use this opportunity to pick up the Mega?
Yeah, he has a rough idea of when it is, so we'll be able to pick that up. So nice job by Maxter. Rail's definitely going to be the key weapon for him in this match, and he's been able to string a few together, which is good. Back on even keel in terms of snack. Slight advantage for Maxter saying that as well, and he's in position as well to defend this heavy. AVEK's just going to retreat and take the long road round, actually up to the high ground, try and do some damage. Maxter come flying on up, but he's eating a big rocket for his troubles as well. The turret's there, but it will probably just be taken down by Maxter. But AVEK's just testing the water with Maxter at this point, so if Maxter didn't go aggressive there, AVEK would have won himself the Mega, which is actually still up saying that. Maxter has left it up to push aggressively through the doorway, and now, having done that damage and got the information he needs, will he pick it up as well? So the split remains at around 10 seconds, given that it was delayed for such a long period of time. Nice by AVEK though.
Yeah, those rails have been phenomenal so far. And a lot of those shots are just coming down to just a simple understanding of where Maxter is, or is going to go in some of these cases. It's been less about those flicks and more, you know, you're down that hallway, okay, I'll just wait for you to show yourself and then hit the shot when I need to. Still impressive in its own right, but it's the information above all else that's really standing out here for Avec so far. Feels like he always knows where Maxter is.
Yes, and because of that, been very methodical and got himself back into full control. And Maxter actually retreating and allowing Avec to do this, who's delaying and delaying and delaying, hoping Max to come through there, but he doesn't fall for the bait. And Max has done what we said he needs to do. You know, he was trying to go toe-to-toe with Avec off the start of this game. It wasn't working, and he's been able to slow the pace down. Yes, he's not in control, but he's also not giving up frags, and he's causing Avec to slow as well. So that's really well played by Maxter, and again, a sign of just how far he's come, because in the past, he may have just carried on bulldozing his way through until he either broke or broke Avec, and this time he's taken a different route of strategy.
One thing we've seen from Avec is that he's always on the hunt right now. However,
Nice.
this is a rare case where he doesn't manage to get the damage that he wants, and Maxter able to return the favor, if you will, as now Maxter will be the one sitting on that high ground, Mega in sight, and there's a huge delay on these items. So I don't know, maybe that one little tiny exchange is what Maxter needs to get back up. Like you said, he's been able to play that slow game so far, and he's given up almost nothing. 5 minutes left to go. I mean, he's only 2 frags behind. There's plenty of opportunity for him to bring this one back and start making magic happen. However, the next objective, heavy. In this case, ooh, not only the heavy, but the overstack. Able to get himself 3 totems on deck. This is a fantastic position in a fight. He should, on paper, win.
Got to be aware of this turret, though, even though Avic's not the healthiest. Maxter might have left it just a little bit too long, and he has, because now Avec picks up the Mega. 1 second early, he just delayed too long, and once again, Avec is precise with his timing and with his execution. So, but you can see the thought process by Maxter. It was on point. Everything was nearly perfect. He worked that position. Just failed at the final hurdle.
If Avec didn't have that pinpoint timing of the Mega, there's no way he would have won that fight. But clearly that's why he's standing up there. He had the information that he needed. He had the execution to pull it off, and that was a masterful little play. Unfortunately, that does mean that, you know, the difference between 2 frags and 3 in this kind of situation seems a bit more significant than it might otherwise be, as Avec continues the control of the map. He continues to pile on the pain when necessary, but yeah, that one instance is one hell of a turnaround. And if anything, that can really kill one's morale, can't it?
And you can see that Avec is quite happy actually to challenge for the Mega without having the bigger stack, because with the turret in position, if he gets up early enough, it's effectively 2v1 at that point. Because if you bust on through that TP, that turret's going to do pretty much 100% damage to you the entire time, and you just can't afford to take the time to get rid of it. So strategically, Avec has a huge advantage over by the Mega area. It's this heavy where Maxter really needs to make it count, or if he wants to challenge for that Mega, to make sure he's in position earlier to stop that from happening. Nevertheless, he's doing great work in and around the map to keep Avec low. And because of that, you can see Avec is on the ropes and unable to really make a move. And there you go, there's the frag Maxter needed.
And Maxter made a really good read down near that light armor. You know, Avec was the one pushing down there, almost expecting Maxter to be the one to take it, but that was definitely a I know that you know situation. Used the opportunity to get some extra damage on deck and really made it count. Maxter, hang on. Okay.
That was so nice. There was reason why it was so nice, because he knew he had to push Avec before he set that trap up top with the turret, but he also knew he had a totem with an overstack in his pocket to refuel effectively going through. So absolutely amazing from Maxter, and he's dragging his way back into this game as he catches Avec over in the light armor room, decides not to follow it up and instead favors keeping control of the map. I mean, he's got 2.5 minutes just to get one measly frag. So nice and methodical, very slow. He obviously still needs to make that frag happen, and every minute that goes by, he wastes a bit more time and allows Avec to build his stacks, so he needs to keep on top of him. But the rail game is where he's been finding the most amount of profit in this map so far.
So far, 2 totems on deck, actually about to be a 3rd, and they are in positions where it's going to be a bit weird for Avec to challenge them. He'll have to go out of his way to make sure he takes them out. And I am kind of thinking, If a fight breaks out and Maxter does get good opening damage, he's going to have that third overstack to deal with, and there it is!
Such
Can he
a
finish
lovely double back from Avec to do so much damage, and he is very weak at this moment in time, but all the damage is keeping Maxter equally as weak. Lovely rail coming around the corner as well, and Avec reading Maxter like a book. He has taken the Mega though, so there's a big restack, and that rail will open a massive door for him to push on aggressively. He has to finish it now. There's no reason to let Avec go. Gonna push on in, but no, he's been bounced around! Can he finish it off? Just is the answer. Where does Avec spawn? By the LG. Lovely cut off with the rail though, so that's bought him some more time. He knows he can't finish him off without any rail, and so Maxter is in pole position with that overstack now to take this map away from Avec.
So many clutch moments here from Maxter. He had to hit that miracle shot, and he was able to do so. Push forward, control, even down to that read on Avec. You know, Avec pushing forward and getting hit by that rail on the way in. Safety lets you take the heavy, and kind of feels like we may as well be in sudden death already, the way things are going. Maxter in perfect position though, Dan. He's got all the totems, he's got the control. This heavy, but you have to watch out. Lovely rocket jump.
Oh, so ballsy, and ultimately lucky that Maxter moves slightly out of position. So Avec gets away with murder there, and he gets away, but he is now taking a lot of damage. 83, but he's bullied his way, as he does so often.
But he's out of rails. That's what I'm a bit concerned about though, Dan. He can't push forward as much as he would want to. You know, that setup damage without the rail on hand. He's only got an LG. He actually didn't got any rockets either. Maxter does not have much ammo at his disposal. In and out. Okay, stage 1. Got it.
But if Avec pushes here, which he won't now.
Oh my god.
He obviously doesn't know the economic situation for Maxter's weaponry, but if he did, I can guarantee he'd be pushing.
All right, we got some rockets. Part 1. This is going to be a very scary sudden death for both players. However, with Maxter not having a rail on hand, I do wonder how he's going to open this up. If we look over on the side of Avec, he is not having such issues. Okay, here we go. A fight begins, but again, he doesn't have any LG ammo. He's got 9 cells, 5 rockets. This has got to be so frustrating for Maxter. To jump down now and take the rail, he would have to give up so much of a position to do it. He's only got 2 more rockets. This is horrible for Maxter.
But Avec decides to retreat, get the upper ground, but just a second too late to do any really meaningful damage onto the item. Maxter gets away, and we do reset here as Avec is in position for this Mega. See, raining down the rockets from above. Maxter sneaks on through, but he won't go through just yet. Quite happy to sit on below, just try and do some chip damage. Neither one does anything, in fact. And we will go again.
Maxter had to accept that I'm going to give up this top ground positioning, and I'm likely going to give up the items too. However, Avec, hang on a minute, looks like he was a little bit early there perhaps.
He was, but that rail was critical. Maxter knows where his totems are though. He's had overstack for so long in the latter part of this game, and it's been a saving grace, but Avec times that one to perfection. He flies on down and gets the frag. What a push.
That was the rocket of all rockets. And actually, Avec only did about 380 damage with the rocket on that map. So he didn't use it all that much, apart from that final moment where, you know, it had to be done. But I gotta say, Avec was able to take that map in such close fashion. There was that kind of nod of acceptance from Maxter, because he was so close to returning the favor. Maxter did play that sudden death incredibly well. He had the entirety of it. He had no ammo. He had like little bits and bobs for either weapon, but it was only up until that final moment that he decided he had to give up that top ground control just to get ammunition. It almost worked out, but Avec just hitting that perfect shot in the last moment. I mean, really keeping himself in the game with those moments of execution by the end.
I mean, they both played to the absolute limit, and this is the ending frag. Lovely rocket to finish it off. 10 health, nearly actually died to the acid, but the pivotal point in the map for me was that shift in strategy from Maxter. They kind of went toe to toe for the first couple of frags. Maxter appreciated what was going on, that his direction wasn't working, and he retreated. He built his overstack as we said he needed to do. He worked around his rail, which was on form as well, and he went from there. But also, as you said, Avek's weapon choice throughout was so key. The amount of LG spam he was using was just keeping Maxter at bay, even though he was on the rope for a large period of that map as well. Maxter had large periods of control, particularly in the second half of the game, and then the overtime was, you know, make or break at that point, and Avek decided to take the risky play of going through the TP just after Maxter picked up that Mega, so it kind of caught Maxter off guard because he thought he was safe and sound. So really, really well played from both players.
That was a bit of a hurricane of a first map, and it's crazy to think that we have 2 more of these to go with these two, as we are going to be jumping into that new stuff again. Both players have readied up, so we'll be going into Insomnia pretty much as soon as we can. And this is another map that I'll be keeping a close eye on. I know you were a little bit concerned about the draft from this. You weren't sure how Anarchy versus Sorlag really was going to pan out. You know, it's similar movement and stuff like that, but someone's going to be significantly more tender than the other. But at the same time, Avek does just bring forward that confidence where it could very well work out for him, but I think we're both going to be paying close attention to it.
Yeah, I've definitely seen it at least picked once in the key build on this map. I think it was actually Psychic, if I remember rightly, and it didn't go entirely to plan. There is obviously some good strengths there. You can rotate around the map quickly. You got the inject, which is very, very good. Just the air control on Insomnia in general is strong. That's obviously one of the reasons why Sorlag is picked. But at the same time, you're going up against Sorlag, who is very similar in skill set, but with almost twice the stack. So there are challenges. We've already seen Maxter being able to manage the aggression of Avek pretty decently. I think a large part of this particular map is going to come down to the rail, who can control that mid ground.
And a lot of the rails that Avek has been hitting so far have been less of those kind of immediate reaction and more the setup first. You know, the setup tends to be 70% of the shot landing, and on a map like this, I'm going to be curious to see if Avek can continue that, because you don't have as much of those like really large hallways. You have a couple of angles where you can get real good rails, but if the other player is playing nice and aggressive, that can be a bit of a split-second decision.
Yeah, the denial of the spit on this map is actually very strong because of the amount of choke points, particularly on the entryway to these major items. As Avek drops on down, a little bit risky there. Maxter not ready for it. But they are just going to play keep away at this point in time, trading major items, not willing to over-engage, just feeling each other out, understanding what they're doing strategically.
As we can see from Maxter, this is that first step. Neither player wants to give away too much information, especially seeing as the divide between the items. I mean, they're both a fair while from spawning, so whoever could have got that opening shot would have been quite important. However, they do trade these rails. They trade again! And the trade seems to favor Avek as he's the one that takes that. Gets a little bit of that inject on deck and a mega. Maxter has the heavy here, but there's not a lot of health nearby, and if Avek's able to keep putting that pressure on, that rocket, whoa! That one almost hit its mark.
Yeah, KG opening will continue to trade. Once again, the rail's been the defining factor, the rocket and the spit, just used to manage choke points, manage entryways. Neither one willing to go aggressive. All coming down to who can connect with 2 subsequent rails. As I say that, the Avek spots his chance. He gets Maxter, very, very weak. Unable to finish his opponent.
And Maxter steals away that heavy at the same time and catches Avek in the wrong side of town. All right, it's not every day Avek gets caught like that.
Oh, there we go.
Wow, okay. 1-1.
Yeah, lucky spawned from Avek in reality and pick up his weapon after dying. I don't even think we've seen any damage with anything except rail just yet. Neither one making any conscious effort to close the gap or pushing aggressively. Avek taking more of the initiative, but Maxter managing it pretty well.
I feel like this is much more of a game of cat and mouse than we saw the last time we had Insomnia, merely in the last series. I'm watching this through Maxter's point of view the whole time, and there have been so many moments where he's just hitting that walk, giving away as little information as possible. And actually, again, listening out for where Avek's going to go. He's been able to hear the inject at the very least, so he knows he has to go and take that mega. The inject's been used. I need to compete in some way.
No, really well read by Maxter there. Noticing, as you said, the inject's coming out, which signifies that Avec will be going aggressive. Does manage to trade items, so they're just exchanging positions at this point. Avec is actually really wanting to try and take a fight and take the initiative, but Maxter is managing that. Despite playing obviously the tankier champion, he doesn't want to make any aggressive moves. He just wants to play around that rail and keep it at a nice and slow pace.
Ooh, in doing so, Maxter opens up that rail angle. Ready for Avec to potentially make chase here. But actually, Maxter's done a really good job of just slipping by and gets 100 damage.
I see.
He has been so sneaky so far, and there's another rail to hit its mark. This is going to perfectly set up Maxter for a free heavy. And Avec actually pushing forward with no armor. That is a risky play for sure.
And this is a really frustrating position for Avec to be in, as he's trying to do anything he can to close the gap between Maxter, but Maxter's positioning has just been better at this point in time. He's been reading Avec slightly better. I mean, aim-wise, connection-wise, more or less even, but when you've got a slightly better stack, a slightly better position, you can capitalize upon those trades better, and that's what Maxter's doing at this point in time. And if you looked at heat map of this particular map, they'd be very similar positions they've both been camped in for the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, Maxter's been sitting pretty towards that middle ground for most of it. And there's the opening rocket, the flick to answer back! Maxter was the one that was railable. Or not quite railable, I should say. Still alive, but for how long, I wonder. I wonder if being this weak is going to kind of somewhat shift the balance of power on this map for the first time. Maxter's kind of early for this Mega, and if he comes around the corner, he might get him, and he does!
Oh, what timing from Avec. Perfect to come flying around, and now we might see a change in dynamic on this map as Avec has got his way. Finds Maxter up top here, bounces him around and takes the lead. He is low, but he's got enough time to build himself a stack to contest for this next heavy, and now there's a big split between the major items. Avec can take this map and really change the agenda. Lovely, aggressive rail. Max is pushing in for the first time all map. He's done some damage, but not enough. As the inject comes out, Avec will go flying around, challenge for this next Mega, and Max is not even going to show face. As I say that, he comes in through the other direction and gives away his life.
That's a real shame for Maxter. It looked like he missed his jump towards, where the jump pad is. He tried to make it towards Mega, and it kind of looked like he slipped off, which meant that he was not in position to sit on that Mega. And if he was beforehand, maybe he would have been able to pick it up mid-fight, maybe survive long enough to get the frag even. However, not much else can be said about that one. Just has to move on and forget about it. 4-2. There's still time for him to bring this one back here. However, there has been such a significant shift in aggression. Now, Avec is the one that's in control. Avec is taking all of the items now, and he's getting a couple of bonus frags for his trouble. Maxter, you can see why he was playing it so careful, because it's just momentum you cannot allow to begin here.
And now Maxter's been almost dislodged from his perch. You can see Avic's the one with the initiative. He's reading Maxter. He's the one getting the initial rails. And that is putting a huge dent into any potential comeback from Maxter. Big split between the items has now come for nothing, as Max has managed just to delay enough time on that heavy to get himself a Mega. The items are bang on even as well, which means they both have a get out clause. But the time is ticking away with 3 minutes on the clock to go. There's only 2 frags in it though, Ketchup, so plenty of time. However, Avec looks very comfortable now.
Identical items as well. It kind of begs the question, are we going to sit here forever? How long are we going to wait to make something happen? We trade the rails, but that's a trade that Avec can happily take and Maxter can't, and that does mean that Avec... Oh, I love that play from Maxter. He stopped in his tracks and just listened to make sure Avec was not going to fly around the front. Had to do it.
But I also really love what I've seen from Avec. It's almost like machine learning. He's kind of clocked what Max is doing. He's kind of taken read of the main positioning, the main angles Max has been playing with, and fought around it. And now he's on the verge of taking I was going to say he's on the verge of taking a 3 frag lead, but no, Maxter closes the gap. He's very low himself, so Avec will undoubtedly trying to find a way to come flying back in. He knows how low Maxter is. The question is, can he connect with this first rail? No, Maxter does enough to get away for now. They continue to trade, but with only 1 frag the difference this time.
Misses the opening rail, and that could be really bad. Actually, Avec tries to make the read on the jump pad, but Maxter doesn't take the bait. And with that opening rail doesn't hit its mark, this is a very, very unusual fight, to say the least. Thankfully, Maxter was able to get himself some rails. That was a split-second decision that didn't quite work out for Avec. That one missed rocket could have been everything, but wait! Surprise! Here's a rail.
And just when it seemed comfortable for Avec, Maxter comes fighting back as Avec misses a few clutch rails, maybe a little bit greedy, particularly on the frag. It was unnecessary to push that. It's kind of one of the drawbacks of his playstyle is that he just wants to take these fights, and sometimes this is what can happen, it can backfire. But he still has the lead for now with 1 minute to go. This has been his camping ground all game long as Maxter's taken the mega side, Avic's taken the heavy side, just goading each other to try and push on through. By nature of this map, the choke points are so tight, it can be a bit of a stalemate like this. And that's exactly what we're seeing as Maxter trying to find his way in. He knows that Avic's in the vicinity, but not exactly where. He has to make a move now with 1 minute to go, but Avec is in the upper ground. It's going to be so hard for Maxter to do anything.
Maxter has to make a very brave decision here. You would, in theory, be completely mad to push up a jump pad knowing that Avec has the advantage, but with 30 seconds left to go, those situations might be forced upon you. Avec has had such a strong defensive position all the way through that even showing his face near those bends is playing a scary game, you know, because you're giving up a little bit of rocket damage. The aggressive push! Does it work? No, it doesn't, but such a worthy attempt. Oh.
But it's too little too late. That's the way he should have been playing 5 minutes ago, you know, that I can understand the strategy, but at the same time, Avec, you could see the momentum shift as Avec was adapting to it, and obviously there's not enough time now to close the gap with the comeback. So it was a pretty unusual duel, in all honesty. Not what you would expect to see from these two juggernauts.
It kind of like you said about halfway through the map, that they both set up shop on specific areas of it, and they stayed there for pretty much the entire duration. It was the closing few seconds that saw Maxter finally go for that aggressive rocket jump straight forward. Almost worked. I mean, clearly got that opening shot on Avec because he took him by surprise. It's just that couldn't get the damage he was looking for. But that was another fantastic map. Only one frag in it between the two, and we are getting an extremely split down the middle series. It's a 2-0, yes, but, you know, at the risk of sounding rather generic, I know this term is used a lot, but it's a 2-0. The scoreline doesn't necessarily reflect how close these maps have been. At the end of the day, what it does reflect is Avic's ability to close it out and finish the job.
Absolutely. I mean, map one could have gone, either map could have gone either way. Definitely felt that map one, Maxter played better. Felt this map he retreated into himself a little bit too much, maybe gave too much respect to Avec, in all honesty, and it cost him the map at the end of it. Even though it was 5-4, I think Avec had more control and actually probably felt more confident closing this one out than he did on Veil. So we will be moving on now. It is 2-0 Avec, so he does pick himself up the series win, as I guess the majority of people would have expected, and we could have said in the intro, but it was very close either way. And as you said, map 3 could still go Maxter's way.
Yeah, you had the concerns about Visor. It sounds almost like strange when you talk about Visor and the lack of utility, but I think we just look at the matchup versus it's just being able to gauge. Having the wall hack is one thing, sure, but having the ability to just fly around the map and get all this extra information by just seeing it and hearing it and running the cycle of all the items nice and fast, the aggressive pushes when it's down, you know, without piercing sight, Visor's just a abilityless medium champion, right? So this
Vanilla.
is another yeah, back to the way things used to be. Old man yells at Cloud. But I mean, like, this final map, we could definitely still see Maxter take it. It just, Avec is, there's been, his game plan just oozes confidence, and I think that's what I love about watching him.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more, and that's why Avec is always a joy to watch. You know, map 1 was won off the back of big balls plays, so map 2 nearly thrown away off the back of big balls plays. So it can go both ways, but we are on map 3 where it is a completely different set of circumstances, and I still do have fears around Visor in general. Still has got a lot of utility. You'll have to play a slightly slower pace, but, in the hands of Avik, it's always going to be scary no matter what. If Maxter can pull out the slash, really control the game, use the rail and start connecting, then it gets really scary to be a Visor in that kind of situation. You have to almost turtle at times. And if you do turtle, then you lose full map control. So it's kind of a catch-22. So we'll see how Avik decides to play this. And a lot of that depends on how well Maxter is playing as well.
Well, here we go. The final destination, Ruins of Sarnath. With Avik already having a 2-0 here over Maxter, but a chance to stabilise just a little bit. As we are in this halfway point, those individual maps will start to get added up, no doubt. And let's see if Maxter can at least add 1 to the tally here. We'll be checking things out from Avik's point of view first. And as expected, a slow beginnings. Information is key here, especially seeing as Avik does not have a lot of weapons. He's using this piercing sight just to make sure he can safely pick up some weaponry first, which is definitely a good call to make.
Well, earlier in the season, Nosfer actually beat Avik 2-1. So, you know, we can see the battle for South American pride is currently with Nosfer winning this particular matchup. But it's a good start by Maxter when we're looking at this map. You know, he's got full control now. Avik has to retreat. He's already used the piercing sight, and he's in a bit of problem here as he has to back away. But, you know, playing the runaway game against a slash is never the position you want to be in, because you're generally not going to win that unless you dart between TPs. Then you can do something tricky, and that's what he does, but doesn't do enough.
That was almost a turnaround for Avik. I mean, there were a couple of rockets there placed, narrowly almost hitting the direct, and if they did, that would have been potentially a very different story. That was a hard situation to even survive in, right? Because, again, the rocket can be great for certain situations, but if you're having to play that defensive game where even landing good splash damage is hard, that's a hard call to make. It's no wonder Maxter made that push forward. Avik did what he could, however, now at last brings himself a rail on hand. For the first time all game, he's been able to actually pick up a rail gun.
And as we saw against a slash earlier, if you start hitting a couple of rails, if you string 2 back-to-back, you've effectively crippled her, and there's not a lot she can do at that point in time. So that's obviously going to be the game plan for Avik. Either that, yeah, the kind of real choice you have at that point is to start turtling down in that heavy area, because that's a scary place to be as a slash. If you get bounced around, you lose all the effectiveness of what your champion can bring.
At the very least, off the back of that rail, Maxter will have absolute certainty that was a piercing sight. I mean, that was no reaction, really. That was you walk around the corner, you get hit frame 1. So he's going to have at least that level of information. How much it will help him, I suppose, remains to be seen. Mega is this next objective. He's not going to need that piercing sight for this inevitable fight here. Hits the second shot that he needs, and that's put a distinct difference between the stack of the two. Maxter forced to retreat. Nice trap, though. Watch out. Here we go once more. That was so good from Maxter.
Not willing to give Avik an inch there, even though he was actually the one in the ascendancy in the stack. Just wanted to get away cleanly and play safe, you know, work around a big stack. No need to take any risks. He's the one now with the lead. So a lot of respect coming out from Maxter.
I'm just loving the change of pace. It's been a very slow, methodical series. Pretty much all 3 of the maps. And these opening moments are so pivotal. Avik putting himself in position to take that heavy. And in doing so, being able to cycle around this map a little bit, looks for a bit more of that range damage. Maxter narrowly misses that rail. Could have been a slightly different push if he was able to hit his mark. However, the important thing is the item in play. But before Avik takes that, actually pushes forward to take the light, and actually Maxter turns around and steals it. Okay, let's go, Maxter. I see you.
That's just what a slash can do. I mean, Avik basically was just running up the stairway, and Maxter found 3 different angles by the time Avik got up the stairs. So it's just insane the speed she can play at and the angles she can create.
God.
But this is what Avik is known for. That nail gun was unreal. Melting Maxter. He does get the frag in the end, but he took so much damage.
I cannot believe he hit almost every single nail there. That was unbelievable.
I mean, if you've ever watched Avik before, I wouldn't even doubt it for a second as he comes flying down the stairway, hits his first rail, can't connect with a second. Maxter sticks around. That was pretty greedy. That's given a massive lifeline to Avik.
We go back into the scary game. One thing we haven't addressed, which is always apparent when it's light on the ruins, is if you want to get some armor on deck that's not a heavy, you have to put yourself in a rather outwards position. Now, that is going to be a missed rail. That one won't be, but more beneficial to Avec, who can back up towards Mega, now put himself in position for heavy. Max is going to have to focus on just licking his wounds rather than fighting for this major item. And now, what do? Avec, way more stack. An opportunity to hit even one single rail and put Maxter at death's door. Misses it, though. That was an important rail to hit, but just can't land it yet. There it is! And way too early on that Mega to sit and collect it. He's going to have to run away. At the same time, give it up. There's the rail that Avec was looking for, though. Delicious.
And this is what happens if you start hitting a couple of unreturned rails against the Slash. She can't do anything against you. The game plan for Maxter is beginning to unfold. It's kind of what we saw on Insomnia. Unable to impose himself, beginning to lose out on momentum, beginning to lose out on rail duels, and suddenly the map falls away. He still is in the lead, though, so he's still in a good position, but once again, Avic's got the reads. He pops the piercing sight. I'll be double back, though, from Maxter just this time to get away.
Would have been a rather greedy decision for Avec to do 2 rocket jumps back to back. I mean, we're happy to take some damage, but maybe not that much. Maxter still very, very weak. Oh!
Definitely thought about it, though, but he didn't need to. He gets a frag, and Maxter actually gets a bad spawn. Shouldn't hold your plus forward if you don't know where you're spawning, and he said you're going to cost him a frag. Oh, that was a bit of a mistake from Maxter, and now the tides have turned. Avec is continuing to build his lead, but there's a big split between the items that he's maintaining, and Maxter hasn't gotten in. I don't even know what timing he has at this point in time. Avec is not railable, so he's happy just to pick up that Mega and go away. He's going to catch him through here, but Max comes flying on through. Lovely rail from Avec. That means that Maxter is very weak, and he's going to be too weak to contest this pickup, which puts him in an even worse situation now. Ooh, that was a close rocket as well.
That drive-by rail near Mega was a phenomenal shot from Maxter. However, I can actually see it from his point of view, the reserved nature of these rail shots. I mean, the moment he's even fired the rail, he's already put himself right back around the corner because he is terrified of return damage, and he should be. 3 minutes left on the clock. He's able to take the Mega at the very least. If he died in that rail 1v1 over there, would not have been able to pick up that item. Unfortunately, here comes yet another rail and a perfect positioning, and that's a piercing sight. Able to use the pillar to his advantage, but it's still active. Watch out.
Oh, he just can't connect with the closing rail, and Maxter gets away with his life for now. How big of a situation will that be in the final 3 minutes? Avec could have extended the lead, but Maxter lives to fight another day. But once again, he just can't get on the items catch up. And without being able to get on the items, to put it bluntly, he just has to hit more rails. And at the moment, he's not doing that.
He's only got 2 of them so far as well. And by taking rail ammo, might put himself out in harm's way. That rail misses, gives him a moment to make sure he lines up the shot perfectly, but that's the final shot he had. Maxter needs ammo, and he needs it now. Why has he been constantly out of ammo this whole series? It's been cursing him all the way through. Oh, he heard the piercing sight, I'm sure of it.
Avec is playing really, really well at this point in time. Not an absolute blip in his control for the past 3 or 4 minutes. Full control, best positioning on the map so far. Max is struggling. He's playing the outskirts of the map, but wherever he's going, Avec is more than ready for him. So completely mitigating the speed. But there you go. There's 2 rails now. Avec, though, is still in position for this Mega, and it's up. He knows it's up. He can also afford to eat a rail. He can't now, so he has to get away, and he does just quickly. He's left the heavy up, should they say, and now Maxter has an item. Finally, for the last minute to go, he has something to work with.
That was such a scary game for Maxter to play, knowing that if you get hit by one of these rails, you're done. And if you get hit by that rail, you've lost the map. But you know you have to put your presence known on these items. Being able to do that and hit the shots, unfortunately, does find himself in a situation again. Able to slip the net temporarily. That piercing sight is going to vanish. And now Avec is not going to have that final potential nail in the coffin here. But Maxter, right, armor on deck. He's got himself a little bit more. Avec, on the other hand, is just happy to sit here and wait. He's consistently had more armor. He's hitting a few rails to keep Maxter low. And if he can just keep doing that for 55 more seconds, he is laughing.
Maxter doesn't have a lot to work with, though. He's got time for one more major item, and then he really has to push the button. Avic, though, popping that piercing sight before the round of pickups just to see what's going on. He sees where Maxter is. He knows he can catch him in the drop down, exactly what he's doing. Maxter doesn't drop, but he has to do something, and he can't do anything. Avic does close out the map. 30 seconds to go. Really nothing Maxter could do. He hits a huge rocket. I don't even know how you hit a rocket from that angle, but Avic finds a way. And catch up. He'll take the series 3-0.
This was such a phenomenal performance here from Avic, mostly because, especially in that final few moments, he played it so perfect. I don't even know what Maxter could have done to win, you know, to pull off that comeback and bring himself back into it, because there was such a devastating chokehold that Avic had forced there, and funnily enough, mostly due to the information that Piercing Sight was able to gather. Not like Maxter would have had to be simply like lucky, surely, to get that frag down near heavy. Like, Avic was in such a prime position, it almost felt like there was no way he wasn't going to get that frag at the end and just take it all the way.
Yeah, it was an interesting series for sure. It definitely wasn't the best Maxter we've ever seen. But that was also just the Avic factor, the pressure he puts on, the amount of damage he puts out. Like, he might not have the flashiest aim in the world, but by God does he have one of the most effective aims. And just all of that packaged into one makes him so scary. And I think Maxter almost retreated into himself a little bit too much. There was a game plan there, but I felt more aggression at times could have served him better. And, you know, we saw it in the first 2 minutes of Veil. He tried to go toe-to-toe with Avic and was failing. He needed to adjust that game plan there, but it didn't ever seem like he worked his way out of that. And because of that, you know, Avic had a lot more license to play freer. And when he had control, the pressure was just mounting onto Maxter, and he wasn't able to outgun Avic today.
Well, I tell you what, I thoroughly enjoyed that series all the same. I thought we got to see a prime display of just how good both Avic and Maxter are currently looking. You know, Maxter going to be disappointed with that. You know, always knows he has what it takes to go all the way, and especially those first few maps, they very much could have gone either way. It's just, you know, victory favoured Avic today through his rock solid game plan, but Nosful was this close almost every single time. So a lot to take away from this, I think. Being able to look at how both players are currently looking, being able to go this close all three maps, Avic's ability to clutch it out and pull off those miracle moments when he needs to do it, and outside of that, just rock solid game plans. I think that visor display on Ruins was as perfect as it could have gone, to be honest.
Definitely. I mean, Visor can struggle, but Avic showed you the strength of Visor, and you know, if you play it with confidence, play any champion with confidence, this is what you can do. Like, and we said at the start, Avic knows what he likes, he knows how to play to his strengths, and when he does that, people adapt to him. So he doesn't even give a hoot what you're picking at the end of the day most times. He'll pick what he wants to pick, he's going to make it work. So it worked today. It was very close throughout, 5-4, 5-4, 6-4. Wouldn't have said those would have been the scorelines at the start of the day, but you know, credit to Maxter to keep it so close. Full credit to Avic to take the 3-0.
Well done, is all we can say at the end of that one. We're going to be going for a quick break, and when we come back, our third series here for Week 9 of Quake Pro League will return. Thanks so much, and we'll see you in a few minutes' time. Okay, welcome back everyone. You're currently watching Week 9 of the Quake Pro League. My name's Ketchup, joined by ZSX. It's going to be Dramis versus Chain for our next matchup today, and this is the final match before we jump into our two featured matchups with DJ Wheat joining us on the desk. Virtual desk. We're all at a desk in some capacity, just 3 different ones. You know how it is here. But with these two players, I'm looking forward to this one. Oh my god, I'm inhaling air. Help me, apparently.
You're right, mate. I'm
fine now. Sorry, I just muted my mic. I'm talking, then I don't know whether it was a bit of bunny hair or something that went in my throat, but we're alive now. We're good. Dramis and Chain. Yeah, tell me about it.
I think 6 months ago I would have said this should be a fairly comfortable victory for Chain, but he's really been struggling this season. He's bottom or second to bottom in the leaderboard, not where you would expect him to be, and I think he's reevaluating and finding his way again. He's not looking particularly confident. I feel his play style has been a little bit too passive, and so the meta's moved on since then, and he needs to check how to improve. Whereas Jammers, we talked about in the intro, right? He's on the up and up. He's playing so well. I mean, looking back to Iron Fist, he knocked out Venga and he hasn't looked back. He's very scary and he's on form. So I am actually looking at this one thinking, Jammers, can you do it 3-0, not even just a victory?
I hate to say it, but I feel like I agree. I strongly think we could see a 3-0 today, and the reason for it is you're just looking at players' recent forms. Dramis is, for me, the biggest standout example of a player that is just continuing to ascend and do well. A player that has been kind of wanting that for a long time, and for me personally, it kind of goes back into our last season where Dramis, for those that might not know, Dramis suffered a hand injury that put him out of action for a couple of months. I can't remember exactly how long, but it was a significant amount of time where he couldn't play. And then when he came back, he seemed extremely motivated and hungry, almost, where it kind of just lit a fire underneath him and went, right, let's start pushing and see how far we can go. And kind of from that point, we're looking at a new Dramis right now. We'll take a look at the picks and bans and we'll find out what the journey is going to be here. But it's just great to see him do well, that constant rise to power. Now, Veil first, no surprises there, as it'll be Keel versus Ranger. Awoken coming out with that Athena versus Anarchy, and then Deep Embrace. We get to see that today for the first time.
Yeah, and I'm really liking everything about this matchup right now. The map picks are great, and the champion picks make it even more fun. But if we stay on Veil, I mean, it's pretty much a staple. If it's in the pool, Chain's going to pick it. He does play it very well, but he's going up against a Keel, and Dramis plays this map with a Keel very, very well. If he starts hitting hard, Chain's life is going to be an absolute misery. The Ranger has a lot of good utility there, but would have thought something like a Galena or an Ison would have just had a bit more of an edge. I do like the Ranger, but it might struggle just a little bit there. The burst potential still could be good. Awoken, we know Chain plays a good Athena. A big question mark over Chain across any of the maps is how is Zane going to be? If he starts connecting with his rail, he becomes scary. If he doesn't, that's when he really does struggle. So that's a big watch out for me. Anarchy's a great pick as well to go up against the Athena. Obviously, you're going to struggle with the verticality no matter who you pick, but the speed and the inject is very, very powerful on Awoken. And then Deep Embrace, the Galena's useful. There's not a lot of left in the pool. I mean, the Nyx could have worked if you're feeling confident. Galena's okay on Deep Embrace, it's not the best. And Ison equally, not the best, but it's still pretty good. You can use the turret, particularly on the heavy area, to be very, very disruptive.
One thing that always reflects the champion picks for Dramis tends to be momentum. And not so much that on Deep Embrace, but Dramis does complement those champion picks that let him feel the energy, perhaps. He starts to get that one frag, he needs to start daisy chaining. We all saw the incredible comeback he was able to perform when he fought against Rafa weeks ago. Those kind of champions that let him just powerhouse through and keep on rolling. It works very well for him because you can kind of feel that he's quite an energetic player. That comes through both in his gameplay and also I think just the way he carries himself as a player. Whenever you see his player point of view, he does tend to get quite hype, quite excited, because for some players that energy just lets you reach that next level. The adrenaline perhaps comes in, as it will in a game like this. But I feel like it's not much point in talking about predictions here. I think a lot of us really, no detriment to Chain, I don't want to be disrespectful, but I just think that a lot of us here are favouring Dramis to take this one, and could be a 3-0 just with how good Dramis has been looking lately, versus the fact that Chain just hasn't really looked like the Chain that we got familiar with stages ago, seasons ago almost.
Yeah, it was season 2, right?
I think so.
Yeah, and there's a lot of reflection there, but you're right. The storyline, the narrative is how far can Dramis go at this point in time. He's always been someone that is respected and highly skilled, but a bit of a diamond in the rough, if to use a Disney reference there. And he's beginning to shine himself. He's beginning to round those edges and find a strategy that works and is consistent. I think consistency is always one of the key factors to look out for particularly for newer players. It's just finding ways to grind out victories. You know, if you, as you said it right, it's hard to get a comeback. It's finding ways to stay in games and to really push yourself, and that's what he's doing. But we are in this map now, so we'll be looking at what's going on. They're trading items. Dramis, though, with the pressure, going in aggressively, hits his first rail and a second as well. Chain hitting nothing so far. There's a rail, but there's a third from Dramis. He's just going to bully his way on in because he is Keel.
He is not going to need to hit a fourth one. The damage ain't necessary. It would have simply been a waste. So a wonderful weapon swap there for Dramis just to finish it. A beautiful read on Chain's drop down, actually. And this could potentially be a taste of things to come. Chain forced to use the orb to escape. That is not the situation a Ranger wants to have to use an orb. You know, not against a heavy champion where the damage can be game-changing.
Exactly. Dramis is just using his stack at this moment to push on in. He's using too much damage now, really needs to retreat, but he needs to go back in and just do some sort of damage to Chain. Maybe too greedy. Actually swapping to rail, and somehow Chain doesn't get the frag. God knows how, but apparently the nade to rail combo is too strong. Dramis also in position now to pick up this next heavy armor. Chain's got no weaponry. He'll be able to pick up the Mega, but still has no weaponry. And Dramis, knowing that, realizes he's in a decent enough position to carry on going aggressive.
He has very little to fear apart from that super shotgun. And the orb does finally come out to pay its dues of the damage department. A bit of that bonus tri-bolt damage from Chain, but this is kind of what I'm talking about, right? Momentum and being able to just feel the moment. Dramis very much plays with his heart on his sleeve. However, that rocket was really good. However, the LG... oh, pushes him forward and allows him to just sneak in that little rail. That was an unusual turnaround, but Dramis will be happy to take it and really goes into that momentum I was talking about a minute ago.
Oh, lovely combo then. Chain goes back on through, but the 180 rail is strong from Dramis, and he is feeling it. 4-1 already. Normally when we watch Chain games, he's quite passive. We see low scorelines, but he's going toe-to-toe with Dramis at this point in time. Unfortunately, it's not working just yet because he's not doing enough of the pre-work to keep Dramis low. There's a good start, second rail, but the stack is so big from the Keel. And
I know you were watching that from Dramis' point of view, Dan, but it looked a little bit to me like Chain missed the orb. Either that or mistimed it.
Oh, there's some good rails from Chain. He is connected with a few rails, though, which is a positive sign for him. If he can continue that, you know, he will be able to get his way back into this game, but Dramis has got himself a little bit of a buffer now, which means he can take some more risks, really throw his body at Chain if he needs to. And he got a rail to work with, but that's all he's needed in this game so far. He's hit 2 back-to-back, but the super shotgun is going to be huge.
Now, potential cockiness maybe from Dramis. He's overextending a fair amount, even just going through that teleporter the same way, where it's like, yes, he caught Chain off guard with 1 extra bonus shot because Chain must not have believed in his heart he was going to push. But even now, Dramis is just pushing non-stop, and he is actually starting to pay for it. There's a lot of confidence there, and I mentioned he plays with his heart on his sleeve, very guttural. I think sometimes that will work against him if he just doesn't hit the shots, and so far Chain is matching him for it pound for pound, and just like that, 5 for 5.
Yeah, well, I said he had a buffer. That's very quickly been eaten up, as you say, by the aggressive maneuvers, which haven't been paying dividends. Chain is hitting his shots as he does connect with the shotgun there. Dramis is going to carry on flying into Chain. He knows he's weak, but hasn't got the right weaponry to finish him off. He's still in the way of the Mega, though, so good timing from him. And now Chain is in a vulnerable position. He's got himself the lead somehow after clawing his way back into the game. And he needs to find a way to get back into a period of stack advantage as well.
There's a very clear element of just pure, unadulterated aggression from Dramis, where when he's dying and then picking up a weapon and going straight back into the fight, clearly unfazed by dropping these frags. And to be fair, I don't think he's phased by being down a frag here. He knows he has the stack. He knows that he has time. The clear game plan here is to just overwhelm. The frags have dropped because he just hasn't been able to hit the damage that he knows he can do in these fights. He wouldn't be pushing if he wasn't confident he could win it. But if there is that one moment where he breaks away, perhaps, and he starts getting a bunch of frags back to back and then can start playing a bit slower. The question is, he has to hit that stage first.
Oh, so nice by Chain there. The fake orb caught Dramis off guard, who is not showing a lot of respect for Chain whatsoever. That was a very cheeky rocket jump, even if Chain had taken the orb. Might come back to bite him, as Chain might be able to win himself this heavy if Dramis isn't quick enough. But Chain, I don't think he knows the timing. He doesn't. He just sees it spawn as he falls on down, and Dramis gets both major items. Now Chain's in a lot of trouble. As I say that, an awkward engagement as Dramis flies on by. He's just holding W with a rail in hand, and apparently he's hitting all the rails anyway, but he's taken so much damage just to get that frag. It feels like he needs to just clean it up and play a bit slower.
This aggressive push towards Mega, I don't know about it. He does manage to get a bunch of damage, but that's not going to mean anything, seeing as Chain's been able to take that Mega off the back of it. However, with that perfect timing on the heavy, Dramis knows even if I do drop, I can spawn, be in a better position to take this heavy, soak it up, and then make something happen in the next 4 minutes. Chain opening rail and just pushing up. Dramis just does not care at all.
No respect whatsoever. Chain is just having to work around the aggression from Dramis at this point in time, and it's working for him. Dramis is continuing to go on aggressive, even though he doesn't have the stack. And you can be drawn into that type of playstyle when you play a heavy champion. You have the confidence of the stack. You feel you need to use it when it's there. But at the same time, you have to respect that your opponent's hitting their shots and they're taking better positions than you. You need to work, still play a level of duel. You can't just bully your way through the map.
I don't think I've seen someone try and strong-arm themselves onto a map quite like this in some time. It's almost feeling a bit reminiscent of, you know, sort of 2017 when people were kind of just finding their feet, you know, picking the aggressive champs, going in, all guns blazing. Very unusual.
Particularly when it's not working and Chain is actually playing very well around the aggression. You need to change tack a little bit. So, it's still got plenty of time in this low catch-up. 3 minutes to go. Dramis has picked himself a couple of items, but Chain is very healthy in his own right. He's going to push an aggressive here, but good denial there from Dramis. And let's see if he does check his kind of aggression now.
Oh, he does get a good decision on when Chain's going to drop down, but unfortunately does not get the rails to complement that decision, and another miss. 3 misses consecutively. And now Dramis is in a lot of trouble. Are we going to be sitting here at the end of this map thinking, I don't know why he just relentlessly pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed? There's still time, but I'm a bit nervous for him now, Dan.
Yeah, now time is definitely not on his side. He needs to make a maneuver, and he's already shown his cards with how he's playing. It's difficult to see how more aggression can come out. If anything, he needs to... Oh, nice throw by Chain there, really nullifying the whole pickup. He just needs to pick up cleaner items, giving so much of his advantage away. Even now, he's done lots of damage, but he is weak himself.
Chain extremely railable. However, with the rails not hitting their mark, yes, Dramis is in position for this Mega, but I am looking at the time. 1.5 minutes. We've got to get 3 frags here. Chain can start to back up just a little bit if he wants to. I know it's a smaller map, but still. Opening rail. Hits the second one. All right. Dramis, can he make magic happen? He has to hit every single shot, though. He cannot afford to miss these rails.
Yeah, he needs to close the gap as well, but Chain is just whittling down. Look how much damage he's done with just machine gun in hand. Dramis might even die here. He has to skirt himself away. He's got both major items now to play with, but after this round of pickups, he just has to go on the offense once again.
All right, he's set up. If there's any time to go in, it's going to be now. Aggressive push. The defensive orb doesn't hit its mark, and Dramis. He just needs one more and then some. Chain fresh off the spawn.
He knows. Oh no, he's been caught. He hits the rail. He's been levitated. Can he?
No way!
He can't. Oh my god, Chain gets away with murder there. Somehow living off the spawn with his LG. Still time. But Dramis needs to find him, and I don't think he's got the weapons to do it either. I think Chain has done enough. He's been caught here.
He can't get a trade.
Where's he spawn? He's got no stack.
He hasn't got time to get the items.
He can't rocket jump up. He's got nothing. Oh, he hits one, but no, Chain will get away. And that is all she wrote. And what a bizarre game that was. I don't even know what Jamis was trying to achieve half the time with some of those pushes.
It seemed like a real turning point was... Weird to say turning point as it was so early, but... I don't know how much of it we caught in the replay, but it was those opening few minutes where Dramis had a big lead, and then he just kept pushing, fresh off spawn, and just died about 3 or 4 times in a row. With how Dramis was approaching this matchup, I'm going to actually check these replays and kind of refresh my memory, because he got some phenomenal frags here, and he just chained them over and over again, but we then just started to see this dynamic where Dramis just wouldn't... He didn't stop. He didn't take his foot off at any point. It was really unusual, to say the least.
Well, it also plays into Chain's hands a lot. Like, we know that Chain likes to play this positional game. We know he likes to play defensive and play around his rail. We have seen times where his rail just wouldn't connect, and he's hitting mid-20s. And if that would have been the case today, Jamis would have absolutely barreled him through. But he actually played into Chain's hands. Chain's used the passive and the orb of the Ranger just to effectively get away from the bull rush of Keel. Worked around him, played the angles better. And I think because Dramis was keeping Chain on the ropes, he felt confident enough that he would convert one of these frags eventually. But that point, that eventually came too late, and he gave himself too much work to do. So really have to credit Chain there for keeping his composure, because there was a lot of pressure coming out from Dramis. And yes, we say, in hindsight and in context, why are you doing that? But in another world, in a parallel universe, that would have worked and he would have won that map quite considerably. It's a very risky tactic, but Chain played around it very well.
It's kind of like you said just now. It happened too late, but if someone refuses to change the way they're playing, and I think actually sometimes you would see elements of this a little bit from Tox almost, back when they'll stick to a game plan, because if they start getting that momentum one time, it can very much start to snowball and it can start to do well. Like, they're going to be doing this one game plan because they truly believe that it's going to work at some point. That's not exactly the safest way to approach it, but we've seen maps go that way in the past where sheer aggression will eventually work. It's just that when it doesn't, it's very unfortunate because, hindsight's a wonderful thing. We can sit here and be like, oh, we should have stopped being aggressive, should have done this, should have done that. But if the player truly believed in their heart it was going to work eventually, it's kind of hard to tell someone how they feel, I guess, right? All we can do is sit here and be like, well, now we've seen what happened, maybe this and that. But in the time it's taken for that, we'll be jumping now into Awoken, the Battle of the Light Champions, Anarchy versus Athena. The Anarchy is going to be on the side of Dramis, and it's Athena on the side of Chain. Almost got a bit jumbled there. But, do we think there's going to be a bit of a strategy change here for Dramis? That seemed very Keel specific, didn't it?
It definitely favours heavy champion, obviously. Throwing your body out the wall, you spawn with a big stack. But knowing Dramis, not so much. I think you have to play more reserved, but you can still be aggressive. You have the overstack there. You've got more speed. Obviously, you need to be respectful of the Athena just because of her overall utility and versatility in combat. So it will be more reserved, but still aggressive from Dramis. I think it's all about the rail with these two, though.
And as we open up, looking at it through Dramis' point of view, oh,
okay.
God. Hello.
Oh, what a rocket from Chain, but he hasn't got a rail to follow it up. He doesn't need to, but he can fly on in with 2 more rockets. What a start from the Canadian.
Dramis had a clear idea of how he wanted to start this map, and I think that an Athena flying into his face with a rocket might not have been on the list. However, Chain capitalizing and actually matching that ferocity has been so paramount. Now he does drop
rails.
wonderful rails. At the exact same time, maybe, yeah, Dramus did take away the heavy, but I don't know, Chain's got himself a really good start. 2 frags in less than 60 seconds. This is how you want to contain someone who is historically uncontainable.
Yeah, and Chain's Athena is actually very, very strong.
Absolutely.
So you can see him feeling more confident. It's definitely something that's been lacking in previous weeks. Feels that he does go into his shell a little bit when things don't go his way, and he relies so much on his rail in particular, and when it's connecting like this, it's a completely different player, completely different animal.
Oof! That was a bit of a slippery fight right there, Chain. Good time to land it though, as he is able to take himself that mega and set up for whatever comes next. As you can see, that heavy is going to be the next objective, and with the Battle of the Lights, those heavies are going to become so important to surviving, and not only that, but being able to potentially push forward and get more pressure fresh off the spawn with an opponent that has very little to work with. However, Chain backing off and looking for information. Opening rocket doesn't do much damage, and he's very weak. Can he escape the clutches of Dramus right now? It's going to be hard to do it.
Yeah, just at that point, trying to do any damage he can. He knows he can't get away. He's got a bad spawn as well, but with the shotgun against a light champion, you can make things happen. Oh my word.
That was so good.
Dramus is looking a bit rattled, if I'm honest.
It just seems like Chain is more than prepared for the absolute, like, pure aggression that he's having to deal with, and it has been the aim, the ability to kind of stabilize, and, I mean, just hit shots like that one. He's doing so much damage, he's punishing it tenfold.
Dramus isn't even being aggressive at this point. Chain is just delivering whenever Dramus shows face.
A little bit of a clutch escape there. Ledge jump and grappling hook combined, able to say, no sir, I do not want to take this damage just yet. The armor goes into the favor of Dramus. Dramus looking for a clear opening. Now the Mega's going to be the next important.
Yeah. What Dramus is doing though is he has been collecting more items than Chain to this point. And so the pressure will begin to pay off if and when the exchanges don't go Chain's way. And that momentum is already beginning to shift there as for the first time Chain misses a rail and Dramus begins to hit. So big fight here over the Mega. Chain's a little bit early. Dramus isn't doing enough though, and he lets Chain get away. He gets the frag. He himself is weak though. So he won't be able to put on too much pressure. But there we go. This is what happens. So Chain needs to start converting more of his good work into stronger control. And it's just one of the factors of his game that we have seen in the past is that he needs to put more offensive pressure on to suffocate his opponent, not just be reactive in his playstyle as he was in the previous map.
Dramus got a really nice look around there. Right, as he picks up that major item, Chain underneath hit that delicious vertical rail to keep on going, and that pressure will continue actually. Dramus happy to take it because he knows he can return the favor. And I think he's going to be in position for Mega for yet another time. And Chain has a bit of a decision to make without a rail. Now he's conceded a frag. That key weapon that he's known for is not here. So it's going to be a bit trickier for him to find those openings. Oof. Chain's just collected the tri-bolt. It was the only thing he can do to really challenge those rail angles at the moment. Speaking of which, a rail is now finally in his possession. Dramus with the control of the map, the happy stack, but Chain, I think he's just playing so patient and careful. He's super, super angle heavy.
Yeah, but he's also completely off the map at this point in time because he's Dramus running the items for free. And this will pay dividends for him in the long run if he plays smart, unlike in map 1. Great rail out the TP and a second as well. Chain is on the ropes again. Dramus, though, respecting more than he did in map 1. So he has learned his lesson.
An aggressive push that actually makes he eat 3 rockets. Thankfully, they weren't very damaging ones at all, but that rail is now very scary. Looks for the clean opening to take that Mega. Pushes forward just a little bit, but that was a very scary situation. Dramus could have actually died there if the rockets hit just a bit harder.
And here we go, the exchanges are continuing to go Dramus' way. Chain's doing a great job at this point to stay in the game, but as we said, It seems like a matter of time until Dramis is able to convert one of these. And then we're on even keel. He's also not pushing in, so the respect remains. Chain is doing a good job of making sure he has a strong defensive position. He's playing the mid ground very, very well. That's obviously what Athena is great at, just having the capability to push on in. But he's trapped a little bit here. He's done a lot of damage with initiation rockets. Inject comes out, but Chain misses his actual grapple. There's no Mega Up for a long time, but Chain resorts to just taking the mid ground again. Lovely read by Dramis, and Chain will have to back off now.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a sloppy encounter there from Chain. It didn't cost him his life just yet, but here's the aggressive push! Unfortunately, doesn't work out in result of a frag, but it has left Dramis extremely tender. As Chain pushes forward, it's not going to be just the Mega that he takes. No doubt he'll take some other weapons too in the meantime. But that's somewhat equalized a little bit. Dramis now very, very weak, able to take himself one of those single lights. But actually, the fight, oh my god! I was about to say the fight for heavy, but there is no fight needed.
Chain knew exactly what was going on there. He read Dramis like a book. Got himself back into this game. Dramis going to come pushing on through. This might not be the play as Chain's got a bigger stack, but he's not hitting as much just in time. Is the Mega though. Built himself into a 2-frag lead. So the wall was strong. He's resisted enough of the pressure, and now he's back in the ascendancy. Really well played by Chain.
It's very hard for Dramis to close out these frags at the moment. Chain's fighting because he's happy to do so, and his aim has been so strong and consistent today that he's able to get the damage that he needs to. Now, you said it earlier on that if Chain was having one of those kind of off days that we have seen throughout this season, you'd think that maybe Dramis would have been able to just run away with the pure aggression, but it has not worked this time round. Dramis has been less aggressive here. More respect has been shown. However, when the fights are breaking out, Chain is still comfortable to just really fight fire with fire. Dramis has not been able to chase down and finish the job. You know, part of that comes down to the mobility of Athena. A big part of it just comes down to how good Chain is at positioning himself. An aggressive push, though. That's a critical frag to lose.
Yeah, that's a big mistake by Chain. Get himself trapped there way too early. And now he might even give away another frag as he's super low. Dramis is being really greedy, though, with the rail!
Why is he going rail all the way, Dan? It has been his Achilles heel today. It has been.
Yeah, that's plays giving Chain a huge lifeline back into this game, and Chain is stuck, but no! My word.
I will be frank with you, Dan. If we see a 2-0 here, I will call this a rather shocking upset. I don't think any of us would have predicted it to go the way it has. I know the series isn't over and neither is the map, but if Chain can get a 2-0 here, I would be the last person to have expected it with just how well Dramis has been performing week by week.
Yeah, but he's being stifled by the defensive play of Chain. I mean, Dramis likes to get into a brawl. He likes to go toe-to-toe with people, but Chain positionally has been light years ahead of Dramis. Dramis is running the map better. Yes, he's got more items, but this is where Chain has been living, up on that mid-ground spot. Basically just camp there all map, and Dramis cannot find a way to break it. But what Chain has also been doing really good is just being very intelligent about when to push. 2 or 3 times now he's pushed in with the grapples, with the shotgun, with the rockets, closed the gap at the right time. So that's what he has done so well.
This is a scary position now. Dramis picks up a frag, but once again it's not clean, and actually Chain getting the heavy side spawn. That is the best spawn you could have asked for in this situation. And Dramis, can he do this? 20 seconds on the clock. He needs to make something happen, but he's weak. The odds are against him. If Chain lands this final shot!
Oh my, Mega's up there. He's still got with a
now or never.
Hairbreadth chance. Yeah, he's got time to go around. He's an Anarchy after all. The question is, can he actually great rocket through a TP? Chain is going to run himself away. He's out of grapples though, so if Dramis can find him here, which he can't, he will be losing map number 2 and the series catch-up.
I did not expect this. I really didn't. And some uncharacteristic errors from Dramis have been made throughout the course of today, and I think even down to that situation where he has the big push near heavy, he's getting juggled by a fair few rockets, if I remember right, and he just has the rail out all the way, and you can see the frustration afterwards, thinking, why did I have that out? You know, but part of me thinks it's coming back into that momentum. Sorry, got a frog in my throat today, evidently. The fact that he's feeling the momentum of the situation so much. In the heat of the moment, if he wants to use this weapon, or in a lot of cases, the rail in these up-close encounters, they're phenomenal when you land the shots, but when you don't, you just get stuck in this horrible, like, no man's land, and any other weapon would have done more damage than the zero the missed rails were doing, right? So, I think a frustrating day for Dramis, it must have been.
So close but so far, particularly on this map, and you have to credit Chain. It's not easy. Like, Dramis is still hitting hard, so Chain has to do his defensive play well. Yes, he wasn't hitting as hard himself this map. You can see statistically he's quite low, but what he was doing was being very smart with his position on when to play. Look at the big deciding factor. 1700 damage with the rocket compared to 200 with Dramis. The use of those close range weapons was the deciding factor. He used Athena perfectly, and we know he's got a great Athena. So really, really well played to Chain. Obviously slightly off day by Dramis. 78% rail against an Athena is astonishing though.
I think it just goes to show that although the rail accuracy was really good, and although that one, potential situation where he got juggled at the end and missed the rails was probably not a fair representation of how good his rail was on that map, Chain's use of just the close combat was working so much more efficiently. And it's like we said, I definitely feel like this was an off day for Dramis. He'll probably admit it as well. The series is not done. We have Deep Embrace as our final stop here. Chain, if he can take this as a 3-0, as someone who is in need of some victories, this is going to be a fantastic day for him. Yeah. And again, I want to reiterate, this may be a bit of an off day for Dramis, but that does not take away from how well Chain has played around his opponent today. He's done so well, and this is his strongest week we've seen. And
I think that's the key factor, that it felt that Dramis was playing the map, but Chain was playing the player. It definitely felt that Dramis was playing a bit to ABC, whereas Chain was really thinking about where am I going, what's my opponent doing, what's my defensive positioning, just had more options, whereas Dramis was trying to fly around the map, take up the items, hit his shots, and call it a day. So it needs to be him playing at a much deeper level than that, and he can do it. We've seen it in the past, but Chain has a very good effective playstyle against what Dramis wants to do.
And we'll see if that will come to fruition here. Can Chain take a, I would say, vital 3-0? I've said it a lot and I'll say it again. We are in that halfway point of this season, so if you're able to turn things around and get a really, really good result one week, who knows what that could mean later down the line as we finish up the season going into the finals, right? So let's jump in now, looking at things so far from Chain's point of view. And it's going to be just champions alone, a bit of a different matchup, right? The Galena versus the Ison, they just don't have the ability to fly around and do what Dramis normally has been doing, but straight up the jump pad.
Okay.
Nice.
It's just a bit greedy from Dramis again. He just didn't have the right weaponry to close that frag out, and still takes this super risky play to go up a jump pad. Chain here, trying to offset, get the right information, delay the item, and he's put a big split on now. He knows when the Mega is because he heard that jump pad. Dramis sees it as well, so there we go. There's full information for both players, but Chain in the advantage, having hit a couple of shots there. He's got the right weaponry as well, and he's just going to keep this rail away from Dramis. And if you do that, Dramis is half the player.
An aggressive push being made from
Nice.
Dramis. Oh, the two-piece straight in, and he misses the shot!
Oh,
no way! Looking at that from Drama's point of view, I do not know how that shotgun missed. That is going to be a tilter. Oh, no. And the turret's hurting him too. It's almost killed him. 24 HP, are you kidding me?
Well, Chain has got off to an absolute flying start now with this 2-0 map lead. This starts the game has been absolutely phenomenal.
And unfortunately, Dan, it is the complete opposite for Dramis. This map so far has been a disaster. Oh, he just does not have the health to take this fight. I do worry if Dramis is just a bit frustrated.
Does seem it a little bit. Some of these pushes are unplanned. Actually got knocked off course there, luckily for him. Survives to pick up the Mega. But yes, he does need to start actually being more, I guess, delicate in his approach play. You can see him just striding in, trying to out-aim Chain. And it will work this time as Chain's rockets are not connecting, but Definitely needs to start working his way into this game, doing some pre-damage around the map before he makes these pushes.
Yeah, Dramus has been consistently kind of low on the old armor department, so it's good that he was able to pick up that heavy just now. You're saying that Dramus was able to pick up that frag on Chain because Chain's rockets finally weren't hitting their mark. That has been a rare occasion, few and far between. The rocket's been kind of his miracle weapon all the way through, especially on that last map, as you said, about 1.7k damage versus Dramus's, like, what, 250 or so? So there was a clear divide in weapon usage so far. Now, Dramus has had consistently the overstack of the totems. Chain has not really been able to deal with them so far. That's going to give Dramus a bit of an edge. He's making these aggressive pushes. If he has more stack to fall back onto, might very much kind of aid that aggression that he wants to push forward on. However, not able to hit his marks, and again caught on the jump pad. It's just disaster after disaster.
It is, and he's got overstack to play with. It's actually pretty rare you see someone with overstack, let alone this early on. However, the Totem Fortress has been found. I was going to suggest Shane actually look for them, and now he has found them. So that's now gone as a utility for Dramus. And nothing he's doing is working, but at the same time, there doesn't seem to be an awful lot of strategy. He needs to show more respect as Chain.
Oh, the flick rails. Chain picks up the item, though. I mean, importantly, it just means that Dramus can't pick it up, and Chain cheating death, and they trade. That is only going to benefit Chain. Now, Dramus does get a good spawn. He gets rocket and rail off the two corpses, but he's in need of a lot more good fortune at the moment, because I just feel bad for him at the moment. And Chain is playing still phenomenally well.
He is indeed. Dramus, though, picks up that heavy. Now should be able to pick up the Mega as well. So Shane, for the first time in this map, is not going to get a major item. The question is, what can he do on the defense now? Dramus comes striding on in, and Shane sitting absolutely nothing. So we know how quickly this map can turn on its head if you have full control. And Dramus now just needs to maintain that control.
Now, as he opens things up with an impressive rail. Importantly, it's information. He knows that Chain doesn't have a rail of his own so far, so there is going to be something he can test. However, the rail has just been picked up, and he'll know it full well. If he can push forward, maybe prevent this from being an issue. Takes the frag up here on Chain. Okay, so once again, spawning fresh down here, he's got nothing. And the double rail back-to-back gives Dramus an opportunity. Chain was, I think Chain considered, we're looking at his x-ray, I think he was thinking about running towards rail, but definitely made the right call to not go there.
Yep, and now we have to look at Chain and ask ourselves, what can you be doing? Well, that's a good start. Won himself a heavy, which is exactly what he needs. So he's maintained timing of that. Also got to play around the ice, which definitely favours the heavy side of the map. But at the moment, the last 2 minutes or so, he's not really been hitting an awful lot. So has to get back into the game somehow. And Dramus, on the other hand, continues to smack down rails. I mean, I was going to say he's started hitting more, but he hit 80% last game, so it's continuing that trend.
That defensive plasma from Chain certainly doing a decent amount of work to stop Dramus from being able to push forward the way he wants to, though, and an important item has been taken away for yet another time. Chain preventing this, but just knows he's coming around the corner and he's ready for a rail to punish. And this is a major push from Dramus, and this is kind of what we were talking about in even the very first map, that Dramus just continuing the cycle of control and hitting all these shots. You know, this kind of snowball effect can definitely happen, and it's happened for Dramus all over the shop, but
the difference is Chain isn't hitting this time. You know, he was hitting for the first 2 or 3 minutes of this map very well, and ever since then, been a bit hit or miss, and this is what happens. Dramus hasn't really changed anything. Dramus is continuing to plus forward, except now he's not being met with the same resistance.
It's a very volatile style of play, isn't it? Having to rely on the opponent simply not being able to hit the shots consistently.
The other big factor is because of the pressure, Chain's been relegated to the low ground, whereas in the start of the game, Chain was controlling the high ground much better, which gave him easier angles and more opportunity to do damage. But now he's playing from the low ground. Dramus is controlling the tempo of the map. He's saying that he's given away, though, that heavy, huge rocket.
Nice.
That was really nice.
And with the way things are currently going, a chance for Dramus to make it not as much of a devastating loss. And when you're a player that's on momentum and many of your extremely hard matches have already been played, you know, you would have looked at this on paper and thought this was a chance for Dramus to kind of just bulk up his statistics a little bit, but it mean, all the compliments in the world to Chain for how well he's played today. And I mean, we're talking like this map's over. I'll say I'm talking like this map's over. It's certainly not. Chain can still pull this one back here. He's got the armor to do it. And hang on a minute, catching Dramus in a situation with no armor to play with. That sort of flick defensive rocket into the retreat definitely saved his skin. And we meet head on.
Definitely not still worrying, but Dramus is very, very weak. Missed out on the Mega now as well. He's done a lot of damage, and what a rail that was. If he hit that second, it would have been dirty, but Chain's still in this game. Dramus takes the risky move to go on up. The benefit is he stole the heavy, but now there's only a 2-frag game, and the Mega's up in just a second, and Chain is in perfect position to take it and get his way back onto the high ground. Dramus will have the time to pick up all the right weapons he needs to defend this, though. Chain will be wary of that.
As we can see, these kind of careful entryway rockets just to kind of clear the way, perhaps get some information on deck. As this heavy spawns, very much looks like Dramus is going to be the one to take it. Chain doesn't want to push forward and overextend here. There is time to make magic happen, but there's not much of it, and especially seeing as there's 2 frags to take up. Chain has to play very, very careful indeed. Mid-air is fantastic. Hits another one, and Dramus weak, but he swaps out to the rail and clutches it. That was a scary moment for sure.
Yeah, and it's a matter of execution now. Dramus has just come out and hitting more than Chain at this point. Again, not really anything has changed from map 1 till now. It's just Chain hitting less, Dramus hitting more. Shows the small margins these people are playing at.
An unusual series from Dramus, to say the least. The fact that he's going to be able to take this final map, well, in theory, 30 seconds left and it's Deep Embrace. I'm gonna hold a little bit of reserve. Oh, never mind. If he hit the first shotgun, then maybe, but didn't quite get it.
Also much more even on the champion picks. Maps 1 and 2, Chain definitely had a movement advantage, and he uses that very, very well. This map obviously doesn't have that, so that's one of the factors why he's struggled, because he hasn't been able to outposition Dramus through the movement capabilities. It's been much more even in that factor, and so you have to play more even on your aim, and he's not been living up to it as he was in maps 1 and 2. So perhaps one of the strategies against Chain is to try to at least match him on a movement capacity.
Kind of going back into the importance of the picks and bans, potentially. And all information's good information. Is one of the big things that we get from these weekly shows is just all kinds of information about how we might be able to play in the finals. You play someone now in the weeklies, that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to lose to them every single time. You might get some rather vital strategies from the time you play against them that you can save, keep close to your chest, and then come back stronger the next time you encounter or clash, right? Whether it's a community tournament or whether it's the inevitable finals that we're continuing to build up to. But a really, really well done, I think, is in order here for Chain, because he did play extremely well and very smart, like you said, kind of playing the player less than the map. And there was a lot of player experience there. The amount of times they've gone head-to-head is countless at this stage. But Dramus probably going to be disappointed with that one, I think.
Yeah, he definitely will. To a certain degree, he kind of threw map 1 away to a large extent, had a good lead, was playing well. Just went full W mode and with the rail and didn't really stop. Maybe that caused a bit of frustration. I felt map 2, he definitely played sounder, he had a better solid footing, he played the map very well. But as you just alluded to, Chain strategically on map 2 played it perfectly, and Dramus couldn't find a way to break his defensive stronghold. This map, he just ran at Chain, showed no respect, and just railed. I mean, it wasn't really a game plan. He played the items well, he was timing, but look at that. 2,000 damage with his rail. It's basically all his other weapons combined, and he just bullied him with his aim. So without the movement on this particular map, much smaller map, combat heavy, it was in Dramus' favour. And you're right, he'll feel frustrated after previous weeks. He's been playing very well. He took a map, so it's fine. But maybe we'll see Chain coming back into this season a bit more now.
If you're a kind of player that's rocking some almost downwards momentum with results, being able to get a significant win like this is going to be so good for a player's morale. And above all else, just kind of re-cement to yourself that you have what it takes to get it done. Let's not forget that Chain, once upon a time, was said by many to be top 2 in North America. And for good reason, was an absolute powerhouse for almost an entire season, right, or a stage. It was just some time ago, and it's nice to see Chain kind of pull off these kind of victories and play rock solid. Dramis, you know, as they say, it happens. Maybe with a little bit more of a different word there, but ultimately just stuff to reflect on for future weeks where there's plenty more games where that came from. We're going to go for a break, excuse me, and when we return, our first featured match of the day is about to commence. So thank you for joining us. Featured match number 1 after the break. Hi everyone, and welcome back. You're about to watch our first featured matchup of the day here for Week 9 of the Quake Pro League. My name's Ketchup, joined by ZSX, but if you've watched these shows by now, you know it's not just the two of us here for these final two matches. We'll bring in DJ Wheat. He's here, and he's rocking a fresh new
Happy
cut.
Saturday. What's up, everyone? How is it? How's it going? Good matches so far. Excited for the next two that we've got coming up. Glad to be here as always.
We have a lot to break down with even these two matches coming up. You know, Xenoku versus Kilson. It's one of those matches that I would always look forward to, especially because you look at someone like Xenoku, who's continuing to do really well. A recent change, acquired by Maestro Gaming, so big congrats there. This is, I believe, the second week in Pro League he's representing Maestro. And then you have someone like Kilson, who is like final boss material. One of the best players that we have in the league, one of the most dominant players, is now not completely undefeated, but is still on a bit of a reign of terror, Dan, I think is safe to say.
Still the scariest player in the Pro League for me at this point in time. I mean, you don't 3-0 Rafa and come away without a good reputation, so he is scary, but this is a matchup I'm actually really intrigued for. Xenoku's got one of those playstyles where he can just drill into you and really keep in a game and grind it out, and they practice a lot together, and he doesn't get rolled all the time. He does take maps, and so who's to say this isn't the day where he can take one or maybe even two, upsetting the balance.
I mean, taking one map, I could see that maybe, but as it stands right now, Kilson is like the Elden Lord. He was taken down and defeated once, but he still is looking nice. I mean, even in his defeat versus Wenger, he still took that last map, looked very solid in there. I think the story that we saw last week was that, Wenger has said, hey, I'm a candidate for that throne right there, which we always knew that he was. But I think between these two, I still feel like Kilson, even with the blemish now in that loss section, he's here to win this one. Xenoku, absolutely. I could see him totally taking a map because he's looked really impressive, and Maestro picked him up for a reason. Also might give him access to some resources that he may not have had previously, or some practice partners. It could be really beneficial. Not saying that is playing in this week, but very, very riveting to see what might come out of that.
I mean, all I'm saying is, call me a conspiracy theorist with a tinfoil hat, but since Xenoku has been sponsored by Maestro, he's been practicing against Razy on stream a lot more. So who knows? Maybe there is definitely some truth to that. But we'll take a look at the picks and bans, and we'll have a look at what we're going to be going through in these three maps. Ruins of Sarnath, Awoken, and then Deep Embrace. Actually going to be in the same realm for all three maps. So I actually don't get to see that every day. Shout outs to the aesthetics. But it's going to be clutch removed, which actually does seem to be something that's quite common. I mean, if people play clutch now, most people do not want to deal with it. They never wanted to, but more people seem to be playing clutch, so the ban becomes a bit more prominent. Anarchy versus Strog, and then with the Awoken, Athena, Doomslayer, and then Deep Embrace, Death Knight, once again. Love to see some Death Knight. And then Scale Bearer taken away. No surprises there. I mean, everything here is nice and standard, I think. I don't know about you, Dan.
I just can't get over Xenoku's photo, sorry. What I'm really liking about this season, particularly compared to last season, is just so much variety in the picks and bans across the board on every single map. We're seeing picks in this particular match that we haven't seen all day, so it's really interesting. Struggle Picker comes out for the first time today. Kilson actually counters that with speed for speed, which I like a lot. Xenoku loves to try and get the movement advantage. The Strog's very good on Ruins, but also like the Anarchy pick over on Kilson. I think that could be a very interesting matchup. Moving on to Awoken, we saw how strong Athena is there anyway when Shane picked it up. But we also have the Doom, which at least allows Xenoku to try and get more control of the high ground and the mid ground. And that's exactly the problem that Dramis had on that particular match. So that's a good pickup by Xenoku there. Allows it to play a bit more stable. And then going on to Deep Embrace, we've got just Carnage with the Death Knight. Don't see a lot of Death Knight anymore. I think players have learned how to work around it. It can cause a bit of chaos on Deep Embrace, and then range is just very good pick all around.
Now, yeah, I agree with a lot of what. No, I mean,
Sorry.
Sorry, I'm still laughing about the photo. I mean, also,
I didn't want to say anything. That was the classic.
I was joking about I think the clutch ban was just because it's a Maestro representation, right? It's like respect there. I don't know, but in all seriousness, I think that all three of these maps look particularly juicy overall in terms of what we might get out of them. I think map 3 is actually the one that is a little bit more difficult to say. Here's where I think there is a clear winner here, but I'm excited to see Athena and Kilson on the Awoken, and I think Ruins. A question I got for everyone is: are we going to see a Railson come out? Because the last time I saw Anarchy, Ruins, Kilson, it was a fireworks show. So I'm still going to go 2-1 Kilson on this one. Curious to see how that third map is going to play out.
Yeah, I feel like I kind of reflect that prediction. We could see a 3-0 if Kilson is, it's hard to get an off day from Kilson. It almost never happens. There's always this distinct level of just ferocity in his gameplay. If he's having his absolute day of days, he could definitely 3-0 Xenoku, even though Xenoku has been doing very, very well for himself. However, a 2-1 I believe is likely. I think at least one of these maps is going to go in that way of Xenoku, because he has what it takes to get the job done. Whether it comes down to a series win, I don't think is completely off the cards, but he would have to play, the best Quake he's played in a while, because Kilson just brings forward that consistency at the end of the day. Now, Dan, sorry to say goodbye to you. We're going to have to put you into the best seat in the house watching it from the chat room, but you'll come back later to do the final matchup. How about that? But as we come back in, it's you and me, Wheat. We're going to chit-chat about this video game right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking forward to all three of these. And I mean, it's been what's been so great, Ketchup, about this season so far is that there have been leaders, and then there have been those that have come in and taken them down. And we're just seeing a phenomenal amount of storylines that continue to sort of unfold. And I mean, just even the Chain versus Dramas matchup, right? We're seeing all of these super phenomenal results that don't make what is going to happen week after week so predictable. And hey, that's the best place that we could be here for this 2022 season. So I think that this particular matchup represents that same sort of feeling and philosophy that we've been getting throughout the entirety of this season so far.
Well, it looks like we're jumping into our first map here, so actually going to go check over. I'm so curious to see what the chat thinks about this matchup. I'm going to imagine there's going to be an element of prediction here for Kilson, as it tends to be.
Yeah.
Looking at the record, 6-1 already. I mean, and even that 6-1 was not completely one-sided dominant, right? You always know that Kilson and Wenger are going to have these just incredibly good matches. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, he's a clear favorite here versus Xenoku for me. I'd like to see Xenoku pull this one out and make those maps close and really give it one hell of a good match. But Kilson's preparation has just been, throughout the entire course of Season 3, unbelievable, to say the least. Like, he's been scrimming against absolutely everyone. He's been taking part in all community leagues, all community activity, and he's just looked more than rock solid in every single one of them. Like, this could be Kilson at his absolute peak form right now.
Completely agree. And not to say, Kilson's also live streaming a lot of his games, practices, etc. So he's sort of showing everyone. Not everyone is doing that, but obviously what Kilson is producing is clearly doing a lot. And, I will continue to be watching how he develops out and continues to play here. But all eyes on Xenoku here, because this kind of fighting from the back of the field, if you will. And we're just a minute in, only some minor exchanges here so far. But Ketchup, I think we're looking for that first frag. Both players with a little bit of speed here, neither wanting to commit to that first battle, because I think that first frag will, as it usually is, be very important.
Yeah, there's a clear reason we're seeing so much care put into these approaches so far. Kilson with an injection in hand, and the fact that Mega is right in front of him. If he can take this without having to pop it, then that's going to be even better for him. It looks like he will. Xenoku's going to disengage, try and give himself a different kind of position. But yeah, we're going to see tons and tons of care so far. However, it looks like Kilson, you can see how much he wants this heavy because he jumped down with 10 seconds to spare. Like, this is a very important objective for him, especially seeing as you're going up against a champion with a bit more stack. Zeniku just known to hit those really, really nice shots when he needs to. Nice prediction spam throughout that teleporter as well. But there does continue to be a massive delay between these items. Now the defensive LG that says, get off me, get out of here. And the control for Kilson continues. Zeniku always making his presence known though. So how long are we going to play this dance, Wheat?
Yeah, really impressive what we're seeing. A lot of discipline. I'm really just always impressed with Zen, especially this season. It's just he's matured and his gameplay has tightened up so much. So still continuing to watch through him as he has done, if I'm not mistaken, majority of the damage. Yeah, just by a little bit, though. They've just kind of like been trading some blows back and forth, catch up, and nothing too major. I don't even think we've had any. We had one rail that's hit, a little bit of LG, obviously the rocket dances that are happening right now, but a big fight over this lower heavy. And ooh, huge rocket comes in, the inject comes out. We're gonna have Peeker come, but it is not gonna be enough. Kilson grabs the armor. It was messy all across. Zeniku with a great rail though, and suddenly things are equal yet again. And no frag coming out of that one, but we're still getting a fair deal of action.
That was a rather critical fight that Kilson knew he had to take down near heavy. You know, if he were to simply give that up and allow Zeniku to take that, would have allowed him to be a lot more aggressive, a lot more risks to be taken thanks to the heavy increase in stack, really. The fact that he was able to win that, force it away, keep the control over the entire map. We haven't had a frag yet, but wait a minute. Zeniku actually stuck in no man's land.
If you can believe that.
Well, I think we're about to get a bit more than it at this point. And I actually like that choice. Kilson, there was an opportunity maybe to get a frag there if he was able to hit a bit more, but Zeniku, he hasn't had an opportunity to make any kind of major plays yet. Kilson's been sitting on all the items. He's been the one in position. He's getting those opening rails. And then while he goes to get the next one, Zeniku's having to kind of lick his wounds and be relegated to the rest of the map, taking all that light stuff that no one wants.
Ooh, rails exchanged again. Both players hitting. Peeker with some huge damage off the launch. We are going to see the inject come out, and Zeniku is in a very bad position. There's the rail and the first frag. 4 minutes and 3 seconds in catch up. It's going to go to Kilson, but gosh, he worked for it here. Is there going to be a conversion frag? Not going to happen. Some LG from the bottom to the top, but going to sneak on down, grab that heavy, and we'll get away. So Zeniku recovers nicely from that, but Kilson with the first frag on the board.
Could have been significantly worse there for Zeniku. Kilson was not able to hit those shots, so he's able to take that heavy retreat, get himself a little bit back together, as the Mega will be the next objective here, something that Zeniku will soak up immediately. However, Kilson, once again, always in the position to catch Zeniku off guard. Now, with how often Kilson's been getting this opening damage on Zeniku, you would think we have an opportunity to have a much higher scoring game, but
yeah,
it has only been one frag so far. I think that does go to show that Zeniku's ability to disengage and recognize a vulnerable position has been pretty on point.
5-minute warning.
Completely agree. And I've seen chat, a couple of people say, come on, we want to see you go cutthroat. It's like, of course we do, but I just think there's an overwhelming amount of respect coming out here by both players to the other. And I would expect that things have picked up a bit, catch up, as they've gotten more comfortable, as they've been reading one another's patterns and decisions, whether that be in where they're going or the weapons that they're using, etc. The rail hasn't been a huge equalizer, but that's where Kilson did find his first frag. So we're halfway through this map, and it kind of feels like we've been playing it for 10 minutes. Kilson can attack with rockets on top of the Mega, but it's not going to yield much. It's going to be a few seconds to the heavy. Kilson, did he not have the timing? I feel like he was in a great position to go for it, but he decided to keep that vertical advantage there.
Now, Kilson's last couple of rails haven't hit their mark, which has given Zeniku a rare opening to push forward and make something happen. The preemptive inject just to make sure he can get out there quickly, give himself some extra potential rail padding if Zeniku chooses to go that way. Once again, 1-0. Kilson does not want to give up anything. You know, Zeniku's going to have to work for it. However, here comes the aggressive push with the heavy spawning. God, he had so much armor anyway. That heavy barely gave him anything.
Yeah, I mean, Kilson is. Hey, you only need one frag to win the game, and Kilson's kind of playing. I would say he's definitely kind of gone into a more defensive mode already. He's not made any sort of serious move to take any of these major items if he thinks it's going to put him at risk. So, looking for at least a full stack for him to be able to go in and move now. We've had another heavy taken, and next up is going to be the Mega here where the inject comes out, and that could be one, thing that not only Kilson's going to rely on, but use in this situation. Nice job as he does hit some good defensive shots, but the Mega, he's going to get a little bit of damage. A rail around the corner. Kilson, again, playing very defensively, choosing his battles nicely. But what is going to happen here as the chase continues from Zenecu?
Gotta say, towards Mega, that was a really good choice to use the LG on the Pika. If he instinctively went to a rail, which most people do, he knew that even if he got the Pika, Zenecu would have got a free push on him. LG means I can recover straight away and still put up this defensive wall. Small little details like that really goes to show just how safe Kilson is playing this match so far. Playing this defensively, and I know it's not everyone's cup of tea to watch someone essentially play a one-frag game. At this level of play, surely it has got to be incredibly difficult to do, because the consequences for dying, you make one mistake and you lose a frag, you could lose the whole map on it.
Yes, I would even argue, Ketchup, that like these two players' hearts are beating faster than they do in any other Quake match, right? Because it is that one frag on the line, and we are going to have Kilson getting hit with that rail, puts him in the danger zone, back up to okay, but he has the inject, he has kind of a oh crap button right now, but he's got to be very, very careful. He's looking around for any sort of light he can get there. The inject comes out. He knows that another heavy is up. He's preparing for it. Great rail as he sees his opponent's head peek over the top. And Zenecu still looking okay as far as stack is concerned, but Kilson could do this for another 90 seconds. Like, this could be the rest of the game here, but I guarantee you their hearts are beating out of their chests right now.
Zenecu got taken by surprise there, so he did not have the right weapon for that close-range encounter. Actually, I don't think he took any damage in that encounter. Kilson just sat there and just ran out unscathed. Now, this does mean that the 1-minute warning, it's in full effect. And it has been Kilson's positioning every step of the way. He's in a perfect position to do a decent chunk of damage, but at the same time, get out of dodge in a split second so Zenecu can do absolutely nothing to return it. This has got to be the most frustrating kind of opponent to fight, and Kilson has been sticking to his guns the whole time. Now, he is starting to set up shop a little bit towards this eye location under power-up. We do know that a lot of players like to use this part of the map when the chips are down. The only difference now is that a Strog can probably chase an Anarchy trying to do that, but he has to make something happen. Big push. Wait a minute!
Oh my gosh, the eject comes out, but Kilson runs away so very low.
He's still railable.
10 seconds until heavy. Yeah, he's in super danger zone. Grabs that 25 up at the top. If he waits it out just a few seconds, he could have got the heavy, but he's not. He's not even going to risk it. He goes to the safe spot. 3, 2, 1, and Kilson.
GG.
Ratson, I don't know what you call that, Ketchup, but that was pretty impressive. Yes, so 1,600 damage apiece from both players. You look at Zenecu's pickups, 11 heavies. I think it said 16 megas at that point. So just imagine that it really did come down to exactly what you were pointing out time and time again. Kilson's positioning. Every single time in a spot. You mentioned that Zenecu was doing a good job with his disengagements, but I think Kilson took his positions to the next level, hit those shots that were mattered, only committed to any sort of fight or item pickup if he was in a good spot stack-wise, and I cannot believe that that was a 1-0 game.
I mean, I guarantee some people in chat are complaining about it. I guarantee it. But the reality is, it's just one of the many ways that you can approach, and kind of to reiterate that there does bring with it an extreme risk. You know, there could have been any of those. If Kilson at any point made a critical error and lost one frag, then immediately the whole dynamic of that map gets flipped on its head, and then, you know, who knows, maybe it goes into sudden death, then maybe Zenecu gets the final frag. Like, it was a extremely high risk way of playing, but One thing I didn't touch on is that, if I'm not mistaken, these two have scrimmed together on stream a fair amount. You know, I can alert Zedeku stream sometimes, I alert Kilson stream. It's been quite often that they've gone head to head. Maybe I've just tuned in right as they're playing each other, so it could very much be that. But the more you play someone in practice, the more familiar you can get with them. You know, which means the more information you have going into the game day. You know, when the chips are down, maybe Kilson hadn't played that way versus Zeneku before and went for something totally, you know, away from the system. If there's a chance that Kilson has not played like that against Zeneku before, this is purely theory fighter, I could be wrong, but the chips are down, we're playing for the serious stuff, and now here comes an opponent playing in a way that is unlike anything before, and it's like, wait a minute, what did I just see for the last 10 minutes?
I mean, it really is quite different from how we've seen Kilson approach Anarchy play on that map before in the past. So yeah, there's like something deeper there, but I thought the game was quite great.
I liked
as
it.
far as I'm concerned. You know, I'm obviously, you know, get my blood pumping, get the adrenaline going. I have a feeling this game here on Awoken is going to be exactly that. But the variety of what you can get out of a game at two amazing players at this level, that's one of the reasons why I love Quake, period. So I'm down with it. We've got Kilson up one game by one frag, and now we kick things off on Awoken. Take it away.
It's the time to begin. Zeneku immediately popping that berserk. I mean, just thanks to the fact that you can now punch forward and fly at 1,000 miles an hour has allowed him to get a pretty decent start. However, that one rocket that he took probably was not part of the plan. Has every weapon he could ever want except for a rocket launcher currently. And a rather fast beginning. That's one thing I always love about watching the start of Awoken. There are, depending on the champion and the player, there are so many ways you can start the map.
There really are, and we're going to have a fight here at Mega right away. Rail comes out. Zeneku takes the bad end of that one. Kilson hits another one down to 20% or 20 hit points. There's the rocket jump to try to get away, and he will find some safety. Zeneku, though, still in a bad spot in a bad way right now. He's got the arsenal of weapons that he needs, but his stack is looking abysmal at this point. Still 0-0, and I expect we're going to see these explosions of action exactly like what happened right there, as we've now got, once again, range popped, and 1 minute. The heavy is up. It's grabbed by Kilson, and so far the story of his game's been controlled, but there's a nice defensive rocket as the back and forth continues.
Zeneku has played incredibly careful so far. However, with these rails that continue, look out! No! Too predictable on the drop down. Pretty sure Kilson knew that was going to happen 10 seconds ago. I was going to say Zeneku has been very patient so far, and he has played incredibly well too. You know, if you're dealing with a light champion, you are able to somewhat forego some of the control purely because with their difference in stack, you know, you get one good rail, you get one direct rocket, then a lot of that stack gets disappeared. And Zeneku actually did manage to hit a direct on the way through. It's just that Kilson's ability to chase down ferocious has been very good so far.
Yeah, there's a good rail there from Zeneku on the grapple from Kilson. And as long as Kilson has that stack, I think you're going to see him sort of pick up the speed of his play overall. Obviously, with the grapple, that helps out tremendously. But we're 2 minutes in. He's one frag up. He seems to not necessarily even be committing to this middle, only when appropriate. But we've got both major items coming up here, 11 on the Mega. And I'm wondering if Kilson, he's being real quiet as he just solid snakes his way around the map. There, we're going to have the Mega up. I think he's going to wait here, move in for that heavy. Again, Kilson, like, not prioritizing these items, just so interesting.
But with it comes risk, much like the first map that we saw. With this difference in stack and the fact that Zeneku has hit two very tidy rails. Kilson going for a less obvious direction forward there. That could have been a lot scarier if he went the other way. Defensive rocket. What?
No!
Hey, look, I mean, he did as much damage there as he could have. He definitely accepted his fate and just tried to get as much damage as he could, and that was a decent amount. However, LG deleted, turned to paste vaporized.
I'm not surprised that Kilson made that decision to kind of go for it. I feel like it appeared as if he did a significant amount of damage. I think Zeneku was able to pick up just enough health to kind of make that fight fightable. But he takes the lead on that one, and great job by Zeneku kind of being patient and I think playing exactly how he needs to versus this Athena from Kilson. Another nice rail by Kilson. And look at that. Zeneku just going for it with a jumping rail. It's going to secure him the heavy. And now he, well, it turns down the aggression just a little bit as Kilson lands 2 rails. Is he going to be able to land another one? He does to tie it up. And on the outside, Zeneku cannot finish that one up. That gives an opening for Kilson. And he ties the game up 2-2 at 4 minutes.
It's a scary game to play against Kilson, knowing that he has those rail angles on you, and with someone as much of a vanilla hurtbox as a Doomslayer. I mean, one of the easier champions to hit, really, across the board. Apart from back in the day when he was double jumping and you could shoot through his legs. That was really fun. But I think with this kind of matchup, Zeneku is at least doing a good job of just continuing to cycle the map. He's taking opportunities when he can, but Kilson just brings forward a different beast.
Yeah, thinking about how this can play out here, well, I think the rail wars are just going to be continuing here. The rail wars of Awoken 2020, as Zeneku just sitting on that heavy, though. Great job as he just ticks away at some damage there. Beautiful rails. Opponent goes up that jump pad, and he's looking to grab this 3rd frag and take the lead. I like the pace in which Zeneku is playing around the corner. Another great rail, and he's just looking for the cleanup here. Not within a single rail. Unfortunately, Zeneku kind of can't string those additional rails together. It's going to remain 2-2, but another fight over by the heavy. LG's out on both sides. Zeneku down to 6, and he eats a big old shotgun blast, and then LG to clean it up. Kilson, though, is the one who grabs frag number 3 and the lead.
Zeneku doing what he can do. A little sort of fake out there, the double jump on the jump pad, just to make sure Kilson was looking the wrong way. Zeneku able to pick up a rocket because of it, however. Even if he's trying to get these bursts of speed, you're going up against Kilson, Railson, as he is always known. And the second you get hit by one of those rails, you're in such a horrible position. Here comes another one. Zeneku has been fighting from behind pretty much all map long. He doesn't even manage to deny the heavy. That is unfortunate.
I mean, suddenly aggression level over 9,000 as he grabs the heavy, grapples over, kills his opponent, grabs the mega, another grapple into the kill, and look at suddenly this momentum completely on the side of Kilson. He has got the stack that he needs, the weapon that he needs, and even as low as 60 points of health, he's railable at this point. He suddenly takes his 1 frag lead and makes it a 5 frag lead. That is the explosiveness of Kilson, and the patience, I guess, just weared off. Ketchup, he was like, I'm done. I need to really turn it up here. He saw an open opportunity to do it, and I think that's kind of the power of playing against Athena, grabbing that lead and doing exactly what we just saw him do there. Just huge unload.
I mean, this is Quake. You'll have a low-scoring game for 5 minutes, you'll blink, and then 5 more frags have been landed. In this case, Kilson able to get 7 versus Zeneku's 2, where time is very much running out. I'm a little bit worried, though, because Zeneku, fresh off spawn a couple of times, like, sometimes Kilson was able to trap him, and in other cases, Zeneku kind of just went for the attractive first item, and Kilson was already prepared for it. I just feel like, that temporary moment where you just want to pick this one item up, and then here is Kilson, you've lost 2 frags. And then, before you know it, now it's 2-7. And Zeneku is very much running out of time. The berserk. It's kind of worked and it kind of hasn't. I guess that's the volatile nature of poor old Doomslayer. But Kilson is going to continue to just plow his way through this map. And it's a very different map indeed from what we saw merely minutes ago.
It was deja vu. It was literal deja vu. It was 2-5, had the frag at the heavy, grappled over, killed at the Mega, got the item, and then the exact same thing happened to get 2 more frags when it was 2-7. There's 2 minutes left at this point. I think Kilson is going to wrap this up real nicely. Like not like he wrapped it himself, but he had the store wrap it, you know, like those professional gift wrappers. That is what's happening right now in the final moments of this game right here. 7 frag lead. It's going to be next to impossible to actually bring this one back, but Kilson, I mean, just what an impressive display. I take this example right here and I go back to the interview that we had with Avic where he talks about how he feels like Quake is boxing. And that was that super explosive round 5 flurry that absolutely sealed the deal for this one here. And that was good Quake right there.
And with a minute left to go, all we can simply do is reflect on the map that we've seen. Zeniku was playing a good game of kind of just keeping up with Kilson, if you will. But Kilson does tend to be just one of the more explosive players that we have. Everything he does is super methodical and thought out. But then, just the moment he senses that the frag is his, he will push all the way through, seize it, take it, and then bam, whatever pressure comes next. Maybe it will daisy chain a few more frags. Maybe he'll just put the pressure on and start playing the patient game. It's historically very, very hard to find anything you could consider a mistake. And I guess that's what makes him really the current most dangerous player that we've got in Season 3, because when do you see him have an off day? When does he play poorly? It just doesn't happen, ever.
Maybe that's why he streams so much, so like they can happen, you know, off regular season games. So, you know, at times when it doesn't necessarily matter. I don't know, but to your point, it really does go to show that, you know, I could sit here as a commentator and be like, why didn't Kilson go for the heavy right there? Or why, I wonder what he was waiting for. And he is clearly all calculated, right? And I just love to see it. Compared to the last game where we had about, I think it was 3,200 damage total, 4,300 damage on Kilson's side, 3,000 on Zeniku's side. And the first 4 minutes of that game, you know, we saw Zeniku go down, but then bring it back. And then that one explosive moment, I think the movement, the weapon set that Kilson had, it allowed him to just explode, convert all those frags, and then that was the thing that sealed the deal there. So really impressive game. And I'd love to see Zeniku bring it back here on Deep Embrace. He's played great today. I think Kilson just had that explosive moment, hit the perfect shot he needed to, stunned, locked Zeniku, and that was it.
It's kind of mad to look at it throughout the course of these replays, how it was so close for so long, and then really in the blink of an eye, here comes Kilson powerhousing his way through, and then bam, it's a done deal. However, we are going into one snowball heavy map to another as it's Deep Embrace, the final stop here. So the extra dynamic, I suppose, is going to be that we have the Death Knight coming through this time. Kilson will have a Ranger, and I think there's going to be a real mind game at play here, purely over the use of ability. Death Knight versus Ranger is such a weird one, because if either of the other catches them and either player does not have that ability ready to go, the difference in the fight can be pretty severe, and that's just to suggest that we'll have close range fights. We could have very rail heavy games. We can have that on Deep Embrace. There might be more emphasis on the mid range perhaps, but keeping account of what resources your opponent has with Ranger and Death Knight in particular is just very, very, very important.
Agree. And, you know, I'm thinking a little bit about abilities here and just sort of the explosive nuke that Zeniku has in his pocket. Kilson kind of the same, but more of a positional advantage here. I would expect him to... I expect both players to just kind of go with a very standard strat of owning that middle area and trying to lock it down as quickly as possible. Thing to look out for is initial spawn's going to tell us a lot right away. So be watching out for that. I've seen some really cheeky things too in terms of being able to spawn in the right place and try to capitalize on both. Don't think that's going to happen here, but... I think Zeniku still does have a chance here, but Kilson looks fired up. He might take that momentum he gathered in game 2 and try to bring it here. But I'd still like to see that 2-1, even though Kilson's obviously already won the set.
I'd like to see it finished off with a bit of a closer exchange too. This is just one of those days where Kilson's playing the way we know he can. Xenoku, in that last map, there was just a couple of instances where, on the spot berserks, sometimes they worked out, sometimes they didn't. It's just the nature of Doomslay, it's not going to work every time. But on this map, I'm going to be just keeping a keen eye on just the level of care that we're seeing applied to the close range. Because with this matchup in particular, you've got to be so careful. If you haven't got Flame Strike or you haven't got Orb and vice versa, then things can be pretty different. As we check now things out from Kilson's point of view first. Xenoku getting the heavy side spawn. And the immediate push, man's on fire. And he's already been able to stop the fire, though, as he's able to pick up some health. Go him. Oh, Xenoku's got to be careful here, Wheat.
Oh, he doesn't land a very nice rail, but that tribal, all 8. It doesn't
Ding.
matter, though. A great set of shots. I like the positioning that we saw coming out of Xenoku there, but he's still got another problem. That's a fresh spawn from Kilson here. He just tracks him down, goes for the electrocution. It's going to tie it back up, but of course now in the same spot that his opponent was moments ago. There he grabs 225s to wrap it back up. Rocket jump up to the heavy, and that's going to make it 1-1, but I like the start of this one. Both players showing exactly what their potential here is in this map, and we're tied up 1-1.
Xenoku has not been able to hit much of his rocket damage, but who cares with the Incendimus, my favorite, as he gets a 2-1 situation right here. But what can he do to sort of bring himself back up? There's a little bit of health here that he can pick up. Kilson will know that Xenoku's pretty weak, especially if he's setting up shop over here, and there's the push. That's exactly what I was talking about.
This is nicely done. Good place to be. Perfect hit. 2-2. We're tied back up, and it is exactly what we could see coming out of both players the whole time. Huge rocket jump into the shotgun damage. I like it from Kilson. He's going to rocket jump back up to the top, put himself in a position to maybe grab this heavy, but has himself a rail and going to try to control the bridge here as he prepares. Both players using Tri-Bolt as well, kind of to zone their damage there. Kilson a little bit late. He is going to go ahead and orb out. He's got the height advantage here, and huge Tri-Bolt right to the face. Stop him in his tracks.
Xenoku's defensive play so far has been on point. Absolutely. Kilson, he's going for those kind of risky moves, those kind of cheeky little rocket jumps, super shotgun pushes, which are always going to be a little bit volatile because you can never truly rely on the damage that the shotgun's going to do, even at close range sometimes. But Xenoku's ability to just kind of play that defensive game, back up, look for these items, hit that Tri-Bolt spam, which has been really good for him so far. And now, importantly, rail in hand. Unfortunately, he cannot return fire, though. Right as he takes the shot, Kilson knocks him off course.
This Tri-Bolt is great. Just fantastic job. What?
Okay.
I can't even believe hitting 2 of those shots from that perspective. That is not easy to do, but he just points straight down and gets the job done. Xenoku might actually even convert on this one. Oh, he nails one rocket, second rocket he gets hit with. Still trying to find that rail, can't do it. Oh, Kilson was handed that frag. Xenoku committed to the rail, just couldn't get it done. He's on the chase, though. He's trying to get it down, catch up. The rocket defensively hits it. Kilson turns it around again. It is 4-3 as neither player wanting to give up their position, thus resulting in a lot of aggression here.
Turning it around with 8 HP remaining as well. Kilson picks up yet another one. The second that opening rail landed, you kind of had a feeling that Xenoku was on borrowed time there. There was no way he could really escape. And this is going to be one of the weaknesses of Death Knight. Death Knight is pure shred. Explosive damage. That's it. That's all the champion can do. You're going to set him on fire with a gauntlet. No one's going to do that in a duel. So what you end up being in this situation where you're not able to escape. You're not able to get around. Kilson's going to make chase. You get hit by a rail. What? Oh, God! He's playing Time Crisis or something. Bloody hell. Trying to make that one single credit last, man.
Yeah, yes, exactly. I mean,
Whoa!
Whoa, the lift. Very nicely done. Someone called for an elevator, and it was It was Zeneku. He's going to bring it back. I still like where he's out here and what we're seeing here. Kilson down to 7 points of health. You just need to flick him on the ear right now.
Oh, there's no
I
way.
cannot believe it. He gave up so much damage. He's going to use the orb rocket, jumps over, starts burning, and he goes down as well. I just cannot believe how ridiculous this match has been so far. Both players not giving up. Zeneku's trying to bring this back. Let's see 3 come here. 5 minutes left to go. It's still possible. I still can't believe that he saw that much damage when he just had 7 points of health left. Bonkers.
I think on top of the fact that it has been complete pandemonium, Kilson does still have a pretty decent lead. But the rails have been... When's the last time you saw Kilson miss 3 rails in a row? I can't remember the last time I saw that. Looking for the combo. Oh, unfortunately, that flame strike doesn't land, but it doesn't matter. These rails. What is this match? This is such a weird match, but I'm having the time of my life, week. An aggressive push with the orb, but Kilson survives barely. He is going to get those 2 health bubbles, and Zeneku knows it.
This is
God.
Both players being mad at those chatters that were like, what a boring game 1. This isn't what I watch QPL for. They're like, all right, we're going to give them a show that's going to blow their minds. And another huge rocket coming out from Kilson. Gosh, Zeneku brought it back. Such aggression, such explosiveness there. But Kilson absolutely capable of exactly the same thing. Not giving it up quite yet. He is low again. Goes to that teleporter. Zeneku still on the hunt. Kilson's going to find his opponent. And the LG damage does do a significant amount. Unfortunately, that orb's sticking to the wall, and Zeneku's going to bring this back. Can he find some momentum to grab 2 more and tie this one up? A huge rail, a second rail. Kilson, he just needs to spit on him. Just...
Uh-oh.
Oh, even better. Let's Kilson get the job done himself.
As we say in the business suite, we take those.
Yep.
But Zeneku, what does he get from it? I mean... a difference in frag without having to take any damage whatsoever, so it's a perfect situation for him. Kilson's stuck in a precarious position. He still has to wait 3 seconds before the orb. Not suggesting he's going to use it immediately, but having that available is going to be pretty important. But like I said before, managing the ability here when they both have it, who's going to be the first to pull that trigger? Because if we have a close range fight, it's going to be a lot more pivotal. But Zeneku, the use! No! I was about to say the use of the rail means that he doesn't have to be as point blank and deal with the threat of the orb. And right as he misses the final shot, Kilson just throws it in. Oh my lord.
I bet you that really triggered Zeneku. Like, that was rough on that. I actually thought maybe Flame was gonna win that one, but apparently we found a weakness. This was undocumented, but we've got still a fair amount of time to catch up. No! Oh, no.
I saw that through Zeneku's point of view. It was glorious.
I also saw that through Zeneku, and you can call it glorious. I would also call it a nightmare, but depending which way you look at it.
Glass half full or glass half empty.
But 2 minutes left to go. Without that suicide, that might have been a little bit different, or knockoff rather. And we're going to have a trade. No trade. Zeneku picks that one up. All right, we still got a game.
Has to watch out, though. An aggressive Kilson. That was all the damage Zeneku was going to do given the circumstances, so he had to make it count. Did everything he could.
Yeah.
Kilson able to pick up that heavy and now creates a even more difficult situation. 2 minutes of this map is still left to go, so there is still an opportunity for Zeneku to make something happen. And it would be, you know, we've had a great time here on the map, and it has been an absolute wild ride. However, it is still 2-0 for Kilson. If Zeneku takes this map, it is going to be an all-important single map to take. Every map is going to count, you know, when we tally the end, and we're looking for seeding and all this important stuff.
Oh. A 93 rocket through the floor into a double rail. Kilson is like, I am done playing with my food. It's time to wrap this one up. He has just hit some bonkers shots. Just completely juicy shots here. And he's probably going to take the victory, especially with that one getting up close and personal catch up. A little kiss to end the matchup.
I was half expecting another ring out. Not that he needs it at this point. This will be an overall dominant victory here for Kilson, able to take it versus Zeniku. This has just been, I feel like, no detriment to Zeniku. I think this has just been a really, really, really strong day for Kilson. There were a couple of instances maybe on this map where he missed a few rails back to back, but you know what I said, if you're looking for a mistake made by Kilson, you have to absolutely nitpick. You have to look for the smallest possible detail. And that's why he's considered to be the most dangerous player in the league so far. I mean, you have plenty of players to choose from. You've got the Vengers, the Raffas, but there's just something about Kilson's current form here in this season that is just absolutely nightmarish. And ending the day with a 17-9 game. Well played overall and a one-sided win. He's going to be feeling good about that one. Check out his stream.
He's definitely going to be feeling good. 3-0 on that one. I mean, it needs to be said as we bring Dan back in. I mean, Zeniku played great. He had some, made some great decisions throughout the games, had some great shots as well. I think Kilson just was that one level higher. Anyway, let's bring Dan in, get his thoughts and breakdown on what he thought of this matchup as Kilson takes it 3-0.
No, I think you said it right. Like, the scores, particularly map 2 and 3, were pretty vast, but at the same time, I don't think he would have found that easy despite that, because as you said, right, he was pushed to the limit and had to go, particularly on map 2, Super Saiyan for parts of it, just to rack up enough frags where he felt confident. But, you know, map 1 was indicative of how much he respects Zeniku and how careful he has to play. It's just stereotypical Kilson. He just takes those positions that are so obvious that you know exactly where he is, but you just can't do anything about it. And then some of the rails he was hitting throughout the entire series are just mind-blowing. But Zeniku, likewise, he was quite comfortable. He never looked rattled throughout. He kept his composure. He played the map. He played his opponent, and it was a really good game. It was just Kilson. I can see why you said it was nightmarish. Kilson is just on another level when he plays like this, and it's exactly why he's sitting at top of the leaderboard.
And just continuing his reign of terror so far. I mean, look at that record, 7-1. That is rather frightening if you're still one of those players that's yet to go head-to-head against him. Only one player's been able to pull off a victory so far. We are getting information all the way across every single week.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Gross.
I mean, there were just a few moments where, again, map awareness, understanding exactly where Zeniku was, where he was just ready and was just like, hey, here's a free 80 damage in LG that I'm just going to get as you come around this corner. Results in a lot of frags as well, but even his conversions and cleanups, it was on point. It's great.
I mean, the question is, folks, where do we go from here? Where does Kilson go from here? You know, he's already seen great success at the absolute highest caliber throughout his Quake Champions career. This one in particular, I think, would be very important to him to go all the way in, because you know, this has been an absolute shark tank of a season. Everyone's fighting everyone. You have these incredibly sweaty matches before we've even gone into thinking about the finals, and Kilson's able to show that he is an absolute demon. And it's just continuing to show that at this point, I suppose. But that was our first featured matchup of the day. Good news is there's one more left to go. I'm Ketchup, joined by ZSX, DJ Wheat. We'll be back in a few minutes' time for our final match of Week 9 of our Pro League. Hi everyone and welcome back. It's time for our final match of the day. It's going to be none other than Rafa versus Razy, a matchup we've seen time and time again. Always kicks ass, always great to watch. We are gifted by it for another day. Well, my name's Ketchup, joined by ZSX and DJ Wheat. Gents, I mean, I think it's fair to say, starting with you, Dan, this is a fun match.
It's alright.
It's pretty good, isn't it?
We normally see it at the end of a tournament after Razy's been through like 300 games in the lower bracket on the last day, and he's absolutely shagged from all the play.
2 hours of picks and bans later.
Yeah, exactly. So now we actually get to see it on a bit of a level playing field. But it's oh man, I can't believe we get this.
Did you see that clenched fist from Razy there? Wow.
When someone
Powerful.
offends Clutch in his presence. That's
Can
what
we
that
see
is.
that again? Actually, like seriously,
Slow-mo.
can we see Razy clench his,
Look.
because that is the power that I think Dan's talking about. He hasn't had it
Yeah.
here. There.
There
Oh
you
my
go.
God! Look at it!
Ooh,
Look
baby.
at it! That clench.
That's
That
a
was-
Pog champ, I think it's called.
I told you, man. Someone disrespected
Oh, and the double
Clutch in
thumbs
front
up
of
at
him.
the end. I mean, sorry.
All
I
the
mean,
emotion. It's a roller coaster. But no, seriously, this is a really good matchup. There's nothing more to say about it. It's good that we get to see this every single week. Is this the end of the Rafa era? You know, he's now lost to Kilson and Wenger, isn't it? So, you know, the what is it? The Tripoli, whatever it's called. Forty loves to say it. This could be the Tripoli of losses.
Well, I assume 40 is hoping that doesn't happen due to his North American bias, but no offense, Wheat, I'm sure you don't have any at all.
Sorry, I was
but-
just thinking like maybe cracking the knuckles by Rafa at the beginning is a little bit too, right? Like the next time Rafa has a chance to film that, I think he should clench his fist.
No, both of them. Like,
Power
at, the same,
posing.
at the same time,
Yeah.
you're like both of them, right? That's the only way you
Yeah,
can one up
yeah.
someone.
Yeah.
But on a more serious note, though, the treat that is always provided by these two is just a complete understanding of each other's play style. The fact that Razy has historically had a bit of a block against Rafa, it's safe to be said, as Razy will be able to beat anyone in a tournament, but sometimes when he fights Rafa, he just tends to, whether he's burnt out at that point, whether he just cannot get his head around the matchups as they happen, hard to say. Razy has been able to conquer before in the past. But picks and bans, let's take a look at them, because I want to know what we're in for. Blood Covenant, Corrupted Keep, and then Awoken.
Look at all these. I mean, we've seen so many Rafa matches that have been like heavy focused. I love here on Blood Covenant that we're getting the Athena Anarchy right off the bat. I think Rafa's produced some really exciting Blood Covenant games to watch. It's also, I think, lost on Blood Covenant as well. So map 1, super captivating for sure. Corrupted Keep, we know that both of these players love Corrupted Keep, and I'm pretty excited about this one. A Ranger and a DK, we just saw this matchup in Deep Embrace. I think it offers another level of well, it's more dynamic, I think, even on Corrupted Keep, and then Awoken is the final with a Nyx and a Doom. This is kind of a dream pick ban matchup with these two players, and I don't think we've seen anything quite like it before.
Yeah, there's a couple of things I'm looking at. So, picking Anarchy straight up on Blood Covenant leaves you a little bit exposed, but he will know what Rafa's going to pick. He will know Rafa's going to pick Athena. So the question is, what is your strategy there? And then the Death Knight on Corrupted Keep, I would say 9 times out of 10, whenever we see Rafa play this map and it's open, he'll pick a BJ.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So, what is your game plan there? Like, we know how you use Death Knight, but why? So we'll have to see. The range is interesting as well. Maybe he used that for a particular reason, maybe the orb to get out the burst damage. I'm not too sure. We'll see that, because again, it's pretty unusual for Razy to pick that there. And then I like the Doom on Awoken, but we know how good Rafa is on Nyx, so this is really hard to call.
Well, I
Some
tell you what,
mind games.
folks, I really don't even want to cut you off because you're doing so well. I'll simply let you continue your train of thought as both of our players are readying up in the lobby. I will cut away for a bit and leave the chat in the very capable hands of you fine gents. So good luck, have fun, and take it away. See you in a bit.
We'll see you in a bit. Catch up. Yeah. So you were asking about the Death Knight on Corrupted Keep, and sometimes when a child like touches a stove, they don't know that it's hot and they get burnt, and then they're like, "I'm not doing that again," right? The last time we saw Rafa play BJ on Corrupted Keep was, I believe, when he lost to Kilson. That was, he was on Strog, that is, Rafa's on BJ, and we've seen Rafa like play well on B, but he was just way super aggressive, so I don't know either, but I've got the same question you do. I kind of like the burst damage that's there and where it can be used in the map, so I don't know. I think this is fantastic. I'm ready to be amused by these 3 games.
I think there's definitely some mind games going on in the draft, and if we look back at history, we can often say Razy lost out on the draft. We'll see. I mean, we'll have to see how this one plays out. Like, I could definitely see the Anarchy flopping. I can see a world where it succeeds on map 1. I like the last pick on the Doom. I think that's really stable and that's nice.
Yeah.
And the Ranger can do pretty well. So we'll see how it goes. I think it's more even than it has been when these two previously meet, and usually they meet in best of 5s and best of 7s. So.
Yes. After, like you mentioned, a long 3-day weekend or 3-day tournament. So here we go. We are live with game number 1. It's taking place on Blood Covenant. We got to expect some speed, some mobility. I'm also really curious to see how the inject is going to play into Razy's strategy here. We know obviously what Rafa's going to do, try to dominate positioning and zoning, holding and trying to keep this rail outside of the hands of his opponent. It's not going to take much though. Great machine gun damage, getting up to 96. Unfortunately misses that rail. We do see Razy land one of his own, and now heading on over. Oh, what just caught, almost standing still right there. Does not grab the Mega, is not going to be able to get the Heavy either, but he tried to go for it. I actually like that decision. Unfortunately, just didn't hit the shot.
Yeah, KG start. Razy actually balling his way through to pick up that rail. No fear whatsoever. Rafa not connecting with as much as he would have wanted to, but there was some really strong chip damage coming out from Razy to start with. Good efficiency.
Yep.
They're both like fast champions. It's going to be difficult to connect with multiple rails. It's all about the efficiency of damage and keeping your stack manageable. We can see that here. Rafa's playing KG because of how low he is. So good job by Razy. He's in the ascendancy here, and he's got 10 seconds to the next inject. And they're just going to be happy to trade major items at this point.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see sort of the exchange of these items that we're getting right here. Some good rail shots coming out from Razy yet again. Fight on the bridge is not going to net much at all. And still very, very early, but both players kind of being on their side. Big shot. And we're going to have the rocket follow-up. Tries to grapple. Unfortunately, gets hit in the wall. Now trying to get out of there. Just 5 points of health going through that pool. And Razy's still able to machine gun his opponent down. Rafa now in the deficit. Razy in the lead 1-0. And that was solid. I think Razy saw blood and he went for it.
Yeah, that's the power of the Anarchy, the inject coming out there, giving Razy the buffer he needs. Rafa's going to go pushing in here, but he's low himself, and Razy's actually got all the weaponry he needs to defend this. Actually hit himself there, so he's in a bit of trouble. And Rafa's going to keep spamming it out, knows that his opponent's really weak, and Razy does respect that and backs off. But with the inject up, with the Mega in hand, he's actually in a perfect position. Rafa's gone aggressive to try and pressure this Mega, in fact. He should have a rail, which he does, but he misses. If he misses another one, Razy's going to go up this jump pad, decides against it, and plays safer. Has the lead and doesn't need to throw it away at this point. Rafa's trying to keep the pressure on from above, but just not connecting with the damage he desperately needs. And I thought Razy could have now pressured that Mega, but instead he'll reposition.
Yeah, Razy with the one frag. It's unfortunate that Rafa kind of missed that grapple in the lower levels, but that kind of resulted in the frag. So here we are 3 minutes in, only one frag on the board. Both players playing very patiently. Razy, I feel like, dominating sort of the control game a little bit more. I like that he's using this chip damage. Rocket jump up to the top. Huge LG into a rail. The inject comes out, and he's even going to get a bubble going across the side. It might allow him to get that mega. He's going to go up the jump pad. My God. Oh, my. No way. He picks up the 25, gets hit for 25 on the rocket, and then the follow-up there. Rafa now on the board. What a sick exchange.
Rafa just knows his limits. He knew exactly how much damage he could take and get in and get out. Both of those occasions, picks up the heavy, goes straight onto the bridge where his opponent is, knows he's got the grapples to get away. Shitload of damage, and still goes for that mega. This time maybe he's got a step too far as Razy does connect. But Rafa, the story of this game so far is Rafa would strategically seems to be above Razy, but mechanically he's not executing.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I mean, I think that Razy's injects have been kind of perfect for him in the situations that he's been put into. Now Razy's still going to go ahead and grab that heavy, huge LG damage from Rafa on the top, and he's going to fall down and pick up the frag with no problem. That's going to tie things back up just as Mega spawns. Razy's going to grab that, but Rafa is going to find him, not go too far into it. I think that he's in a good position right now. He knows where his opponent is. He knows what weapons he's got access to. Big rocket coming out as well. The lower columns, both players pretty even, but this might be the first time Rafa's gonna. No, it's not. He's got a couple heavies here, but we haven't seen him on that side of the map too much. Another great rail coming out, and Razy's in trouble again.
Yeah, no inject. He is in a bit of trouble here. Obviously, playing the Yannick, he's very, very fast. Rafa, though, doesn't want to burn too many of those grapples. They are precious, so instead does decide just to use his time to take map control, patrol the upper ground, keep Razy on the low ground. Inject's going to be up here, but it might just be up a little bit too late, and it is indeed. So Rafa takes the lead.
And he's going to get the heavy off of that one. He's going to have plenty of time to potentially go over and keep control of the mega. We can see that that's exactly where Razy is at. Rafa trying to get a read. He's playing Quake Minesweeper, like where is my opponent, where isn't he? And now still with the one frag, there he's going to grab the mega. And this is, I think, a huge tipping point for Rafa, right? Having control on both major items and having it in a way in which they are so separated that he is going to be in a good position to be able to fight for those and not necessarily put himself in any sort of risk or danger to try to go after those.
But this is what Razy... This is just his playstyle. If he doesn't have control, he generally doesn't like to pressure them. Instead, he does this. He likes to set up traps, big traps to do lots of damage. He's got up the jump pad, in fact. Big shotgun to the face, but Rafa does pick up the mega just in time.
Oh
my God.
It's absolutely delicious, that one was. That's going to be 3 frags up for Rafa, and suddenly with the grapple and having rail control, that's rough. I mean, who cares about your inject? I think like that's where we're even seeing Rafa kind of emphasize, if you will, rail protection, right? Keeping it out of Razy's hand, because I think that's the one thing that Razy absolutely needs. I mean, he's been doing a great job with the LG as well, but Rafa's going to take advantage of having a rail in his hands when Razy does not.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. The fact that Razy cannot get a rail is critical at this point, and it's not even like Rafa standing on the rail. It's the way he maneuvers around the map, pressuring his opponents away from it. And so that alone keeps Razy at bay. There's nothing he can do. He machine gun, he can try and just spam it out, but when he's got no items to play with, he's kind of just really attacking him with a spoon at that point. You know, he's not doing anything.
Like the rotations he's making there, we finally see the rail coming up, but right as heavy is grabbed, and again, well, actually their heavy's grabbed, and that rail was a little scary. As you mentioned, like Razy trying to set up some traps, he at least has the weapons that he's needed. So the last minute or so has not been super kind to him. Two huge rockets, a third one. He cannot follow with the rail. His opponent still trying to get him from down below. Rafa has plenty of grapple power here if he needs to get away quickly. He's also still ahead by 3. ZSX, it's looking pretty good for Rafa right now. And he could definitely kind of retreat back into that helmet, put Athena's goggles down, and just or just do that. Call it GG.
Yeah, it's tough. All the reads are there, and I was a bit fearful of Anarchy going up against Athena, and wasn't clear as to how he was going to play against the Athena. But saying that, Rafa's just manhandled it when he had control. As you said, the split was so strong, Razy couldn't get into it. Plus, he barely had a rail after he lost out on the first frag, and it's been hard. There's a couple of times where he got Rafa extremely low, just couldn't finish him off. He took some risks, and unfortunately didn't pay off.
Yeah, it is unfortunate, but I think goes to show a really solid game plan on Rafa's part. Just keeping that away. Oh, Razy's rocket jump. He tries it a second time. This time it actually works, 6-3. But a minute 10 on the clock is going to be a real tall order to get done.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, Razy's probably going to set his sights on the next match, but big rocket into the LG. If he could convert quickly on here, he is going to get the opportunity to maybe head over. I mean, there's no major item for about 15 seconds that Rafa could have his hands on. That could be one, but nice rail from Razy. He's looking for it. He's going to try to make the dream happen here, Dan. As he now grabs his rail. Rocket jumps over to get some momentum. Oh, dude, he hit the wall. It's not like this, Dan.
That clipping, man, that could have
Not
cost
like
him.
this.
There's still time. There is still time. This is a map where you can convert,
No,
but it's
no,
looking
man.
less and less.
That wall, I'm sorry.
Shush,
when
it's
he
happening.
hit the wall, it was over.
No.
Look at defensive rocket. LG, that wall. A new challenger has appeared. Oh.
Wall boss wins the game. But that was close to being a comeback. I think one of the big, I know it seems small, but one of the big turning points was when he had a semblance of control and decided to do a Rafa and just rocket jump to bridge, which was a big question mark for me. I don't know what the game plan was there. But I said at the start, I felt Rafa was playing strategically smarter. There was some really smart angles he was pulling out. He was playing the item slightly better. He just wasn't hitting his shots. And then something happened. He got a couple of frags, and then it all began to fall into place. And there was no looking back for the American.
I mean, it's like you're running the 100-meter dash, and you're just like, I'm on track to possibly beat the record, and then you just like trip and fall. And it's over, and there's no way. That was devastating. That hurt my heart to watch a little bit there, CSX. Oh, man, that's rough. But Rafa played phenomenally, I think. When he had control, he kept that rail control, and the item separation was just too much for Razy to handle. I don't even know what. The inject really helped out there in a couple of the early engagements, but yeah, I don't know what Razy could have done differently, other than just that, the mistake that you mentioned about the rocket. That was kind of a free ice cream cone for Rafa. He was like, I'm going to buy a whole gallon now.
It's one of those situations where if you give Rafa and Athena, you've kind of almost removed fate from your hands a little bit. He's going to be the one that sets the terms and conditions of how that match goes. And there was very little it felt like Razy could do at times. He was trying to hide, and Rafa was finding and cutting him off. It was really, really hard. That was a big turning point because that tipped the balance even further in Rafa's favor. He got a free round of pickups and controlled the rail from there, and there was 3 or 4 minutes of domination. So it does show you that one mistake can cost you most of a map.
Yep. I mean, so based off the way that game 1 went down, and based off of what we've got coming up next, which is Corrupted Keep, first off, I think this is going to be a pretty captivating game. Second off, I think that Razy, with the kit that he's going to get here on Corrupted Keep, the fact that he's playing Ranger, I think he is absolutely in contention to be able to take this second map, right? I absolutely believe that is a thing. I'm curious more than anything about Rafa's selection of Death Knight, because as you mentioned, it's not a typical pick that we're seeing here on Corrupted Keep out of Rafa.
No, not at all. And I think the times I've seen Rafa struggle most is when he generally doesn't get the speed advantage. I think he plays around movement so well, and then obviously on Death Knight, pretty much parity on speed, but you can be more versatile on the range. So this would be definitely a lot more even. He won't have the same level of dominance throughout. So this Razy's fate is in his own hands a lot more this map.
Well, here we go. Corrupted Keep. Death Knight on Rafa. Razy with the Ranger. We're going to see how this one will play out. And then map 3 will be Awoken, a Nyx versus the Doom. But we could have a series win here with a win from Rafa, or we could split it and take it to game 3, which I like the sound of that as we continue week 9 here. Thanks to everyone for joining us yet again on another Quake Saturday. We're loading up into Corrupted Keep right now. And I think if there's one other thing that I'm keeping an eye on, Dan, it's that we've seen a few moments with Rafa on this map where he's like, you know, that like full tilt aggression. You know what I'm talking about. We've seen it from actually quite a few players in the QPL. I've seen that a few times. So I don't know.
I don't know. I'm thinking, is it one of these, I'm really good on Veil with Scale Bearer moments where, 3 times he loses in a row, but he's still his best. Is it going to happen again? We'll have to find out.
What
apparently,
start.
Apparently he's pretty good.
What a start. And I love it. Goes back to grab the light and then grabs the heavy because A, he knows exactly where his opponent spawned, and B, he's in such a great position to do so. Yeah. So he's got full map control right now. That opening LG assault was just nasty. He's got enough control to just rocket jump back up. He's going to steal away another light. And he's like, hey, Rafa. Or excuse me, hey, Razy. Yeah. There's something in the game called armor. You ever heard of it before?
Razy just had to orb away after picking up a light. That's how much pressure he's under. But somehow he's done a huge job to get the stacks back to almost parity. So, couldn't have got off to a worse start whatsoever. No items and giving away your frag. That's just kind of starting handicap mode. And yet he's brought it back to 1-1.
Nice. And Razy's like, well, we saw Razy's perspective there for a little bit, but it's going to go back to Rafa after that shotgun blast. I mean, I don't know if there was a whole lot he could do there, but a close game. I want to see this go at this pace the entire game. That would be great. I don't know if that's going to happen, but LG's on both sides. Orb does come out. Razy's going to choose not to take the exit on the other side of that one. And Rafa's been holding on to pretty much the same stack throughout the game, outside where he... Ooh, big rocket, big rocket. He did get the flames out, but it's not going to do much. The 2 directs get the job done, and Razy ties it up 2 apiece.
Razy's done a great job to keep composed. I probably would have quit the game after that first round.
Oh, dang.
Nice. And just before the Mega as well. So this is a real brawl now. He's not even low either. He'll pick up potentially even both lights. Rafa's in the vicinity. There's still 5 seconds before this next heavy, but Rafa's really got not a lot to work with. There is a shotgun. He hasn't got the blast either, so he's going to try and stick around and steal it, and it doesn't work out for him.
Okay, I want to be wrong here, Dan, but it might start happening right here. We might start be seeing super ultra aggressive mode coming out by Rafa. We could be seconds away from it.
Oh, what
and
timing.
He's gonna get it. Oh, he's still here. It comes, Dan. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, dude. Here it comes.
Yep, there it is.
There it is. There it is.
Oh man! And every time it doesn't work, you just know it's going to happen again. But he's also in this period now because he's a Death Knight, where it's like, bro, you've used your fire. What are you going to do now for the next 40 seconds?
I don't know what it is. It's this map, dude. It is this map specifically. And then the reverse getting in from the back. Oh no, you hate to see it. 2-8. Now we've seen it happen, and then we've seen Rafa bring it back like 6 frags. But and then we've ended up saying like, oh, maybe if he wouldn't have given up a few there, but he pecked away. I don't know. I mean, look, Rafa's like unpredictable too. I feel like I've just seen that on this map a few times. So again, don't count him out. There's a lot of time still left, but
His
I kind of
flame
felt that one
strikes
coming.
Have not been good either. I don't think I've seen a single flame strike do anything at the moment, which has meant his champion pick has been literally useless for now. Maybe he'll prove me wrong, but with the 8 frag difference already, and Razy is showing 0 signs of slowing down. Rafa's trying to go toe-to-toe. He's trying to block these choke points. He might win himself a Mega, which he does this time, so that's what he needs to do. Kind of, that's one step in the right direction, at least.
And Razy's LG is just, I mean, is shooting a 41. He's done 1,200 damage. And actually, Rafa's got a nice little LG stat too, but there it is. Rafa's going to finally bring it back. All right, let's see. It definitely seemed like he brought it back, but can he convert frags, which is what he desperately needs to do. The machine gun coming out for Rafa. But a very patient Razy. And he's exactly where he wants to be right now, Dan, right? He can set up traps all day. He knows he's got a lot of time to work with here. I don't think he's very scared of Flame and what Rafa might be able to do. I mean, he should still respect it, but Razy's just in a great spot right now with half of a game to go.
Yeah, he's in a bit of a sticky situation there with no items to work with. Rafa's now got all 4 on lockdown, so let's not. A comeback is more than possible. Absolutely.
Dude, Razy just.
Oh
literally...
no, he stole it away. That's huge. That is huge. He might even win himself a heavy if he's got balls of steel, which I think he does by the looks of it. Oh, he does. He's actually gone for it. The madman. Oh, but Rafa just picks it up in time.
Oh, failed rocket jump there. He can hear his opponent around the corner. It's like he knows that Razy's in sort of in a killing status, like able to be killed, but just not able to find the shot to bring it back. And Razy playing a 5-head game here for sure. Still 4 minutes left to go, 7 frags. And you can imagine, right? Like maybe not giving up 3-4 frags, and suddenly, you know, this is a 2-3 point game, but there's still 7 frags. It's a big hill to climb.
Yeah, but he's wasting time as well. Rafa's not been able to get a frag since he didn't get back into control. You know, it's been about two and a half minutes. There you go, with a big read into a shotgun and a conversion as well. There you go. There's a good flame strike. Wasted a fair bit of damage though.
He did, but I think that's exactly what he needed to be like, okay, I know what I need to do, but 10 frags, that's where it's great. Like, look at this. Razy, he's back behind that doorway, like laughing. He's just snickering a little bit, like, that 10 frag lead's still a big lead.
But there's also a big split between the major items, which means Rafa has still pretty much got all 4 of them on lockdown. I think Racy's maybe picked up 1 light in the last few minutes. He's waiting around for another one as well. I think Rafa knows exactly what's going on because he sees it up, and there Razy sets up the trap. It doesn't do a lot of damage himself. There's a couple of big rockets. Rafa's going to go aggressive, but that's not the right move.
That was rough. You went from like completely 6 stack and your opponent at a disadvantage to basically equal.
This is kind
and
of what we talked
not
about.
doing much. Yeah,
and Razy last time.
And Razy like wasting time, right, to his advantage. All right, 4 frags, still doable.
And mentally, like playing against Razy is quite draining because of the fact it's really unorthodox the way he does that, right? The way he doesn't challenge you. He'll just set up these random ass traps in weird positions. It really frustrates you. And you can see Rafa's face with some of these moves Razy makes, you know. It does make him angry.
That's when the whole like, who plays like that comments come out, right? Like, who plays like, well, I mean, I love that line. That's like one of my favorite lines because it's, you know, it was a great question. No one has an answer to it. Rafa, very hurt here. Still looking for 4 frags. Less than 2 minutes left to go. Great. Lazo coming out here with the shotgun, but no Razy with the RL. And this one just did not play out, I think, the way that Rafa hoped it would. I'm not, like, the game plan off of spawn at the very beginning, that looked solid. I was thinking, oh my gosh.
I don't think that was a game plan. I think
that was a good first spawn, right?
Yeah,
But
yeah.
it's like, okay, game plans to get some frags. Let's go.
Yeah,
It's
I
like
was loving
start
that
at the
coming into the
basics.
game. I'm gonna get all items to get a frag first up. That's my game plan. It worked, and but Razy's walked away and somehow recouped, got himself back into the lead, and really pushing it. It's definitely not over.
Right.
With 1 minute to go, 3
1
frags
minute
on this
dream.
map. Yeah, is possible. We nearly saw it on
The
on
1 minute
last
dream.
map. Yep.
It is. There is
it
no
gonna clip?
way. There's no way. We got Orb coming up. We're gonna see the cheekiest shit come out from Razy. You watch. Here it is, right here. Nope, not
There
gonna-
it is!
Oh, damn. Denied. I mean, literally, if there was a better place to use the good old-fashioned denied.
Yeah,
There it
that
was.
That was a Jordan moment. That was from downtown. And that will seal it, though. 20 seconds to go. I mean, literally against all odds, Razy comes and brings this one back from a 1-0 deficit. You're right. The Rafa rage set in, and I have to say, I've not been impressed with his Death Knight.
Which is funny because we have been in the past, right? We really have been. I mean, you know, especially when some of the early changes that even brought Death Knight back, we saw some of those big nuke potentials. And 14-11, right? Like I'm gonna make the comment that pretty close game. I don't know. We could go back and like count them, but. There's definitely a pattern there, right? Of like, I'm gonna keep at it. I'm gonna throw my body at this problem, and it is not a solution. And you know, I mean, dude, I love Rafa. I respect the hell out of him. Obviously, I love watching these two guys play. So obviously, it just gets me excited about it. But I honestly have to ask the question: like, is it worth it when you're looking at a score of 11-14 to have put those 3-4 frags on the table? Not saying that Rafa couldn't have found, or excuse me, that Razy couldn't have found him somewhere else, but they totally seemed unforced.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where they did feel a bit unforced. There is definitely a time and a place where that strategy works, and you know, sometimes when you do it at this level, particularly against someone like Razy, whose execution is just slightly higher than you would anticipate it to be, it just doesn't work, and then you're so close to making it work, you have to go again. And by that point, you know, you throw 3 frags, and it's like, where is the point of no return? And it's like, I'm already in so deep here, guys. I've got to keep going. And unfortunately, today he went that little bit too far and gave himself too much to recoup. Right? It was a very, very strong strategy back in the day in, you know, Quake 3 days, because that's where you could have that strong control. You could suffocate your opponent. Someone like Rafa can maintain that control once they get it. But this is a map where that's really difficult, and he just gave too much away today.
Yeah. And I mean, you know, I think we would get a really insightful answer from Rafa. I still think there is a reason why he does it. I just think like from a perspective, from a caster, you can just be like, oh, here it is. Like, I feel like it's just boiling over. But I bet you that Rafa would give us some like super 5-head, like, well, you know, here's the thing. Your actual the chance that you actually win the game when you're already in this deficit is like 5%. I've done the calculations across 1,500 games, and so it's like you got to take this risk and you got to go with it, and hopefully it turns out your way. But at the end of the day, we wanted to see these two kind of go at it. Round 1, it goes to Rafa. Round 2, it goes to Razy. And it's not a championship on the line. It's not a best of 5. But here we are, map 3, and it is going to decide who our winner is going to be. Awoken, Nyx, and Doom bringing it back to this map and this selection. ZSX, what do you think here?
I mean, we've seen Razy's Doom absolutely just demolish people on Awoken in the past. I don't think it's been the same since a while, but still, we've seen it happen. But we also know how effective Rafa can be on a Nyx. I don't think he'll have free run of the place as he would against other opponents, and he'll probably be on the back foot a lot of the time. But at the same time, when that's the case, he can punish you if you push too hard. So I think the pressure's on Razy here to play calculated, because Rafa's going to have to play. He will be playing smart. I don't know what to expect though in terms of result.
Oh, we actually saw aggressive ghost walk and might end up being the first frag. Rafa very, very low. Both players LG in hand. And Rafa, I don't think he's going to get away from this one. Tri-bolt coming out. Huge rocket. Very, very nicely done.
Nice.
The hunt and the kill coming out by Razy. The horns have sounded. He's going to get a follow-up on this one. He did come out. Oh, Rafa, the trade. Actually, I think that was probably the best case scenario there for Rafa.
Yeah, definitely. It looked like a real bad situation for Rafa without his Ghost Walk up. As you said, going aggressive off the start. That was a bit unexpected. Razy managed to recoup and got himself a nice lead though. So it actually worked out okay for both. Although Razy's got nothing here, no weaponry to work with. Rafa's pushing in, but that's the wrong decision.
Ooh.
Nice connection with the rail though.
All right, there is a good cleanup. And we're tied 2 apiece. Have Berserk come out there to secure the heavy. And just give us a little heavy metal break for a moment there. Much appreciated. Anyway, still very early on in this matchup. Like what we're seeing out of both players right now. Everyone using every bag of tricks that they've got so far, and we're just a minute and a half in. So here's what a trap! Crazy! I just love it. Who does that?
Yeah.
Who plays Quake like that? I guarantee you that's exactly what Rafa is saying. But Razy though in the danger zone. Got to be a little careful because those traps can be risky.
Look at that awareness from Rafa though. He knows that Razy's too weak to commit for that heavy, so he actually delays it to pick up the light. He just understands exactly what his opponent's going to be doing, and he's caught him right up here in the mid ground because that's where he's going to be. But somehow Razy turns it around. How does he do that?
Unreal. Absolutely unreal. And might find a conversion. Oh my God. I'm shocked. I mean, he kind of earned that frag. Like, he should have. The last frag was so good, it should have been worth 2 anyway. So that was kind of how they awarded him a 2-point frag there. That was unreal. Razy's a monster.
Yeah, and Rafa's use of the Ghost Walk, whilst I like it, it's actually coming back to haunt him because now he's so vulnerable. Once again, he's going mano a mano. This time it does pay off just before the Mega, but he's backing himself and his aim, which is admirable going up against Razy.
Yeah, and I mean, both players show just at different moments, just showcasing so much, just brilliant play, a great aim, interesting decisions, the traps coming out by Razy, and here we're gonna have a fight for the middle. Rockets to try to soften up one another. Mega is up. Razy in the position to go for it, but he's instead. He goes and grabs it, goes for the LG. A rail does hit. Rafa solo yet again. And Razy's on the hunt.
Razy is keeping the pressure on. He knows he can't let Rafa just settle. He's just pressing his advantage as much as he can. Vasic comes out once again. He's actually going to go super aggressive. Razy's going to expect that though because it's happened for the 3rd time in a row now. Big damage from both. Doesn't connect with the rail. Razy's pushing in. Rafa though runs out of.
I'm not sure about that jump pad right there. And Razy,
okay.
He eats it coming off of the spawn. That was kind of like the DM6 rocket jump there a little bit. Like, I'm not sure why commit there. I don't know. Maybe it was. I don't know. I'm not even going to try to answer the question. But Rafa with a big convert. Razy, though, bringing it right back. Revenge indeed. We're tied up 5 apiece. Razy with the rail off the spawn. Jeez. Both these players putting on a show.
Brawl right now. And Razy's got both major items to work with. Rafa's actually not had a lot of the control. And when he's been taking it, it's been a real battle, whereas Razy's settling himself. So Rafa's defensive play has been strong. And you're right, there's some of these mistakes maybe being too aggressive in certain situations from Razy. But either way, it's working out. They are 5-5, just going up to the 5-minute mark now. Big rail from Razy. That will set back Rafa once again. He does have the Ghost Walk out. You can see him just trying to defend that TP. Razy's not going to fall for it, though. Instead, just decides to keep control and have another round of free, uncontested items.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think really strategies hit those rails right there that the Rafa's going for. Oh, Razy's LG is just absolutely melting. A laser beam right now. And, you know, I think Rafa's looking for those cracks, the slot in the fence to try to get through to grab one of these items. But Razy's control right now, it's such a powerful grip that he's got. And there we see both of the major items going to him. Rails coming out. That one hits from Razy, an answer back from Rafa, but he's not in a position to push the fight.
No, but you can also sense the momentum is really in Razy's corner, as he should be picking up a frag here, because Rafa has stopped going aggressive. He stopped using the Ghost Walk to take the advantage. Instead, he recognizes Razy's got the control, Razy's got the momentum. I have to weather the storm. Question is the storm going to go away? Because Razy is not relenting. He burned the Ghost Walk once again. Razy knows it's on cooldown. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes ultra aggressive just before this next round of items. And there he goes with Rafa Razy, goes straight on up. Unfortunately doesn't connect, but neither does Rafa. So Razy's okay. He knows he's still out there, and he knows he hasn't got the Ghost Walk, so he wants to keep pushing. But the defensive rockets from Rafa are too scary for Razy to keep pushing on.
Yeah, and I think the next fight's going to be over here at Heavy. Just a few more seconds there. The LG comes in. Great rockets coming out. Ghost Walk is going to come out. 3, 2, 1. Unfortunately, I'm sure it was in the plans to potentially...
Rails.
Oh, another amazing rail.
No.
Oh, my God. Oh, the rocket. A beautiful dodge. Health picked up. Both players still in rail status. LG coming out. Rafa looking for closure on that one and does finally find it. We're tied again 6 apiece.
And there was the move he needed. 2 amazing rails through the grate, opened the door, and now Rafa's back in this game. I was about to give credit to Razy for using the right weapons. He's aiming for these really consistent weapons, the LG, the shotgun, the machine gun.
Huge.
Rafa's taken the items now. Razy's given away that frag for free.
He did. Another ice cream cone for Rafa on that one. 7-6, 1 frag, but it's huge because Rafa has the potential to now take full item control here. He's going to grab the Mega in just a moment, get some unanswered LG damage, 90 at that point. Razy's hurt now, rails out. Almost saw it right there. Now Ghost Walk offensive coming out. Oh, the wall again, and the LG comes out. It's not going to come to a frag, but Heavy is up. Unfortunately, Rafa going to miss this one? Nope. He grabs it, and again, the control continues.
Yeah, this is where it gets scary for Razy. I think it's the first time all game Rafa's had this control and momentum, but it could be stalled here. He's got no Ghost Walk, but Razy just can't connect with the rail.
Oh.
Rafa lives to fight another day. Razy will be winning the Mega, though, so the game resets.
Yep, and it's going to be all attention over here on the Heavy again.
Oh,
big
what a
rail from Razy through the side. All he needs is the LG, and he gets it, and he grabs the Heavy, or will. There it is, as 7 apiece. We've got 2 minutes left to go.
But Rafa didn't pop the Ghost Walk. I don't think he wanted to burn it because he knew he was going to die anyway. So he was just hoping that he would last enough time to steal away the Heavy. But at least he has the Holy Grail that is the Ghost Walk for the next engagement.
But now we've got the stacks reversed. There, the Ghost Walk. Nope. There. Yeah, it is popped.
It was popped, yeah.
It was popped, okay. And that means that, there's going to be basically 1 more before the buzzer. And probably not really thinking about that quite yet. Just trying to get back some level of control, because after that frag where Razy tied it back up, he put control into his hands. Now, Mega is about up. There's the first rail into the LG. A couple of hits from Rafa as well, but Rafa's just dangerously low.
He knows where he is. The Ghost Walk's not up for 5 seconds.
Oh my gosh, every little 0.10 seconds just waiting to come out. Oh my God, are you kidding me?
No! And off the spawn as well. Rafa's so weak, he can't do anything. He needs a rail and he just can't get one either. He's on the wrong side of the map. He goes aggressive with the Ghost Walk. He's behind Razy, but he's only got an LG, and that's not the weapon you need when you have advantage. Razy's just gonna wait on it out. Take this item for free.
I'm not sure if he knew that he was going to be around that corner, but I felt like he had to double back, and if he would have just hit Ghost Walk and come through there, 15 seconds left. Razy's trying to take this one home. In the last 10 seconds, it would take a miracle. The LG coming out from the back. Some defensive rockets. Oh my God, Rafa lands the rail. It's 8-8. We're going into overtime. Or are we? Sudden death is hit. Razy in the back corner. He is super low, but so is Rafa. Rafa going for the rail, and Razy's going to try to clench it right here. Rafa is in the danger zone. What are you doing, Rafa?
What are you doing, Razy, as well? He's got nothing except the stunning machine gun, but he's pressured Rafa away. He saw the Ghost Walk get popped, so he's got some more confidence now. The question is, do you have the right weapons? He's got nothing to work with. He's got a bit of armor, he's got a bit of health, but okay, he's got himself a rocket now. He hasn't got the LG yet, which has been his most crucial weapon. And Rafa just waiting out this Ghost Walk. And we can just take a breath now. As I say that, Razy comes barreling through. He's bounced him, and the Ghost Walk goes again. He's going to get here, the TP. The chase is on as Razy going around the corner. The rail's out. He's missed the first. The heavy's up as well, so he has forfeited that. Can't hit the second. But there's the third. Rafa's in a world of pain. Oh, he connected.
Are you kidding me right now? The heat, the temperature of these players is increasing. And every single shot is so important. Spamming through the side, another rail gets hit. Rafa, he's hurt bad. He's got very, very low options here. The Mega was just picked up. He's going to get the vials in the back. I like that. Along with the health, he's got Ghost Walk now. And there's a big rocket coming out. He's got to be careful. Another defensive rocket. Razy's still sitting with the stack.
Yeah, good by Rafa. He's got hit by a rail through, though. He knows how low he is. Big rocket. Razy's still very healthy. 5 seconds before the next Mega. Rafa's still holding on to this face ship, but there you go. The Ghost Walk is used. I don't think Razy knows, though. I don't know if he heard it. So that's what Rafa, I guess, is banking on a little bit as well. So he'll just work his way around the map. Razy will know how low he is, though, because he hasn't even seen Rafa near a major item for the past 2 minutes.
Yeah, I don't think he has a good idea on timings right now as well, as we've had a little bit of delays coming out by Razy. He's full up, though. His stack looks super delicious. And 2 minutes into this overtime, and things have slowed down considerably. Every single decision and every single shot is that crucial as the series is on the line for both of these players.
And now for Rafa, it's all about using those audio cues, making sure you know where your opponent is. Get the timings back. Play it slow. You've got the Ghost Walk up. You've weathered the storm, but you can't afford to make a mistake. There you go. First initiation rail. Even up the stacks. The chip damage is huge as well. Every little counts, and Raze is going to carry on pushing. Rafa knows when the Mega is, and he's won it. Somehow he's got himself back into stacking punches, and he hit a rail through the gap.
And he managed, with the Ghost Walk still on his side, he's got a good idea on where his opponent might be. He's going to get back in the Mega Health room. There we're going to have the Ghost Walk pop, get aggressive on it. LG, this is it, and he does it. Rafa takes it 9-8. What a play and what a sudden death at the end.
Wow.
The Ghost Walk popped after, gave him the element of surprise. Razy went in for the health, and Rafa was able to secure the frag. What a series. Let's bring Ketchup back in, catch our breath, and see what he had to say about it. Yeah.
That was
Yeah,
really
that
good.
one?
That's all I can say about that one. No, there's plenty more to dive into, but just shy of 3 minutes worth of overtime. You could see Razy as well. Like the moment the equalizing frag landed, like the sheer no, gotta deal with all this now. But Rafa playing it absolutely phenomenal during that overtime, being as behind as he was in the stack, constantly, to being able to just, you know, the moment he took away that Mega and got himself access to the stack, that really was the beginning of the end, on top of the lovely little shots he hit. And match of the day, match of a long time coming, I guess. Like, that was a phenomenal series, and that final map just gave us, I think, everything that we all wanted to see, didn't it?
Insane.
Yeah, you know, what I would say is that there's two things that you know, I think this game showed. Number one is that Razy is truly a contender, right? He's been there so many times. He's so talented. He has such a unique style of play, right? And we saw it throughout all 3 games, even in that last game. But what we saw out of Rafa was that proof that this is a veteran that knows, even in the situations where we're like, it can't happen, he tries to make the impossible happen, right? And we saw both of those things showcased here today, which is pretty damn awesome. I'm just so impressed. Sorry, Dan, go.
No, I couldn't have said it better. I think at the end there, it was a matter of experience. There was just so many times Razy had it in the palm of his hand, but the experience of Rafa just to make the right decision in the right moment paid dividends, and it's an insane matchup.
What a wonderful way to close out the day. I mean, it was a great day full of good matches, but that one just absolutely gave us that cherry on top. But the ongoing storyline of Rafa versus Razy, the fact that the rivalry continues, they have these incredible matches every time they go head-to-head, that final map, I think chat will be happy with that one, I'm sure.
God, what a match. What a series. It's so great. So great.
You know what's really unfortunate, though, folks? That's it. That's all we have time for today, because that was our finale of Week 9. But as we said at the beginning, we said this at the start of the day, and we've been mentioning it throughout, this is the official halfway point, really. So there's been plenty of weeks, but basically take that and do it all over again, and then we'll have the finale. So there's plenty more Quake where that came from. There's plenty more matches. But what a fun day it's been. I want to give a huge thank you to everyone that tuned in, everyone that's been supporting Pro League, the players, my fellow commentators at SXDJ Week. It's been a pleasure as always. The hardworking talent behind the scenes that make the shows running. Everyone involved in Quake Pro League that makes this machine keep on rolling. We appreciate you and love you. This was Week 9, Quake Pro League. Thank you all so much one more time for watching. And we'll see you same time, same place next week. Peace out, much love, and take care. Bye-bye.